Good afternoon, everyone. It hasn't been long, Alex. Well, feeling like we just finished round one, and it's round two of Hanti-Mansisk World Cup 2019.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, you know?
Yeah, so this tournament, it's a very, very long one. And yes, last round, well, last game has finished like 10 hours ago, 12 hours ago.
Probably, yeah. And here we go. Yeah. So anyway, round of 64 now. So that's half the players that came here, and unfortunate half of them already booked their tickets back home. And today, well, we're going to have 32 games.
So 32 games?
Yeah, 32 games on our day one of round two. It's a little bit confusing when I say round two and day one, but that's how it works.
Yeah, so each round consists, to remind you, of two classical games, and in case of a tie, we are coming to the most exciting part, which is the tiebreak, and those who witnessed it tiebreak yesterday, they can't, disagree, I believe.
They cannot agree more, of course. But nonetheless, you know, there are two sides of it, you know, obviously. Well, a lot of people, us included, we care about the sporting part of this. And indeed, you know, there's the drama, there are the ups and downs, comebacks, well, successes and failures. All the same, you know, chess, well, gives us, hopefully, maybe not every day, but we always hope for immortal
games
objects of art. Exactly.
So entertainment at first, but as well something that will be, you know, rewatched later, those games, and then maybe some of them will find place in those books on chess. So I
myself, I always, when I follow events like this, work on events like this, then I always try to bring it over to my students and build my lectures, lesson plan based on games that I recently played. And I already have quite a few from this tournament, and more are to come. Okay, so what you see now is the start of the round.
The games have started, and we will have all the matchups on your screen a bit later. Today we'll go with a little bit different policy compared to round one, as lesson learned. It tends to be too many games to attempt to cover them all, so we'll try to concentrate on some of them. The games that we think are, well, maybe not the most important, but we anticipate them to be more interesting in a way, or...
Of course. It's always hit and miss. To our defense, I'll mention that there is a desire to showcase players that we're afraid might not be staying very long in the tournament, and we don't want them to go home unnoticed. Well, that's the part. So we try to combine these two and find the right balance, which is always a questionable thing to do. But we'll try.
So the matchup, I'll try to announce the matchups we'll be watching closer today. So it, of course, has to be someone on the very top board. So it will be Dingley Ren against Sergei Movsisyan. Yes. Once again, the top seed, Dingley Ren, is, of course, a huge favorite in this match. But, you know, such an experienced player as Movsisyan, he might be up for a surprise.
Sergei seems to be in good form because he just won the Kurnosov Memorial, just leading to this tournament. Had many grandmasters. Well, continuing then, we have Anish Giri.
Yeah, Anish Giri against Yevgeny Nair is another very, very interesting matchup. And I said Nair has played Giri. I was wrong. Nair has played Caruana in the last World Cup and knocked Fabian out. So Nair is a dangerous guy to the favorites, you know.
Well, wasn't he the underdog in his first match?
Yevgeny Nair? Not really. I think he was higher rated than his opponent, Benjamin Gledura. But not by a huge margin.
Not by much, you know, and that was an exciting battle, of course.
Then on your screen, Sam Savian representing the United States of America against Sergei Karjakin, or Karjakin, as some people call him.
But that's mistaken. Well, that's a mistake.
So we will be watching Sasha Grishuk, of course. Mamedyarov against Kasimdzhanov is another interesting matchup. Ex-world champion Rustam Kasimdzhanov makes his appearance after, well, it's 15 years ago he won this knockout world championship in Libya.
That's true, you know.
Time flies.
Lately he's been working as a coach, of course, and his success in that field, you know, cannot be underscored. great job. But those guys, Nair is another example. They retain a great degree of practical strength as well.
Yeah, so Nair is the coach of Russian national women's team.
Yeah.
And then yet he is the participant of the World Cup. I do remember the funny story about, okay, not him, but Wróblewski, the other coach of women's national team. So he was a year of 2015, he was commentating a Russian super final in Russian language. Okay, he was one of the commentary team. And then most of the participants, including Karyakin, Nepomniachtchi, the big guns, they moved to play some rapid tournament right after the super final. And it was won by Wróblewski. So it was funny. So the commentator wins the tournament where all the big guys are playing.
Yeah.
So I wish there would be a tournament after this one, Alex, so we could, show people how to play chess.
I'm not sure I wish for it, but, well, okay. Alrighty, so...
will be more games which are like not very top on the list, but we'll be covering Peter Swidler against Andrei Yosipenko. Well, Peter Swidler, the crowd favorite, and
the youngster.
Against
it's always dangerous to play.
Against a very dangerous youngster. Speaking of youngsters, Nihal Sarin will be facing Eltaj Safarli. We cannot miss on this one, as well as on the table, number 32, Daniil Dubov, current rapid champion, and arguably one of the most interesting players in terms of opening ideas nowadays.
Yeah, Dubov always entertains. It doesn't always work for him. Well, but anyway, we expect good things from him.
It
has the white pieces, by the way, against Firouzja today.
Yeah, so it will be Dubov against Firouzja, precisely. Yeah. Firouzja, of course, is another young talent to watch out for.
And in case you're wondering who's going to be our guest today, well, the answer is we don't know. But somebody will come. So please stay tuned.
Yeah, so all the pairs on your screen, Nisipiano against Nakamura as well, should be
my question to you is, how do you rate respective chances of a guy, suppose who qualified for this round by winning in regulation and had a day off yesterday, compared to a guy, say, like Korobov or Van Hao, who just had to go all the way, to finally snatch the victory from the jaws of defeat? How is it going to play out in such matchups? What's your opinion?
It's not one-dimensional thing, of course, right? Because for some people, again, if I'm thinking of, say, Maxim Vashelograf, who won his match convincingly, had an easy warm-up, had a free day to prepare, I believe he's in a very good shape. But for some people, as we discussed yesterday, for some people it is important to keep the flow, to keep the rhythm of a tournament.
That's why some of them would even play online blitz.
On a free day.
On a free
just
day.
To keep
and it's not really that idiotic. If the person knows what he needs to do to stay in shape, if that's the way to do it, then that's the way they're going to go. All right. So what should be our first game to show on our board?
Board one. How about that? Board one. Yeah.
Good idea.
What a surprising choice. Dingliren, the top seed.
But obviously on your screen now you see board 2. Perhaps a few words about this position before we get our analysis board up.
Not much I can tell. That's a position where Anish Giri is thinking on move 3. But that's a clever way to prohibit the Grunfeld defense.
That's true.
Anish seems to be a big fan of, right?
Anish is known for a very aggressive treatment of such positions with the black pieces. He almost always goes c5, offers this pawn, and he's ready to take on f6 with the g pawn. And I've seen quite a few games of his. Now he's looking away from the board. Well, it doesn't really mean that he doesn't know anything about this position. Believe me, he does.
Yeah, so the thing with this bishop g5, knight d2 setup is that you can just play your queen's gambit declined. You can go e6, bishop e7, and there is nothing wrong with this.
True, because the white knight is already committed to d2.
Yeah. But on the other hand, normally with black, you start to be a bit ambitious. And my opponent is not fighting for the opening advantage, so maybe I should.
So I want to go c5.
Yeah.
But he didn't play c5 yet.
He didn't play c5 yet. Okay, he's okay. That's fine.
No, but he got up from the board. He must have played something.
That means he has played
D7.
something.
Oh,
Knight b to d7.
That's safety
Solid.
first, yeah.
Solid.
That is safety first.
But okay, that's not the position we should spend a lot of time on,
I
right?
suppose not. So, back to board one.
Board one, Dingley ran against Movsesian, and Movsesian went for the a6 Slav, known to many as the Chebanenko Slav, or not really. I mean, if you pay attention to the moves order, it was in fact e3. Look, it was
E3 was played
E3
here.
bishop f5, so not exactly. So it is a transposition to Chebanenko Slav.
Well, yeah, because in this position the most common move is e6, which white almost always answers these days with knight h4 and trying to get the two bishops, which he gets, but although that's rather complicated, could go either way. Vladimir Kramnik recently had some success on the black side. And okay, but a6 is always a valid choice here in this situation. And now bishop d2. That's a quiet move, but Dingley ran often, he plays deceptively quiet in the opening, only to crank up the pressure later in the game. His Catalans are like this, and now he plays this move.
Yeah, so bishop d2, but it might be, one of those kind of useful moves that you try to hint at black not having very useful move himself. Because e6, I still go knight h4.
Well,
right?
yeah, and in this case,
bishop d2 is very useful,
yeah,
which we are not sure about a6.
but because in this case, black is deprived of the move queen b6, which normally defends the b7 pawn.
It's like one of the
Yeah, the
key
move b5 only looks good. In fact, it's probably a gross error, because white will immediately trade pawns and attack with a4.
Like c takes a4.
Yeah, and that's going to be trouble. So in this situation, probably the best move for black is the ugly-looking rook a7, which was played quite a few times by the late English grandmaster Tony Miles.
Rook a7.
Yeah,
that's possible, but once again, it's not the position you're dreaming of with black, because white still can go his usual thing, h3, g4, try to take the bishop.
That is true. So anyway, if not e6, then what?
Taking
e6.
on c4, it's like giving away the tempo, right? Letting white to take on c4 in one go, because normally you wait for the bishop to move and then you take on c4, sort of winning a
Bishop
tempo.
d2 could be a useful move. It doesn't do much for the bishop, but it opens up the c1 square for the rook, and that could be very useful, instrumental. However, e6 has been played, and the answer was the
Queen
immediate
b3.
queen b3,
Yeah, queen b3 first.
which is near the same thing. Well, obviously, first of all, I'm not probably that well versed in this position to really tell the difference between knight h4 first and queen b3 second. And secondly, it may not be important. Who knows? So, all right, Sergei's
but that's once again that's quite an awkward position to be in for black, because indeed you don't want to play b5. It feels like
no b5 is too
rook a7 is a bit awkward.
No, it is awkward, but maybe there is no better choice. Well, some of our viewers may be wondering why not put the black queen somewhere to defend
c7, let's say. Yeah,
but c7, you see that rook coming to c1.
Yeah, it's like, okay, we can try to illustrate it. Rook c1, and then if black say, okay, black has to cooperate on this one, play bishop e7, yeah, and then
of course, I'll be collaborative.
C takes, e takes, and knight takes, and that's the whole point of rook c1. So, and after black takes with the knight, of course, there is queen d5 for white.
No, it's a small point, but could mean the win of the game. So, all right. Well, queen b3, we'll see about that. Now, returning to
Giri's game on board 2.
Well, he did play the very solid move knight d7, preventing any issues with double pawns. But after a normal move knight f3, and the e-pawns moved, well, he played c5. Anish, possesses classical chess education, and therefore he believes that if there is a chance, one must attack in the center.
Yeah, but then how about putting the knight on d7? It's like for this setup, obviously you want your knight on c6 in many cases.
No, well, let's see. If Nair goes c3, and then say comes b6, bishop to d3, bishop b7, and now white can play standard move knight e5 in this position right away. Or they could wait till black puts the bishop on e7 and plays knight e5. If this position is reached, then there is an important detail here, the inclusion of the moves h6 and bishop h4. Well, it may work either way. If it gets there, then we'll discuss that. No, it goes far back, even to a famous game from the Spassky-Petrosian World Championship match. Other options, no, c3 has been played.
Yeah, c3 is played.
But what else to do? Going after the bishop with g5 and knight h5 is a little bit too much now.
Well, probably, however, how white is supposed to react to this one?
Maybe that's the point of putting the bishop there to d7. White can do many funny things, including the move bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
With the idea to, after f6, return back. Once again, sacrificing the two moves in order to invite the black f-pawn to come forward.
Yes.
Well, that's a possibility.
But on the other hand, I find knight e5, to be honest, to be more attractive here. Like you just go knight e5, and when they take, you take with the h-pawn. I thought that's what they tried to do, and then to play f4.
Well, the thing is that
like
black
this.
has not committed the king yet. So in this situation, after
Like
f4,
f4,
black probably can prepare a long castle.
some bishop
and then,
d7, queen b6, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, if knight h5 is to be played, it probably should be played before black castles king
that's
side.
the least you want to do is to castle short in such position.
And there is the third option, to put the bishop to d6.
Bishop on d6, and
Actually, this setup with the knight on d7 was mentioned by Capablanca in his old book, well, the only book that Capablanca ever wrote. He said it's useful because when white does bishop d3, and then there's castles, and suppose some move, such as whatever, b6, then if white goes e4 immediately, then there is a possibility of leaving white with the isolated pawn on d4. Good or bad, we don't know. But if white wants to take on c5 first and then play e4,
but then knight
takes c5 comes in handy. It was a brief comment, but it helped a lot of people, generations of chess players. So it's a possibility. Well, obviously there is no proven recipe that would work for any positions. We don't even know if the white bishop is going to go to d3. So it remains to be seen.
Right, but bishop d6 accomplishes the task of not letting white to play knight e5 quickly. So that makes a lot of sense.
That is true. In that respect, certainly. No, well, we should leave this board and go somewhere else.
And this someone else, I suggest it's got to be board 5. Jan Nepomniachtchi with white. Jan, who played a brilliant game with black in the first round. Was it first round?
Yes, it was.
First round, yeah. This knight of peace sacrifice. And then he's paired against Alexander Pretke,
who actually had a very tough match against
Sarana?
Sarana, even younger player. I believe that Sarana is younger than Pretke. And there was a lot of tactics over there, but surprisingly the match was decided in deep endgame, where Pretke was able to convert his one-pawn advantage in the rook endgame.
2 versus 1, yeah.
Yeah. So in this situation, all right, we have sort of an old setup.
Yeah.
Here with the move d6. Most players follow the suit of Vladimir Kramnik, and they put the bishop out to c5, which, it tactically is possible because the pawn on e5 still does not need protection on account of queen d4 in this situation. So there is a chance to play bishop c5, which most players take, but Pretke goes his own way. It's a modest move. And
G6, but it was played, interestingly enough. It was played quite a few times, and one of the players who advocates D6 is Alexei Alexandrov, who got eliminated yesterday on a tiebreak against Lech Wangliem. And Alexandrov is known to play the Berlin defense before it became fashionable. So I believe he played it before Kramnik came up with it in the World Championship match against Kasparov.
They were
Yep.
the two players who possibly Kramnik somewhat drew, from their games for his own ideas. The point of black setup is, most of the time is to play g6. Now, fianchetted the bishop and played more like King's Indian style. An interesting reaction from Nepomniachtchi, who hits the black in the center immediately in order to interfere with that. Now, once again, a tempo sacrifice. How's
Yeah,
that?
it is a so-called Steinitz defense
Right.
in the Ruy Lopez, where black plays 3d6 immediately after bishop b5, right? With a tempo loss for white, because white went d2, d3, and then d3,
Right.
d4.
This position, if it was white's turn, white would play knight c3, and that would be very well known theoretically and considered difficult for black to play because it's passive. Now, how do you use your extra tempo? What do you do?
With black.
Yeah.
I'm considering, honestly, just a full trade, like take on d4. White is obliged to take on d7, queen perhaps. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
know.
knight takes, you're not quite ready, because after queen d4 you cannot develop the bishop.
Yeah, that's the problem, because
It
if, say, the bishop is on e7, knight is
Yeah,
on
then-
c3, then...
Then bishop f6 is beautiful. Yeah, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
But in this situation, queen
Yeah,
takes,
so queen
and
takes, queen
d4.
d4, bishop e7,
Not just 6, obviously.
yeah, bishop
And
e7.
then, the different ways for white to play. Well,
c4 or not c4.
and
I
b3
believe
or
that's
not b3. Zigbert Tarash, played b3 in such structures.
But black might have a tactical trick, say in case of b3, to go knight g4 and to regroup the pieces in such a way. So that he wants to play bishop f6,
No, it's
you
certainly,
can't take
a
the
possibility.
pawn,
It's certainly a possibility.
and then
No,
bishop
but-
goes to f6, knight goes to e5.
No,
Something
yeah,
like
but
that.
when the knight comes to e5, it doesn't get to stay there for good.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, white, will prepare f4. Like even in this situation, they can probably go knight c3 and then take it from there. But no, okay, it's all guesswork. Because for now, Predke hasn't done anything after d4, not yet. All right, next game. How about Aronian?
Yeah, Aronian is paired against young talent from Iran, world under 20 champion last year, I believe,
Yeah.
Parham Maksudlu.
Masudov. Yeah, he won one of the most convincing performances in the history of World Junior Championships. I believe he was 9.5 out of 10 before losing rather meaningless last game. He already clinched by that time. Now we see in this g5 with the black king on g8. No, well, that's modern chess. If it works, no inhibitions.
And what opening that was? That was Ruy Lopez because the pawns are on a6 and b5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, bishop g5.
So another Berlin.
Yeah, bishop g5 in this position, which is, the history of this bishop g5 move. I remember a few years ago, Anish Giri made a comment on the game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, which was won by Caruana at Sinquefield Cup. And he said, oh, well, finally Magnus got punished for his affection to the move bishop g5 in the 4 or 5 structures, which is never good. And then you see 5 games of Giri himself where he successfully played bishop g5. Of course, part of the stuff is always deception. Now bishop g5 is often played, and one memorable game is the game that broke the unbeaten streak of Ding Liren. Vasily Graf beat Ding
yeah.
Liren after 100 games of non-losing streak by Ding. So bishop g5 is quite okay, of course, but, well, this g5, look, it was played right here. Look, Evgeny. I mean, people even think, what if knight takes g5?
Yeah.
But I don't know, probably it wouldn't have worked.
It's like a very... Is this the position where it's a very long theoretical line? Knight takes g5, h takes, bishop takes.
I am not sure exactly, because there is always a little difference. Is that c3 on knight d2?
Yeah.
Is that the bishop on c4 or a4?
Or a4, yeah.
And it's so difficult
So,
to
but
remember.
what we can kind of show in I mean, what can
maybe
happen?
bishop e7 is
In
the
this
key.
case, there is bishop e7.
Because d6 was never played.
Yes,
Oh, no,
yes.
of course.
So in this case, it doesn't make sense at all, this
Okay.
sacrifice. Yeah, with
So-
pawn being on d6, this pin is actually annoying, and, well,
Right, of course.
it's a very tricky position if white sacrifices on g5, but not here. Yeah.
So, okay. So, lesson one we learned from this game. If black is to play g5 with confidence, it better be done before the move d6.
D6.
And before your bishop pulls back to a7 as well. So this happened, and then some developing moves led us to this position, and now rook e1, played by Maisudu, and the answer is rook b8. Well. I remember last time we saw the move rook b8. I believe it was played by... Who played this mysterious move? We were talking about a game that had a strange rook
right.
b8.
There was some rook b8 when it had kind of no point whatsoever. no?
Yeah. Okay, at least here we have it
Here,
has a point.
that's a very typical, in fact.
No, because you may ask why not move the bishop, say, to b7. It's not really a very active position for the bishop. White is maybe not planning to play d4.
Yeah, and since you've committed g5, you want your bishop to be on c8, h3 diagonal, so to cover the f5 square.
Of course. And bishop d7 is probably kind of ugly.
Yeah, bishop
maybe
on
rook
d7
b8
is once again.
is just the most natural way of dealing with that.
Yeah, and if anyone, Aronian knows such positions very well, which is indicated by his time on the clock. It is more than the initial starting time, which is 1 hour 30, to remind you.
Well, if anything e4, e5, ask Levon Aronian what's going on there. Now, as you pointed out, a massive trade on d4 has happened.
Starting with knight take d4, which is the same. Black has to take on d4, and white will recapture with
all the same. Okay.
Well, white will recapture with the queen.
Of the game you also mentioned. Now, here we go.
Mamedyarov Kasimdzhanov. This is like ultra interesting stuff.
All right. First off, they come into this capture on c4 without inclusion of the usual moves, knight c3 and c6.
So it is a bit
e4,
different, right?
e4 is played immediately, and now b5.
Yeah, black plays b5. That's okay.
So in this, once again with transposition, in the famous game that Daniel Dubov won against Anish Giri, you remember the game where white castled queenside with no pawns around. Knight c3 was played, and then the knight went back after b4.
b4, knight b1. Yeah.
Knight b1. Now, obviously, the more common move, the b4 is interesting move, and even if Dubov won the game, it doesn't mean that the case closed. It's not. But c6 would take the game straight into the main line of the
Botvinnik variation if white plays e5, yeah?
Right. So a4 is the other move. Now, so undermining that pawn chain that black is trying to build to keep his c4 pawn alive. The answer was c6 and now knight c3. So, as it turned out, they reached this position where a4 is a sideline, yet it had been played many times.
And maybe, Alex, we have to mention what happens if white tries to win a piece by going e5, say, after a4 or immediately.
Well, yeah, indeed.
Like a4, c6, instead of knight c3. It looks like white goes e5 and
maybe even right away. Hey, why not try it immediately? Well, yeah, indeed, the knight is pinned, but the pin can be broken at the last moment with the move h6, you maintain it, and then g5. Well, there are many variations that can stem out from this, with knight c3 included, whatnot, c6, a4. But the general pattern is this: you do not get to win the piece.
Yeah, you are not winning a piece. You can take on g5, and it's very messy, but you're not winning a piece.
Now, of this position, after the move a4, I said it's a sideline. For me, as a career d4 player, it's one of the positions I've seen a lot. Black has no less than 5 moves in the disposal in this position.
One of them being bishop b4, the move that I've played once, or rather had this position, because you can have it from the Ragozin moves order.
So it's actually bishop b4, there is bishop b7, there is knight d7, There is b4 still, and there's the move played in the game, queen b6. I only faced it once with white.
Queen
But
to
m-
b6.
But my opponent's name was Gata Kamsky. So, well.
So, and it went on, it seems. There is some development in this game.
No, absolutely, because no,
Bishop e2,
bishop e2.
knight went to d7.
Well, I don't think that Kamsky played that. I believe Gata played bishop b7, although it's hard for me to remember. It was a long time ago. Directed against to move d5, because knight d7 does the job of protecting the knight on f6, so there is no damage to the pawn structure. But it does not play against white's idea d5. And d5 is very logical.
d5 was played.
Yep.
Black has taken on d5, e takes, and... Yeah, so the thing is, if black takes on d5, for instance, with the knight, right, he opens up the center and he normally should not be able to finish the development.
Yeah.
This is how it goes.
And speaking of development, if you wonder why white waited for so long and didn't play d5 immediately, they want to be able to answer bishop c5 with castling. They really don't want to deal with the attack against f2 pawn.
Yeah, like
So,
for instance,
right now
in this
it's not a
position,
problem,
in this position, black plays bishop c5.
Oh, perfect. I castle.
Yeah, and white, instead of, say, playing bishop h4 or something guarding
queen-
this
or
f2
queen
pawn,
c2
yeah,
or-
you can castle it.
Yeah.
It's a natural developing move, and as well protect the f2 pawn.
So it's almost d5 is almost always preceded by knight e2 in most variations of the Slav. So here we are. Okay, bishop c5 obviously didn't happen. Not obviously. No, obviously for me or for others who follow, because Kasimdzhanov played b4.
b4.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. Well, we expect Kasimdzhanov to be reasonably well prepared in the opening.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I have no idea whatsoever what is the next move white's supposed to play here. Because I suspect that even though the knight on c3 is attacked, it's not the knight move right now. It can be everything up to castle short.
Yeah.
Castle short,
And
let's say, takes...
forget about the b2 pawn. Well, white may be interested in the move rook e1.
Yeah, takes here, threatening rook e1, yeah.
Well, it's probably going to be impossible for black to castle, and I think you'd better move that bishop out so the king goes to f8 rather than d8. I don't expect easy life for the king on d8.
Could be cd5, though. Or, I mean, if you want to be, like, entertaining, cd5, how do we play here? Rook
Suppose
e1,
check, yeah.
bishop e7, and then one of the options that I can see is to take on e7, to take on d5 with the queen. I mean, just for,
Just for giggles, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because for the time being, black is a piece up, piece and a pawn, right? So if, say, you go queen e2, threatening mate in 1, black is very happy to castle. And then still some stuff is hanging for black. So you have to keep the king in the center. And how to do that? Well, perhaps you just take on e7. King e7, queen d5, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn on f7.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. Of course, capture on d5 if the bishop is also possible, but whatever. And there's oftentimes the very irritating move a5, disrupting move that could hit the black queen, particularly to the most unpleasant moment for black. Now, is there any chance that Mamedyanov has looked at this position and now just putting up a little show with the water bottle and all that, and not to make it too obvious, and is going to rattle out a series of prepared moves?
I don't know, but so far, Kasimdzhanov was the one to spend time in this position, right?
But that oftentimes is deceptive because, well, you look at one guy playing moves quickly and the other one slowly. You know what it could mean? That maybe the guy who plays slow looks deeper and knows more, but maybe he considers different options, or maybe simply sits there and wonders, what's this guy doing entering my territory? It happens too. You can never tell. Well, the game we probably not going to be returning anymore is between Abbasov and Dominguez.
Right, yeah, to remind you, Alex, we have requests from the Spanish broadcast, so it's very good that you brought up this one because it will not stay there for long.
I'm so sorry, well, I mean, there is always tomorrow if you want to follow Linier's
But
chess.
look, but Nijatapasov, he really repeats this mistake of whoever that was, Lu Shanglei against Gelfand, like not taking advantage, not trying to take an advantage of the white pieces. Just but let's make a draw, let's...
But maybe just for this game, because remember, yesterday he was one of the busy men over there playing that long time.
So maybe like, he feels like tired.
Didn't have time to recover. Well, I did it once. I was involved in a tie break, and then I had to play one of these knockouts, Mickey Adams, and I showed up for the game, but after I played 10 moves, I just couldn't, my head was not there. I offered the draw, and the match went distance. So it didn't decide the match. I didn't lose the second game, but no. Anyway, sometimes you have to do it because you just can't. All right, so this game we will, okay.
Not much to look at.
Well,
At least the current position. And something suggests that it was a well-known opening line. I mean, if after half an hour of play you have this on the board.
Now we have Grishuk.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, it's Grishuk versus Benjamin Bock.
It's
a Catalan.
It's a Catalan, right? Bishop G2.
And
C6.
the long-forgotten move C6, which has not been seen in tournament practice for quite some time.
And wait, and I believe for a good reason, because white just goes 95 and wins the pawn back, no?
Well, there is this check, which was played. Now, if you go knight c3, then black goes knight d5. It's one of the theoretical lines that were debated. I remember Khalifman won a pretty nice game with white, but that was a long time ago. But I don't even know who abandoned this line. Probably black.
Wait a sec. You mean the line with bishop d2, queen d4, this sharp line, right?
No, the one after knight c3, knight d5.
That's the other one, yeah.
And the other one where actually, do they? No, they don't.
Castle short.
Something like castle short, and then
they take on c3 twice. You go bishop a3, right? That's the line. But I think it's played with a6, not c6. I might be mistaken, but I think I had a game like that against Kasimdzhanov when he played a6. It was like long theoretical line. It
something
was kind
like this. But well, if no, well, we actually maybe we're missing an expert on the Catalan in our team. I don't know. I played it only a handful of times. I don't know if you. I mean, the Catalan is a very popular opening these days.
Okay. So
anyways,
Grishuk went bishop d2 and already has consumed half an hour.
No, because this is the move, right? It's one of the moves. Once again, even here it's possible.
Bishop takes b4 and queen takes e5.
Yeah, and this, I believe, has been played, and Grishuk probably was trying to refresh his memory before going for this line, because obviously knight c3 was an option. But maybe his efforts were rather wasted.
Black however went back to e7.
And now I absolutely never seen the move bishop e7 in this position, but I may be mistaken. As I said, I'm no Catalan expert. What do we do now?
The d4 pawn is annoyingly hanging.
No, probably the safe move is bishop c3, but no, then the pawn is yours on c4, right? But the setup with the bishop on c3 instead of a knight on c3 maybe not ideal.
Yeah, the bishop on c3 might be a bit awkward. However, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with black here, because...
Play chess?
Yes.
Let him take on c4 and then maybe even play b6 and bishop b7.
Maybe like to play it in a slower fashion because the bishop is indeed on c3, not great. Yeah.
Well, not the knight on c3, that would probably be much more dangerous. But then again, if you castle on this position, who says that white has to take on c4 immediately?
It might be that white tries to play knight d2 and take on c4 with the other knight, yeah? Like go a4, knight a3 or knight d2 and try to take with the other knight.
So, we don't know. Terra incognita.
But this promises us an interesting game.
Well, I think we will revisit it. So, all right, quickly with Radjabov, Sigurov versus Radjabov. I'm ashamed to admit that we didn't show one move from Timur's games in round one. No, he won very
So
convincingly.
why should we? I mean, that's not a single new game, not a single new move played.
Yeah, and I tried to make up for it, and I arrived in a theoretical position that Radjabov himself must have played half a dozen times.
With both colors.
Yeah, all right, okay. Well, we will let this simmer a little bit.
Meanwhile, the first
background.
result of game one, round two, a draw for Nijat Abbasov and Lenier Dominguez. Well, okay.
Doesn't show it here yet.
Okay, it was shown on a camera, and I believe that makes Dominguez a favorite. With white pieces in the second game, I'm not sure about this decision.
Well, yeah, I understand, but still, nothing short of an earthquake, would make Abbasov a favorite if they draw the game or whatever, so no.
Right, so
No matter in what way and shape or form. And, all right, we will return to this match tomorrow.
Can we move somewhere? I mean, it's like a bit to lower board. We had a request to show Wei against Anton Guijarro, and as well on board 19 we have Swidler against Yasipenko. So those two, board 19 and board 21.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. I got to Swidler.
Swidler with Yasipenko, Swidler being white in today's game.
Right. If
what's that?
95.
Caro-Kann exchanged.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen's move, 95. I mean, I don't know how serious he was when he played it, but it's a legitimate move, and often by transposition leads to those exchange variation positions which Fischer played. No, knight f6 common, d4, and in this position, black sometimes plays knight c6, then of course it's bishop b5, and white gets the bishop pair this way. Else, sometimes they go a6 to stop bishop b5. g6 is totally legitimate, but no, white in some ways happy because if he wanted to play against g6. I mean, g6 is black's choice if white doesn't go knight a5 also. But most people do not fianchetto with black.
Yeah, that's weird because, well, if we think of what structure we're going to have in few moves, white's going to put the pawn on c3, and it will be some sort of Carlsbad with colors reversed, and white doesn't really play g2, g3 in the Carlsbad, right?
Or same way in the Catalan, they rarely exchange on d5 that early.
Yep.
But the thing is, what's not attractive for white could be okay for black. It's a different philosophy, right? Situation. And looking at this position, you can be happy about one thing. The bishop on d3 is a beautifully developed piece, but it's not delivering checkmate on h7 anytime soon.
So it evolved after queen e2, knight takes e5, d5,
and this.
knight to d7, bishop to f4.
Yeah, because the move e6, which worked for Peter so beautifully, if arguably the most beautiful game of the tournament so far. You remember? Yeah. Right, of course. He was
here is perhaps not very attractive, right?
He didn't play it here because black's development already complete, and it would accomplish nothing but trade on f7, and then black, I don't know, you want to play knight c5?
It looks like knight c5, white takes on f7, forced to take on f7, rook f7, then black can even play e5, grab the center.
Of course, so that's why it wasn't played. So different positions, they call for different treatments. And now bishop f4. Yeah, a lot of people, when they look at this, they say, oh, well, e5 pawn's under attack, and bishop on f4 is passive, and black is okay already and might be better. Hold your horses a little bit. It's not that obvious. First of all, in French structures, fianchetted bishop on g7.
It's weird. And once again, okay, black's to move now, right? So he can kind of make an active move, knight c5. Right. White preserves the bishop by going bishop c2, I suspect.
That's correct.
Then you can play another active move, b6, threatening bishop a6. White goes rook d1.
Yeah.
You play third active move in a row. White moves the queen away to e3. And then all of a sudden you ran out of active moves. White is threatening, he has a positional threat of playing bishop h6, exchanging the bishop. White will bring the knight over to d4, where d2, f3. In my opinion, white is better here. And
No, well, yeah, because the moves were, no, they were active, but perhaps not of the highest quality. Well, when we start with the move knight c5, it's already an indication that we are unhappy with the position of our knight. Another thing that compared with French structures, well, that knight really belongs to c6. It is not on c6. So we want to move the knight away, but... Okay, another thing is bishop f5. You want to trade your bishop? Well, the potential bad bishop, deprive white of the powerful attacking piece, or at the cost of weakening the king. How significant is the weakening?
yeah, that's an interesting question. So, assume white takes on f5, right? I mean, just to prove that, well, at least some damage to a structure. And yeah, and then it's tricky because black has two squares for his knight. Like knight e4 might be attractive in some positions, knight e6 might be.
Yeah, but knight e6, of course, leaves the pawn on f5 on its own. Knight e4, on the other hand, is very nice, but
at
white,
some point we'll run into f3. Like, for instance, knight e4, white obviously doesn't take. But
no, of course not. So we move the knight over there, d4 square beckons, and then f3 at the right moment.
Yeah.
I think the problem with this g5 is not what black, excuse me, gets mated right away. It makes it also very difficult to play actively in the center with f6. I think it's almost ruled out for black in this situation. So I don't know. By the way, knight c5 has been played. That's all we have.
Right.
Now, what was the other game?
The other game was two games below, Wei against Anton Guijarro.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Once again, Anton Guijarro, both of those were involved in a tiebreak, right? Wei was... Wei won the second game when he was... I mean, he had the bad position, but he won the second game.
Yeah, Wei... if you had a running board of lucky players, Wei would be mentioned on that. Well, alongside with... oh goodness, who didn't lose queen down? And
his opponent, Anton Guijarro. That's why we are looking at this game.
Okay, okay, lucky ones. Okay, let's see who's lucky today and tomorrow. Thank you for answering that difficult question for me. Now, here we have black playing a5. Now, they probably had to move the a pawn because white has this b4, which is not a threat yet, but can be made into a threat, trapping the bishop. So a6, another common answer, but a5 is also getting a lot of support, including games by Dingleren.
Yeah, and
You like a5.
Recently, I mean, once again, that's the position I always say, I have no idea what's going on. Because the theory, the fashion, the trend always changes.
Right.
And some people, I mean, you can play it with white in a very different fashion. Like with h3 trying to achieve g4 before castle, you can go for castle short, you know, play with b4, a4. It's like, for instance, white starts with h3 very early, right?
Well,
That's like, right after knight f6. Why would you need h3 so early, for example? Yet white tries to make some subtle point that,
Well, yeah, indeed, you know. Well, and sometimes, sometimes it could have an effect on the opponent who tries to read too much into this instead of just playing chess. Oh man, I'm hit by a novelty. It's h3. I'm shaking in my little boots. No, there is a novelty, If a novelty comes in Mamedov game now, it could make a difference between winning and losing. A novelty in this position, at this point, on move 5, cannot possibly decide the game. So let's not read too much into this.
Yeah, but at the same time, it might be that he's trying to avoid some particular setups, right? The way it looks like now, it's super common, right?
Okay, look, you know, for example, if he wanted to play rook e1, then some people would say, what if knight g4? Knight g4 is already rolled out. Okay, so we went by all this, and now the move that I personally find interesting and surprising is b3. And here I'm, well, for now I'm speechless.
So supporting the bishop, and perhaps white is planning to take with the b pawn if black is so kind to take on c4.
Okay, so this may be because of the move a5, or how is this double pawns work? What do we, obviously they cannot be attacked, and black is in no position to even to play c6, d5.
Yeah, it could be
So
an
this
interesting
is the idea, right?
It could be an interesting setup. It will all break down if black is in time to play for f7, f5 or not. Because if white gets the knight on f1, g3, then black is left without counterplay whatsoever.
Or maybe on e3,
Or
d5.
e3, yeah.
And then continue, the pawns continue slide to the right, while giving more and more advantage in the center. And, well, true enough, no capture on c4.
Bishop to
But bishop
b6.
b6. And now after knight f1, a4.
a4, and
Now-
white has played bishop d2.
Well, yeah, I don't have it on the board yet. Now I do. So the a pawn got into action. I mean, I concur, you know, a very limited experience I have in e4, e5 structures, period. I don't think I ever seen this in e4, e5 structures. White pawn on b3 and
Yeah,
black pawn on...
the pawn on b3 is a bit weird, yeah.
And the black pawn on a4.
No, they do put it on a4 sometimes. Yeah, it's just
Oh,
that
they do?
having the pawn on b3 is really unusual.
All right. So there's many more games, of course, but nothing really so striking, you know. That
Board 32, the last on our list. Daniil Dubov playing against Alireza Firouzja.
Oh.
I'm getting messages in both chats and as well from our production
get it.
queue.
I made a small stopover because this is a long theoretical line played even by Karpov, you know, that leads to this endgame. It comes from the Miran variation, and was Karpov beat Kramnik in this game that jump-started the whole line. And then it was sort of proven that black defends with correct play, and Gelfand obviously knows what he's doing. Nonetheless, this was Matvakov's choice. White does have some small advantage here because of the control of the central files. But was it the right choice to play against Gelfand? We will see.
I don't know.
But
this doesn't seem to be too entertaining.
No, we should leave it. Let it be, of course.
It's just like people scream in the chat that Dubov against Firouzja. Show us Dubov against Firouzja.
Because you got the pawn on h4.
Oh well, because you have a knight on b4. I've never seen.
No,
never seen this.
the knight went to b4 on a mission to take the bishop.
To take the bishop. So
I mean,
it was.
Yeah, of course.
That's
it's
quite
forgivable.
interesting. Okay, can we see this one from the beginning? That's a very
absolutely, you know, and in slow motion at that.
Yeah.
So
3D
so far
scope.
so good, right?
3D scope with Dolby Surround, please.
Exactly.
Bishop e4.
G3. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's-
solid choice. Karpov, Anand, obviously many others. And now knight d5. Not always played, but it's known in theory. Well, one thing here that black is reluctant to take, because then he has to move the c6 knight again. So, e4 is a known theoretical reply. And now
Knight
here...
goes to h4.
And now d...
d7,
Six.
d6.
It's not the most common move. The most common move here is to castle.
Okay. So d6.
D6, the idea is to take control of f5 and make g5 a threat. And now, I mean, bishop g2, such a casual reply. I mean, white, not only white ignores the move g5, it takes away the only escape square
Yes.
from knight.
Okay.
But he doesn't. I mean, alternatively, he could have played this, right? a3. And to be able to move the d pawn and open up the bishop and stop g5. It didn't happen, and g5 was invited. And Firouzja said, okay, much obliged, and he went g5.
He went g5, and I was told there are quite a few games in this position on the database, but apparently Firusha doesn't know because he has spent quite a lot of time.
Well, it's danger territory to go against Dubov. Well, I mean, we mentioned that Dubov is an expert, and not just an expert on modern theory. Many people are. He's the driving force there. He invents new things, and particularly in less known lines, such as this one. Queen a4.
Yeah, Queen a4, and I'm trying to understand what would happen if black would not take on h4. Like, yes, I understand the bishop on b4 is hanging, but what happens if black simply moves the bishop away to c5? Is it d2, d4?
I suppose that it's d4.
Yeah, it's d2, d4, attacking the bishop on c5 and attacking the pawn on g5.
And
so
then
that
you
if
get
the bishop
this
takes,
position where
bishop
suddenly
g5.
out of nowhere white also has the spin, and well, the pin can be broken with h6, but then e4 pawn is probably going to be lost. And all in all, I think black is in bad shape here.
Well, still, I would kind of not disagree, but would require further proofs, because bishop takes b2 first, as it's a weird move, but you castle, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
natural.
the problem. That's the
No,
problem.
well, I mean, castles is just more natural.
Then I go h6.
No, well, then we do the straight, and I take e4, and I think I stand somewhat better.
h6, yeah. Trade everything on f6 and
then
take.
I play bishop e4. And no, I mean, no, white is okay. I mean, no sacrifices and remove the pawn from the center.
Anyhow, black has taken on h4.
Yeah.
Knight takes b4.
I'm getting there.
And bishop d7.
He played bishop to
d7.
d7, and then more stuff happened.
More stuff happened. Knight c6, bishop c6, queen.
Queen. No,
He's
that
still
didn't
there.
happen. That
He's
didn't
still
happen.
there.
Well, actually, no, right. Let's look at this from black's point of view. Yeah, you had to party with the bishop, dark square bishop, but no, such is the nature of this variation. You put it out to b4 in the first place. You wanna keep your dark square bishop for a longer time, play g6. So that's okay. Secondly, the g pawn. On one hand, of course, you don't want to castle short now, but no, there's some degree of activity there. Maybe long castle can be prepared. From white's point of view, you have the bishop pair, but you need to move the queen out and back, and then play b3 to get the bishop out. Let's see where he went.
White went queen a5, and this happens to be a novelty, because before that, there were two games played. Queen c2 was played by Abbasov, the guy who is participating in the second round, and queen a3 was played by Sergei Zhigalko.
No, queen a5. Queen a5 is a possibility. There are squares for the queen to go to on the fifth rank.
Like f5, g5.
Yeah. And need be, you can return to c3. Well, to me, it's more of a question like, what is black's frame of mind now? If he just wants to castle, and well, then he would allow white to play b3 and bishop b2. Is there any way for black to interfere with that? That requires, first of all, the desire to do this. Because if you think like, okay, I don't need to do this, then you don't. So, I don't know.
How do you stop b3?
I don't know. Come up with
well, knight g4 technically stops b3, right? But then after queen f5, it's like leads to...
No, that's what I was thinking, maybe knight g4 is...
And queen f5 then? Maybe that's the whole point of putting the queen on the fifth rank.
Yeah, but...
It's like the knight is hanging, the pawn on e4 is hanging.
Yeah, the pawn, I don't know, maybe you can give it up.
The endgame.
Well, oh no, you cannot even take on e4. Yeah, the endgame, because in the endgame, the appearance of the bishop on b2, no, well, it's
kind of less significant.
No, less significant because you're not going to get mated. I'm thinking that maybe black would be more comfortable in the endgame.
Yeah, and then
relatively
white, let's say white doesn't care about the endgame, goes queen f4. So still touching the e4 pawn.
Yeah, I suppose, you have to long castle and, well, whatever. I don't think you should try to protect the pawn on e4. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
Like,
believe it.
playing in such a manner, white, of course, takes a huge strategical risk of not being able to develop on time. And, it starts looking like this famous Larsen-Spassky game.
Well, exactly.
It started with B2, B3 and lost with white in 20 moves.
When Larsen had ideas, but no, the ideas did well. In this kind of play, when you don't move your pawns, E or D pawns in the center, well, then you're very rich of ideas, but you may not survive to the time it takes for the ideas to gel and materialize. So I don't know. Well, Queen A5 certainly looks like an interesting choice, but I cannot tell that I like white or black here. I mean, I'm not sure, simply.
I believe, once again, very likely that Dubov looked at it at home, and then now it's very often that the modern line where, like, for both sides analyzed by the computer, it should be 0, 0, 0, absolutely equal position in the end. After 20, 25 moves of theory, suppose most players know this. But if you're not familiar with it, first of all, you spend a lot of time, and sometimes you might not find all the correct moves.
Yeah, but then again, I suppose the incorrect move is played, but it wasn't very well studied by the hunter, and then the hunter becomes the hunted. That could also happen. All right, so we should probably go all the way back to our top boards and revisit. Revisit Dinglera and
the very top guys.
There you go, Tony Miles.
Dinglera against Movsesian. Yeah. So Queen B3 was played, and indeed Rook A7. Black had to.
Tony played that, and then Knight H4. Once again, didn't really give me an answer why Queen B3 first and Knight H4 second, the other way around. Okay, this is maybe moot, rhetorical question. Fine, Bishop E4. Now, why Bishop E4? Why do they put the bishop on E4?
Bishop E4 to provoke F3, right?
I suppose.
That's what they do. And those are like two different schools. Some people don't really care. They just go to G6, knight takes, H pawn takes. And some people like to go bishop E4 to provoke F3. And then white has absolutely different setup. Yeah, with pawn on F3 you are going for E3, E4.
Right.
With pawn on F2,
like this,
somehow you just take. You go some
G3,
slower,
G3,
slower G2, G3.
So, funny thing is that I've seen people doing both. Bishop E4, and the next game they go bishop G6. So, okay, fine, bishop E4. Now, capture on D5 at that particular moment. Deep. Okay, CD, because the knight can come out to C6 now.
Yeah, so Black says, I don't understand all the depth you're, say, putting on this. I was planning to take CD5 and I took CD5.
Yeah. Indeed. So now King B1. No, right? Well,
in fact, it's a very typical position for this E3, Bishop F5, Knight H4 line, but normally white is not that successful in, say, provoking A6, Rook A7. Right?
Well, yeah,
so
that is
Black
true.
somehow normally stands much more harmonious.
Yeah, well, so the thing is now that white plays this. It's still impossible to play B5 because white would take D5 or B5, whatever, and take the knight on C6. So it's the other way around. So Movsesian starts with the knight move, and I suppose when the white queen goes somewhere, next one is going to be B5. I mean, I've seen games where the rook simply goes back to A8, but it's probably less desirable. At least in the beginning, you have to explore possibilities, some possibility to play B5. And then the white queen went to A4.
Queen A4.
Well, and now there's going to be some kind of sacrifice in reply to B5.
Yeah, Queen A4 implies that after B5 you are not moving the queen for a second time. You're sacrificing
that's what I'm saying. I was wondering, and Dean played it relatively quickly. So he probably looked at this a few moves ago.
You know what? It's probably bishop takes that knight takes. It's a little bit unusual because you would expect to take with the knight then with the
for
bishop.
the pin.
Yeah.
But here it's for the c7 fork, and this very handy bishop on d2 hits on a5 as well.
Yeah, it's still kind of not the end of the line because black can play knight c4, but apparently white is much better in this case.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this. Perhaps knight takes. I'm not quite sure, but I like to
I'll
take
say
with the
knight takes. Yeah, you have to take on d2 with a check.
And now, well, there's the two minor pieces for rook and two pawns, but no, knight c6 is annoying, and well, the knight also has to run back. No, this is not good for black.
Yeah.
It's just
That
pieces
probably
are
is not
disorganized.
good for black.
So there is no other way after knight takes b5, clearly, because the rook's under attack and the fork's coming.
Knight b6, perhaps? But then white at the very least has bishop a5, yeah?
What does it lead to?
Knight a4, bishop d8, white is winning, 2 pawns up. Yeah.
No, but the piece down.
No, rook on a7 is hanging, yeah? So black is in no time to take on d8.
Oh, the bishop's hanging on a7. Okay, yeah, white is winning. Okay, mystery has been solved. Okay, queen a4, and no moves yet.
So, Alex, if you are done with this game, it's been a lot of requests for Hikaru Nakamura. Not only his, crowd favorite, but as well his game against Nisipiano seems to be very, very interesting. It's board 14, Nisipiano against Nakamura. Nisipiano has sacrificed the queen, first of all, and not for sacrifice the queen to go to get to, well, his opponent made it in 2 moves. It's a real queen sacrifice. So let's look at.
Okay. This mix, right, of the Queen's Gambit and the Catalan.
The Catalan with knight on c3.
Or the Catalan with the knight on c3. Fabiano Caruana plays it with white.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that it's becoming popular now.
D takes c4.
Yeah, Hikaru, of course.
Knight e5.
No, you give me a pawn, I take it, knight e5. And in this position, instead of the common move knight c6, which was played by around 1 million times.
I'm not sure in this position.
Or
no.
in this position
no,
as well.
With castles.
No,
what I'm
both
sure
possible.
about this position, that it was a game, Fabiano Caruana, as you've mentioned, was playing with white, and guess who was playing with black? Hikaru Nakamura himself.
Of course. And then Caruana castled long.
Yep.
And, he won that game, although I think black was sort of all right. He got outplayed later. But Hikaru is in no mood to repeat that, and he goes the other way.
Queen d6.
Well, yeah, it's a less known move.
Intending to put a queen on a6. Something similar was done by Vladimir Kramnik.
Yes. But white doesn't have to take. That's the other move, a4. Now, my knowledge ends here.
So, what happened? Queen...
a4.
No, castle first, queen a6.
Yeah, castle first, queen a6.
Queen a6.
And now a4.
Now a4, because now you can no longer take on c4.
Yeah. But
knight c6.
I mean, that's all. I'm done.
Knight c6. Okay, let's just follow the game.
Of course. Knight c6. Knight there, hitting the now vulnerable pawn on c7. Trade there at tempo, or maybe not.
Rook d8, and then white takes on f6. Rook to d1.
Yeah.
Rook to d1. Bishop d6.
No, because if you give up c7, you also give up a8. That's not good.
Bishop f4. Hikaru played e5. If the clock display is correct, it was no surprise for Hikaru whatsoever. And now, I was told that it's not clear why white cannot take on e5, which he didn't in the game, by the way.
He didn't. No, right, so one thing black accomplished here, he can move out his bishop. So say bishop goes somewhere.
So the bishop on e5 could not be taken because of
That is-
mate
yeah.
on the last
Indeed.
rank. Yeah.
Like same way the bishop on f4 could not have been taken. So now bishop g4 and white has. I mean, I'm thinking about this. White is not running much of a risk in such
No,
positions.
white is not running risk at all. I mean,
Yeah, but
isn't white is just much better? I'm sorry.
But how?
Take on d6 twice.
With what?
Knight, then rook.
The knight
Yeah. It's like-
takes.
yes, rook takes.
It didn't trap the queen. Did
Queen a5, the only move. Yes. Bishop to c3. Queen c5
Five,
once again
yeah.
is like the only move.
And,
I'll say rook d4,
rook
for
d1.
instance, or rook a d1. Yes, threatening once again the back rank mate.
Yeah.
By the way, threatening it for real because I thought like black's going to take on f6, but then bishop f6, and then still with the threat
Well,
of rook
yeah.
b8. It does look.
No, if
I'd be worried. Let me tell you, I'd be worried with black.
where did we go wrong? We went wrong somewhere, Simon. I went bishop g4 and then you took this way. I didn't have time to take anything else. b7 was also hanging. Okay. How about g takes? Maybe g takes.
Wait, bishop d6, knight c7. Two rooks and the knight on a8 surviving.
Yeah, the knight survives. Doesn't
No,
look good.
it's like it looks
Mystery.
terrible. By the way, in our line after bishop g4, we could do the same, Alex. We could just take with the bishop on d6. That was my bad. I took with the knight because I like the powerful Duxware bishop. But we could take with the bishop, go knight c7, and it just
Yeah, I was
like
thinking
queen
about.
material.
I was thinking about this position. I wanted to take with the queen on f6, and then take on e2. d8 is protected.
No, wait a sec.
That was the
No,
purpose.
bishop d6, c takes, knight c7.
Oh, that, okay.
Yeah, that's-
I was wrong. Anyway, I don't know. Okay, so knight takes d6 was played, right?
Yes, and
Maybe
yeah.
it's even better. Who
People
knows?
say it's still good enough, but bishop e5 was stronger. So the mysterious thing to me is that Hikaru barely spent any time. Because his position does look lost. And yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to see the clock from the camera view.
Well,
on this
that's
one.
why I was wondering, like, what. That had to be some kind of existing theory. Well, but I just don't know it. That's why I said my knowledge ended after a4. I wasn't sure what the right reply was. Okay, let's look at the position on the board. So he took here. Okay, what to do?
Not much.
Pawn takes knight.
Maybe the bishop. Can you take the bishop instead?
No, right. So we'll look at both. Okay, fine. Let's start with taking
If
the
you
bishop.
take the bishop, I'm not sure. I thought knight b5, but you do have queen f6. Knight e8 is perhaps the move. Knight e8 is the move.
Oh boy.
Looks terrible. Let me
So
be
the rook is
honest.
coming to d8
This
with
looks terrible.
definite mating ideas. I think we can rule this out. It looks lost.
Okay.
Now, so we go this. And I suppose the move is bishop takes pawn.
And perhaps, yeah, he's just getting this thing transposed. Yeah, bishop takes, and we'll more or less have our line on the board.
So when this happens and the queen goes to a5 and white puts his rook on d1 and whatever, black needs to solve the back rank
Maybe you
problem.
should have started with with bishop c3, because now at some point a4 pawn will be hanging. So you could go bishop c3 first.
I didn't think it was so important because I thought you play h6 and then I do this. And then you
queen
take the
a4,
pawn and then I
and you
take
just
that.
collect it, yeah?
And then,
or give a check. You could just win
Well, I
immediately.
thought rook d8 is coming and queen a8,
Yes.
bishop f6. That looks
Looks
desirable.
completely winning. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. See, some strange things, Hikaru has a history of strange things happening to him at World Cups. he's almost always mentioned among the favorites because he's the top player, of course, and also his legendary skills in rapid and blitz. And it never kind of works for him. I mean, how far he went? What was his best result in any World Cup?
Well,
was he even in the semis?
Definitely been to quarterfinals.
Oh, well, but that's not
But,
much.
oh wait, was it the quarterfinal though? Not even sure about the quarterfinals,
No,
honestly. No, probably he was, yeah. Probably he was in the quarterfinal in Baku 2015, but that's as much as I can remember.
Baku, when Sergey...
When Karyakin, yeah.
Sergey and Peter were battling it out here. And, well, I don't know, there's something goes wrong, you know. Perhaps the... Okay, well... Okay, this game is not going to eliminate Nakamura, even if he resigns
Yes,
right
he
now.
will have the white
so
pieces. Yeah,
so let's
in the
just
next one.
forget it
But yeah, but
for now.
that's really a mystery. That how do you get to such a bad position so quickly?
Well, is it possibly, you know, some kind of mental errors, because it's been already a pattern. They say the same way as like Aronian. What happens with Levon when he plays in the candidates? Something always goes wrong. He's leading after halfway after the first leg of the tournament, and then second leg he just collapses. What happens with Nakamura when he comes to play a World Cup? He loses earlier than expected.
Yeah, even though you would think, by the way he's playing, say, in Grand Chess Tour events, he tries to be solid in classical chess with moderate success. Well, sometimes he has to take beating, but yeah. And he's very good at rapid and blitz. So you would think this playing attitude, this playing style, should be perfect to play the knockout events. Right, you're solid in classics, and then you win in rapid and blitz.
But the thing is that he sometimes takes for granted that his opponent would say, well, all right, well, it's okay, I'll take a draw because I'm playing Nakamura. So every time he gets beat like by Korobov or Grishuk lately, it just seems like he thought, all right, well, we'll go into the tie breaks because it's like, okay, I already had white and we had a draw. Now I'm going to make a draw with black and I'm okay with tie breaks. Problem is, Hikaru, your opponent may not be okay with that.
Look, speaking of Grishuk on the cover, Grishuk is certainly very curious about this game. I mean, what's happening there?
I think...
Yeah, just completely misplayed.
Hikaru is thinking now, and I think sometimes...
Let's have the actual position on the board, because
indeed, I'm just trying to get back to it, and yeah.
Knight d6.
The actual position we saw already, he's thinking now. Hikaru often thinks very hard on opponent's time. So his rapid play, I mean, may be deceptive. It doesn't mean that it's thoughtless, you know. So he just likes to get ahead on the clock, and for that uses opponent's time.
Yeah, and I have to say he became rather. I mean, he was known when he appeared on the chess scene, the big chess scene. He was known for attacking games and sacrificing material here and there. Now he became a tenacious defender. So it's like getting a good position against him does not guarantee that you're going to win.
Tactical defenses, he's, I believe, the best in the world. When in finding only moves and keeping the game going and under extreme pressure. He may get worn down by long-term pressure in the end game, like everybody else. But in finding only moves, he's the best. So, but I don't know, is there G takes F6?
GF6, that leaves white with a bunch of pieces, right? I mean, once again, I can think of knight b5, knight e8 with the same idea, or honestly,
knight b5.
I mean, as boring person as I am, I would consider taking on c8, which still should be winning, just like takes on c8, and it's too many pieces for the queen.
Bishop h6. Yeah, but yeah,
this one.
Either way, the answer was given, because actually white is going to go up material, and in such situations, having a weak king when the pieces are overwhelming the queen is not active, no problems with the white king. It doesn't matter that black is a couple of pawns up on the queen side. very little consolation comes from that. Okay, the game that I wanted to follow, but as of now, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, is the battle between Sergei Karyakin and Sam Savian. Interesting matchup, but perhaps we could return to this later, or maybe focus on that tomorrow on a tiebreak day. It's going to get better than this.
Right, so that was, I know what it was, despite looking like some Slav exchange or something, it started as a reti opening, and then they give the bishop on f3 voluntarily to be able to recapture with the c-pawn.
Yeah, that is true. I had this position many times with white and limited success.
Yeah, and the thing here with f5 was recently played by Magnus Carlsen. That's interesting. I mean, the setup is very solid, but somewhat depressing for black, because usually you have little activity there.
No, well, indeed. Well, if you want more activity, perhaps you can play it differently. Well, this meant to be not a very active defense against reti opening. It meant to be a solid defense. So black gets what he wants. Don't want to spend too much time on this. And little stopover, well, what's going on in Artemyev's game? No, it's a typical Artemyev game with the white pieces. He's not allowing any forced variations, and it's a long, slow development.
Nothing happens. People spend time for whatever reason. Yeah, that's what happens in Artemyev's game.
Rajabov game revisited. Rather common resolution of the issue. Now the c6 pawn is weak, the b4 pawn is even weaker, or any way you cut it, the balance has not been upset yet.
Are you sure? It's like, because I'm starting to worry about white's position. I mean, it's like, not that white is seriously worse, but he has to be careful. Or not really? I know, you just put the rook on b1 if you want.
Well, I was going to play rook b1. I mean, the isolated pawn on d4, but the knight on e5, well, crowning achievement, trades, draw.
Yeah, very likely a draw. Grishuk's game, if we have it.
I don't really get it, but both players, well, they're of course extremely in experimental mode, but it cost them time off the clock.
So back to Grishuk and Benjamin Bok.
Right. So we remember that the move that surprised me, instead of king takes d4, which is a known line, double pawn sacrifice, white's got compensation, and all that was played many times. Bok plays bishop to e7, which was new to me, and now Grishuk spends some time, and well,
bishop f4.
Because we discussed what to do with the d4 pawn, and while bishop c3 was possible, it wasn't the most exciting choice.
Yeah, there is another option, Alex. I mean, he could try bishop g5, maybe?
I suppose, but
it's like, not that, once again, not that I'm very happy with. Yeah, so bishop to f4, check back on b4.
So now you can go knight c3 again.
But then black goes knight d5.
Yeah, and it goes knight d5. You can go back bishop d2, that would transpose to the known position, because, well, he plays the bishop moves back and forth, and so do you. Okay, so that didn't happen, and playing back bishop d2 is repetition, and now king f1. Actually, from white's point of view, how bad is to have the king on f1? Well, it takes a couple of moves to get the rook out. If need be, you can play bishop f3, of course, and king g2. Or better yet, maybe you can attack with the h-pawn and try to prove the point that your rook belongs to h1.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is going to unfold, because
Castles was played.
Castle's short. Yeah, if white will be able to make use of his rook, like not spending time on bishop f3, king g2, he should be much better. Otherwise,
so that's why I'm thinking that the pawn on c4 may be left
for
sit there. Yeah. And it's quite a possibility for white to go h4, h5. I mean, one thing that black can counter with is the move c5, because I noticed that the white queen is unprotected.
Yeah, maybe that should be White's concern, because I was thinking of knight c3, but then once again you can go knight d5. It's not a pin, but you still don't want to take on d5. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I'm thinking in this situation is, well, the king side is abandoned, and I'm thinking maybe White can play in some kind of a queen c2, bishop e4, trying to provoke more weakening moves. Continue to sacrifice. Even the pawn on d4 can be sacrificed. Okay, let me start with queen c2. What do you take? f4 and d4.
Yes. Just take everything.
Okay.
Takes. Yeah, I understand there will be something. Yeah.
So you
Bishop
go f5
e4.
or you go what? f5. I'll throw in my rook d1, and then we'll see. But now my rook is playing on the g5.
Yeah, actually.
Things could happen in this situation because, no, there's a gigantic lead in development. I mean, don't know. No, I wouldn't put it past Grishuk. He can do anything on the chessboard, we know that.
But yeah, but he has taken on c4, just more reasonable move.
No, there's no...
Knight takes c4.
If they repeat it and in a rapid game, maybe he'll play differently, but...
Yeah, but for the time being, c5 is not what bothers you after knight c4, right? Because in case of c5, White will play in some order a3, then follow it up with bishop d6 and win the pawn on c5.
Right. So c5 is not an issue. No, knight takes c4 is perfectly fine. I don't want to be misunderstood. So I expect Black in this position to play b6 because I think the Black needs development. And I don't see how else I could get the bishop from c8 into play.
b6, yeah, makes sense. To b7 or...
I don't know, maybe a6.
Maybe a6 in some cases, yeah.
You know, sometimes you can sacrifice that pawn on c6 to facilitate your play. Once again, keeping in mind that White is awkward with the king on f1, but the only way to take advantage of this awkwardness is to play sharp.
To play sharp, so let's do it. a2, a3.
I have to go
kind
all
of
the way
forcing
back
the
home.
bishop on e7, takes on b8. No, the other guy from f4. Yeah,
wasn't looking
that was famous story of Korchnoi, I believe, losing the game because he was supposed to make a move with the bishop. He had two bishops next to each other, and he touched the wrong bishop.
No, yeah, it's astigmatism, you know. Well, that's what you... I mean, it's going to get worse with this generation of chess players because of heavy computer use. You stare at the computer screen for 30 years. Okay, so, well, I mean, I'm sure it's possible.
This looks like a compensation, but my point was not bishop c6, but knight e5 first. So that I want to take and, get... And then I take with the knight and get the opposite colored bishops. Yeah, bishop
then
takes.
You basically maybe one move away.
Put it on f3, let's say.
I'm thinking that I'll probably play knight d5, I want to mess with that bishop a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe. But what's the alternative? I think otherwise, we
if
go
it's
back
not
to the
b6, yeah, that's tough.
Otherwise, well, how to develop?
Maybe you just have to accept that bishop has nothing to do on b4, and yet another time play bishop to e7. It will be like third time in this game.
Right.
Bishop had been to b4 3 times, so let's keep it even. Like 2 times on e7, 3 times on b4.
Once, twice, and then the third time. By the way, you cannot claim a threefold repetition only because you move your piece to the same square 3 times. All right. We should go back to top board, see what's happening over there. Well, after the knight went to a5 in the Ding game against Sergei Movsesyan, and we established that b5 wasn't working because of the sacrifice.
Yeah, at least that was our conclusion.
but to do this. And now,
So he went back to c6.
now knight e2. So that was the purpose, actually, of the move bishop d3, which Dean played sometime, a couple of moves ago, to clear out the e2 square for the knight. And now, once again, Black doesn't find it comfortable to play b5. So finally makes the decision to bring the rook back.
So he went back to a8.
No, seemingly that White gained some time, but no, it's still not clear how much he has accomplished. Well, he still needs to decide between attacking in the center with e4 or maneuvering with the pieces, or
there is, there are rather some moves like h4 in this position.
It's possible, yeah, but
then it's like basically saying that you won't ever castle short.
Exactly,
right?
That's an interesting ploy, So you sort of make your opponent worry about it. Well, can I ever castle?
So he can take the pawn with the rook, but then it means the king is left in the center. Yeah. The h file is getting open, and what Black gets for this, a doubled g pawn. Maybe it's enough, maybe it's not. Yes,
maybe not.
Those such
h4 is also interesting. All right, let Dean work his magic, and we visit Nair Giri.
So board 2, rather
just
simplified.
For one moment, because in this situation, well, it's predictable, right? Well, Capablanca had a point. I mentioned this. So the position of the knight on d7 does not allow White to capture on c5, force the capture with the bishop or the pawn, and then to play e4. Because Black can take with the knight.
So therefore,
e4 can be played immediately because of the pin. But, that's what you get out of this, right? Trades, 2 sets of minor pieces are gone, no advantage in the center. I believe this is equal. How is Yevgeny going to handle this? Just capture on c5 and play the endgame. What else?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine White getting anything substantial, right? Yeah, probably that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Take.
Trade queens, play
some FD1, trade more pieces, make a draw.
I don't think we should be teaching these guys how to do it in such positions. We can hardly contribute anything useful.
Yeah,
so let us just wait. All right, and now this is this game that we're not really covering that well.
Maxim Vasyelegraf against Igor Kovalenko.
But it went into this thing, we talked about it, right? E5. And then Kovalenko, who seemed to be relying on this variation. Remember, it was a Dominguez game, and you did mention the move Bishop B7.
Yeah, Bishop B7.
When we talked about the Dominguez game, which he eventually won in the first round. But it was not Bishop E7. And when you said Bishop B7, I believed you.
Yes.
But then I thought, I'll believe it better when I see it, and now I see it.
Right, Bishop B7, Bishop E2.
Yeah, normal. And then C5.
That's, I believe, some good old theory. Castles, Queen C7, Knight D6, takes, Queen C6.
Yeah, actually, no, I've seen this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so now there is this
some
danger to the G2 pawn and mate. And in this situation, Black cannot yet take the pawn on D6 because of C4.
Yep.
So they must play that. And now White moves the queen in there. And then they do take on c4, but now they lose d6. This was played extremely quickly. I saw this, literally it was in the first 2 minutes of
so they've reached this position.
Immediately. And then it slowed down into kind of a positional battle with queen trades. And you can make a case that White has a bishop pair, but Black has pawns in the center. And
I believe Maxim enjoys those slow positional games, even though he's known as the tactician, new generation, likes to calculate, but if you give him a safe advantage, he'll take a safe advantage.
Yeah, he likes it a lot. This is how he wins sometimes his games in the Berlin, like with very little or nothing or whatever. He's good. He's really patient and Bishop b2. No. Yeah, protecting his bishops.
Rook a3, f6, and the bishop went
He did
to
something.
d4, it seems. Bishop d4 here.
So, the reasons for f6 played by Kovalenko, there are two reasons. One, of course, that you're almost forced to put your pawns on the squares of the cover where your bishop's missing. Otherwise, the unopposed bishop, like d4, dominates the board. Another idea is to attempt to deploy the bishop on c6, because bishop b5, which often is used in such structures, here gives white a passer on the a file. So I believe black's plan is to place bishop to e8 and then to g6. Okay, we don't need to spend a whole lot of time here.
Right, we were advised to, if you have an interesting game. Absolutely.
Just show it on the board. The pawn is on h6, back house. I need a queen, I need a queen. Queen g7 mate. How likely is it to happen?
Not very likely. What was that?
It was the London system,
the
bishop
London
f4,
system.
nothing, and the pawn went to h6. You tell me.
That's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean...
There's been a lot of weirdness in this game, because at some point as well, black went knight to b8 back. Yes,
well, the bishop a6 line exists, and I was actually curious about it. I never got to play it, but is this what white does against it? I'm honestly baffled, but...
Queen e2, knight b8, rook d1. That's okay.
Okay, no more. All right.
So people ask about Nihal Sarin, obviously, and I have a little update on Dubov Firouzja. So let's first go to the very end of the list. Dubov against Firouzja. There were some messages here. There was an interesting moment, they say, after queen a5, queen d7.
Yeah. b3.
Yeah, b3, and they say it was very interesting to try to play b4 instead of b3. b4 threatening, accomplishing more or less all the same, putting the bishop on b2, but at the same time threatening b5. And that was...
No, I suppose he wanted to throw
stronger.
this move in. h3, right?
Maybe h3, yes. Bishop perhaps simply goes to f1.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
And this b5 is a bit annoying. Then later on, white is planning to win the h3 pawn. e3...
Also planning to play bishop b2, not to be
bishop
forgotten.
b2.
Yeah.
If e3, white always has f3. So despite the fact that looks white is doing something really weird, right? Placed his queen on a5, didn't develop anything else, but believe it or not, white is better. f3. And this so-called break in the center only helps white to develop the pieces.
No, yeah, that's true, but I wasn't necessarily... I mean, I'm not entirely convinced, put it this way. I was planning to offer this pawn, but I need to solve the problem how I'm protecting my knight. b6 I can play easily, of course, but after queen g5 you hit 2. And I also wanted to possibly get my knight around to e5. There's a little bit too many things to do, but no, anyway, it was interesting, obviously.
Yeah, but even the position on the board after b3, h3, bishop f1, they still claim that white is in a very good shape here.
I suppose white is okay, because h3 is active, but when it's not followed up by e3 or d5, maybe...
So queen e3 was played.
Oh, yeah,
Last
queen
move.
e3 I can see.
Queen e3. So I'm trying to understand what is the plan after castle long, for instance? What white wants? Move the queen for one more time to f4? Because I assume we really want to take on h3, right? I mean, otherwise, it's not clear how the bishop is getting extracted from f1.
Well, that is true. But queen f4.
Yeah,
All right,
queen
let's do queen
f4. Anti-chess, like breaking all the rules, like developing the bishop back to f1, you know, making out of 17, roughly 10 moves with the queen. And
Yeah, but all right, so that you hit on that knight again, and
yeah, chess is a very concrete game. Yeah?
yeah,
You have a
of course.
threat, I have a threat. Whose threat is more important wins.
Well, indeed. So in this situation, I'm still attracted to the smooth e3, and you play f3 still.
Yes. But the
Yes.
good thing for white is that he actually can castle long. Yeah.
Take.
Queen
Queen takes,
takes, yeah.
No, right. I have to go d5. I think I have to break it open until before you got your bishop out. But I don't know what I'm getting out of this. But I think I have to try.
Yeah, maybe, but it's once again, it's quite tricky, right?
Indeed, it's okay. Quick look at the game between two formerly junior players who must have played each other quite a few times in junior events. It's the Jeffrey Chong of the United States and Tabata Bey from Iran. Knights versus bishops. Don't know. Double pawns, but the bishops provide
That's
activity.
some known line, I believe, this one.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Anti-Berlin with d3,
With
bishop
h3
c5.
again, you know. No, okay.
Yeah, I had seen it.
Yeah, all right. We'll check on that. So where are we going?
Anywhere we like. 26, board 26, Nihal Sarin,
Oh,
the
yeah.
youngest player who made it to a second round of the World Cup. It's not, I mean, it's not for everyone like this. You are the youngest player of the World Cup. Each World Cup has to have one. But it's very rarely that the youngest player advances to the second round. Even though I remember the first, I think it was the first World Cup here in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2005, and there was a small boy who won against Van Velle in the first round, I believe. His name was Magnus, he was from Norway. So Magnus Carlsen, I believe his first World Cup ever was here on this soil in Khanty-Mansiysk 2005. And he's, answering the question in the chat, he's not playing here. Yeah.
No, he's not playing here.
Ooh,
So anyway,
what kind of position is that?
That's a classical Breyer variation of the...
that's a prior variation of Rui
Breyer
Lopez.
variation of the Rui Lopez and...
Knight b8, yeah.
Yep.
And
Not too many trades.
that's very typical. What happens, black is getting b5 at some point. Yeah, white tries to undermine it with as
And
many...
the first trade was made on move 21, when white traded in the middle.
One pair of pawns went
yeah.
a5.
Yeah, with the idea of clearing out for what he did next. Hit this guy and then attack
c4.
with c4.
And black played rook a d8.
Well, I suppose they wouldn't be able to move the queen off the c file should white put the rook on c1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, but I mean, they don't want to take on c4. That would be wrong.
It's like in such positions, I'm always wondering, does white ever have enough if he simply plays c5? Like a huge space advantage, but very limited options to open up the position. And sometimes it works for white, sometimes it
I
doesn't.
guess it depends on your chances of acquiring the d6 square for your pieces.
Which are not very
likely in this situation.
in this situation. Yeah.
I think white can milk it a little bit. Well, one thing I'm curious about. Suppose I played rook c1 here. What about queen b8? Is that possible?
Yes, why not? I don't really see why it would be not possible.
I don't know. Well, I want to be silly.
No, but wait, but now I take on c4 and claim that the b6 pawn I'll get it one day. Yes. That's like knight b6, a b6. Then, of course, if white gets c5, he's very happy.
Yeah. Well,
So, say knight takes.
yeah, indeed. Well, the problem here is the pin, of course.
Yeah, bc4.
That's why I didn't really want to do it.
And
Well,
say knight d7. Knight d7. Yeah, that's the moment where you're
well,
supposed
this is the moment. I just want to see it through. I don't expect this to work. Well, put it this way. I don't expect this to work. I think there's going to be more attacks against b6, and I simply don't have the time.
Yeah, like bishop a8.
Well, yeah. Okay, I was just wanted to see this position on the board.
And then, yeah, it's not pointless, right? Because black left with his pieces towards the
Yeah,
queen
and I
side.
was
So
thinking maybe I can hit f7.
that's the moment somehow that you are supposed
Yeah.
to develop the king side initiative.
Oh, yeah. Okay, suppose it's not working out. Okay, well, this is... Now I look at this position again and I think, how can I set it up?
Alex, by the way, and could you try to achieve the same move by moving the queen, not the rook? Because queen on c7 is not protected. So if you play, say, queen c2 or queen
right,
c3
so this is-
instead
yeah.
of rook c1.
Yeah, it's okay. This is our next order of business. Now we're looking for a different interpretation
that's
of
like
the
we
same
move the
idea.
queen. Because now I believe we are getting much more favorable version. We go here. If he takes, we take back. Now please
C5,
take on
that's not-
c4.
not-
Yeah,
not
bishop
alone.
c4,
Now we're gaining a tempo and we're hitting a6.
a6 and
maybe
f7.
and the rook is handy
And
on
rook
a1.
is- yeah, rook on
but
a1 is-
you cannot come up with the move queen c2 until you looked at rook a c1. No, I mean, because you want to play the rook first, right? More logical to hit. And you see that you come in short a little bit in the same variation, and then you look to improve it, and maybe there is the truth somewhere to be found.
So interesting, yeah. Nihal has once again.
Nihal knows what he's doing because he played.
And he
queen
played the
A2.
other move, queen a2, hitting f7 at once.
Right.
And Safari had little
King
choice
G8.
but to go king g8.
Right. And now, if that white can somehow force that capture on c4, he'll get to take with
So
the
one
bishop.
more time, by playing your idea of rook a2.
Well, that's another way of improving on it. Exactly.
So knight
now-
from d7 can't move.
Now we
wait
stick
a
this
sec.
one in.
There was the other option. No, now
what?
we are losing the bishop on d3. This is not what we want
No,
to do.
this is not. Oh, indeed, we can do this.
Instead of rook ac1,
Yeah,
there
we're not
was
gonna do
there
this.
was a strange looking move the bishop on d3 is not defended. Knight h4. That was the move I wanted to play, but maybe it doesn't really work. So
So the black knight on d7 has to stay put because of bishop b6.
bishop b6 indeed.
How to make this work then?
And yeah, I'm getting the computer assistance, and queen a2 was very strong move, and now white is much better, but not with knight h4, but another thing, bishop c2, bishop b3, very instructive example of relocating the piece, and computer claims that it's practically winning for white, for whatever reason, but it's very nice maneuvering. So the queen was on d2, so he goes queen a2, bishop c2, and bishop to b3, attacking f7. The knight on d7 cannot move.
But it has to be made to move. It's time for Safari to admit his mistake and do something about it, rook a8. It exposed his queen and rook to this bishop b6 thing. So he has to go back, if he can, and move the rook away so he can play like knight f8 and just hang in there. Rook c8, bishop b3, knight f8. Not resigning just yet.
Yeah, of course, but one can't
That's
argue.
why you said practically winning.
Yeah,
That's why.
one cannot argue much that this is a terrible position for black, right?
No, that's why we perked up, here, and because it did feel like that things were working well for white, and rook a8. You did say, and he played rook a8, and I heard some note over there of disapproval. But all right, it was good excursion over there. Now, looking at Gelfand's game, in this long-known endgame, rising from the Miran variation of the Semislav, Matlakov is just trying to get something going, although it's known that black should be able to equalize. And it gets there. And how to continue now with white?
This I don't know.
No, you can put the knight on e2. Well, the question is, like, both sides they have 3 on 2.
Well, Boris... Knight
well,
is already
was,
on e2.
Yeah,
and
black
Boris
of course more advanced.
Boris is thinking.
But maybe it is overextended a little bit with the spawns.
Honestly, I don't expect much to happen in this game compared to other games we have. Like, for instance, Chat is calling for Nakamura's game to be shown on the screen.
Of course. I was just stopping by, but nonetheless, I don't expect this to end anytime soon. I think this game is going to go distance.
Yeah.
All right, Nakamura time.
Naka on board 14 with extra queen, but arguably quite a suspicious position up.
Yep, getting there. Okay, that's just it's here.
Right. Not much has happened.
What are they talking about? Just one move in.
Well, people talking about Nakamura having a terrible position.
Oh, yeah, well,
we already know that.
We agreed on that, a while ago.
And look, and there was no mistake with the clock. So he blitzed out all the way to a bad position, and now he spends his time.
Well, so this is the moment when maybe before that. Well, he relied on the move rook d8 as the in-between move and tempo move, whatnot. I guess he didn't want to play his knight back to e8.
Yeah, it's like, a choice in this position is to go knight e8 and be kind of be unhappy, or to go rook d8 with knight e8 to follow, to be clever. But it turns out you're not that clever because white can sacrifice a queen.
And that comes to this. It already came to this situation. Knight takes d6. It was not quite an hour ago, but maybe about 50 minutes ago, and Nakamura took all of his time. That 50 minutes took it on just one move, cd6, and he's still thinking after bishop takes e5, facing a very difficult situation.
Yeah,
we went over this position. White's play is very simple, right? Rook takes d6, double up, take on g7.
Yeah, the thing here, it's like you do not have to invent anything. You just put your pieces on your right on the right squares, and somehow you're in a much better position.
All right. Well. Okay, so what do we got here? Of course, board 1. I wanted to see
and people in the chat say that Naka possibly mixed up his lines, and that's perhaps is the correct guess, as from time to time he turns to do this, like in recent Grand Chess Tour event in Singfield Cup against Nepomniachtchi. He has played the Queen's Gambit line, which is kind of his pet line. He has done it many times, and then he himself went for something new, just to find out that after 3 more moves, he's a pawn down in the endgame. So he enters the forcing line, does it very quickly, and he just mixed up something.
No, well, we still say that he just mixed up his lines, Well, if it was a lesser player, we could say, look at this ignorant punk. He doesn't know anything what he plays. But anybody is prone to a mistake like this. It happens every once in a while with best players. I'm thinking it happened with Magnus Carlsen when he played Ding on that tiebreak. He simply mixed up his lines and gave his opponent a great advantage in the first game when he had the black side of the Catalan.
Yeah, might have
It happens to anybody. So, all right, we need to look at, speaking of Ding Liren. All right, so he pushed e4 and then he pushed e5.
What's that? That's board 1.
That one,
Ding Liren against Movsesian.
He had the time to do it because of the black rook going to a7 and then back to a8, and then the knight going to a5 and back to c6. The last move was g3, clearly re-establishing the idea of f4,
F4 or possibly H4. So,
Yeah, one way or
yeah,
another,
I think, you know what we can say without, say, going too deep in this one. We can say black cannot castle, and this stands for the evaluation of the position. I mean, you cannot
Yeah.
play this game not connecting your rooks.
Exactly.
And you're not allowed
yeah.
to castle because you're getting mated rather quickly after H4 or F4, whatever.
And the last move, G6, is not going to
G6,
help. Well, it's an okay move, but
He's hoping to crawl to F8, G7 with the king, like not touching the rook.
well,
But still,
I'm
that's-
sure by that time a welcoming committee of the three attacking minor pieces supported the rooks, and the white queen is not that far from returning to the scene of action. I think the welcoming committee will be right there. Oh, tough situation for Mavsisi.
Right. We are, well, hinted by our crew that it's not that much time left before we actually go for a break. So,
So we need to.
yeah, so
All right. Just want to show this I asked that silly question if that pawn on just h6 really means that white
so
can
the
mate on
game of
G7.
Wesley Saw and Anton Demchenko on board
Yeah,
5.
that
That's
game.
what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the move f6. So Wesley says, all right, well, your pawn on h6. It's a strong pawn, granted, but well, maybe I can attack it. And then, oh, rook on h1. Well, let me threaten you if some active play in the center. Maybe you'll castle to get your king out of the way. And eventually, I can attack the pawn on h6.
So that's what happened.
Yes.
Demchenko has castled.
He has
Yeah,
castled.
he has castled short. But how do we get to this h6 pawn? It might be
No,
not so
queen
easy.
f4 at some moment. I think black should put a rook
Okay, you
to
put the rook on e8.
E8. No, to free up the queen and all that.
A to e8.
Oh, yeah. A to E8.
And perhaps
Queen
G3 or
G3, yeah.
or Queen D2 to stop
Queen
E5.
D2.
Queen D2 was. It's like the feeling is white lacks an active plan here.
Well,
right?
but what about black's active plan? The question is, like, if black wants to prove a point that he can play for an advantage, then it's going to have to start moving those pawns, and that opens up the king. I don't think Wesley is in the mood.
Botvinnik,
for such.
what did we say? Botvinnik pawn formation, queen to D7, F7, and then G5.
The pawn roller, but Botvinnik had more pieces.
More pieces indeed.
Well, even that bad bishop on
No.
B2 was
The
instrumental.
major difference, perhaps, is the center was much more stable. Because now that I thought, you get the queen to F7, you play G5, and this moment white goes C4.
Oh, white will go
Yeah,
C4 here.
so that's-
I'm even thinking in this situation, I like G3 and possibly even C4 may be the next move.
So white shouldn't
So,
have...
I don't know, they played
yeah.
this game and not the most exciting, but hey.
White shouldn't have that much of a trouble.
All right.
So that will be it, I believe, for this portion of our broadcast. We are getting closer and closer to, well, my favorite part of the broadcast, Alex, the breaks.
All right.
No,
can
just
handle
kidding. Just kidding. So we'll break for some 10 minutes. We'll continue with game 1 of round 2. But before that, once again, let us thank the official partners of this tournament, of our broadcast as well, who make this event possible. And the general partner is Gazprom Neft Hantos, so the local branch of Gazprom. The official airline, I believe most of the players arrive with UTair here from, well, with stop in Moscow. General media partner in news agency TASS, and media partner is Match TV. But I believe have their cameramen here and filming for Russian sports channel.
That's great. So that was the word about our sponsors and the last word we had before the break.
our guest is Dr. Marape, the chairman of the FIDE Medical Commission. So I have some questions to you, and my first question is, are doping tests done under your control and your guidance?
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. All the doping control at the World Cup and other official FIDE events is done directly under my control and under my supervision as the chairman of the FIDE Medical Commission.
Yes, and are the players selected by random or how?
Yes, for the first round of this event, the selection was done completely randomly using an electronic random number selector. So players were listed according to their ratings, according to the latest FIDE ratings, and then 4 players were chosen completely randomly for the first round. Yes.
Yes, but you are speaking about the first round, and what will be later?
So we use different methods. For the initial rounds, we'll use random. But then as the championship proceeds, we use targeted testing, where players who reach the latter stages, such as all the semi-finalists, will also be tested. So what we do is that actually we are doing the top 2 rated, highest rated will be tested, and also the finalists should also be tested. And if the finalists have already been tested, then the 2 losing semi-finalists will also be tested. So the criteria is very transparent. Yes.
And what is the role of RUSADA, the Russian anti-doping agency?
RUSADA is what is called a NADO, a National Anti-Doping Organization. According to the policy of the World Anti-Doping Agency and FIDE. FIDE as the testing authority and the results management authority, we appoint a national anti-doping organization in the country where the championships are held. In this case, because the championships are held in Russia, so we appointed, FIDE appointed the Russian anti-doping agency, which is RUSADA. So the appointment was made by FIDE so that RUSADA can actually be the one which collects the doping samples and then sends them for testing at the lab. But then the results management and any punishment that comes is done by FIDE directly.
Yes, thank you. And why do doping tests take so much time sometimes?
Generally, doping tests don't take a very long time under the normal circumstances. Like even in this case, most doping tests take around 20 to 30 minutes maximum. The problem is that sometimes they affect us beyond our controls. Like for example, for one player in this championship, there was a purely physiological reason for this. If, for example, a player cannot produce enough sample, there's a clear protocol that is followed. The player has to be given enough time so that they can produce the minimum amount of sample that is required. And in this case, that was the main reason why this happened, because then they produced a partial sample. Then you have to give them some fluid to take. Then you wait for them to be able to produce enough samples. So this is the only reason. There was not even 1 minute that was wasted by the doping control officers, because they were working directly under me, and I was making sure that the process is as efficient and as courteous as possible to the players. But the good thing also is that I was there the whole time, and I observed the whole process and I supervised it, and there was never any delay. And the player at the end was actually very happy because we answered all the players' questions and they were satisfied. And when we asked for any comments, the players were always saying, "No comment, are you happy?" Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. And you have come from Botswana, and it was a very long journey for you. So how do you feel here in Khanty-Mansiysk?
Yes, it was a very, very long journey, but I have to say that these championships, I'm very happy, very well organized. The organizers were very good, and also I'm happy the people of Khanty-Mansiysk are very friendly, very receptive, and I feel very much at home here in Khanty-Mansiysk. Yes.
Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. Let me continue with the second round. Game one is in progress. A slight change of a setup in the studio. So we have a guest, Grandmaster Grigori Aparin, who had participated in this tournament, got eliminated by Sergei Movsisyan, but was so kind to join us in the studio and spend next half an hour commentating on the games which are in progress. Welcome. Yeah. And you were following the games today, right, Grigori?
Yeah, I did, of course. There are many exciting games today. Probably should start with some of the favorites, right?
Yeah, right. And actually, on board one, you could have been playing with Dingley Ren, right? So we might as well take a look at board one just to see what happens there in Dingley Ren's game.
Yeah, because I played against Movsisyan in the first round, and he's a very tricky guy, actually. But most games with black, he's not that well prepared. And it's very easy to get a very comfortable position, and that's what Dingley Ren did, basically, right?
Yeah, right.
It's just a free advantage.
We stopped somewhere around this point, and then we were looking at different moves, and e4 seems to be the move he played seems to be very straightforward and probably just the best move in the position, just opening things up. And once again, black doesn't really want to castle in such situations because hg6 is played, so for white it's
h4, h5 will follow very soon.
Probably just outright h4 or maybe spending one tempo on e5, but then h4, h5.
The main problem is black basically just don't have any counterplay on the queen side. So
yeah, right.
So play took c8,
e5, g5, trying to somehow to stop the advance of those pawns. g3, g6, a to a3.
Interesting. I'm not sure why did he need to do that, but
yeah, like maybe at some point the plan is to return the queen back to d1, and then he doesn't want black to be able to trade the pieces with bishop before, knight before. Right?
I'm just curious because he played h4 immediately after that.
a3, yeah, king f8, and white has played h4 here. Yeah, so interesting point. Yeah,
because
why would
he could have prepared h4, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could have continued queen d1. Or something else.
For instance, yeah, queen d1, wait for the king to get to g7, then go h4.
I would also think about f4 maybe at some point.
Yeah,
maybe but f4, g4 right now, so maybe you can prepare it even with h3.
So f4,
h3.
Point being, if he takes...
I'll probably take...
The knight takes,
knight
takes is very appealing because bishop g6 is a threat, right? Bishop g6 followed by knight e6. Even though it might get tricky because knight b6 is there, we are about to lose the d4 pawn.
Yeah, but we can play queen d1, knight d4, and something like bishop c3.
Bishop c3 hitting the knight. Yeah. If he gets to f5, we play g4. Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous for black.
It is.
But the move Dingley Ren ended up playing, h2, h4, also looks pretty convincing to me. h4, g takes h4, and now...
now he's thinking.
To my surprise, he's thinking. Because I believe he has a variety of options. He's not yet forced to recapture, even though... No, now we got an update, he did recapture. Because I thought f4 would make sense. So you wait for this king to appear on g7, then you go g4, you go f5. That's, of course, another legit option. But after all, he has taken on h4, rook takes, and I believe more moves were played.
Maybe not. Now he can take now at h4.
Rook takes, h1. Bishop takes, and play rook h1. It's very awkward for black.
Yeah, then queen d1 probably.
Just bringing everything to the king's side and with mate to follow.
About that all black pieces are misplaced. Basically, knights don't do anything, right? And
yeah, it's like for black to be to hope for your position to be defendable. It's like you have to be in time to play king g7, queen e7, and rook h8. Then I would believe that black at least kind of fighting, queen back, bishop back, trade another pair of rooks. But that's a lot of time.
he has to play king g7, I believe.
Well, first,
but rook h1 is not on the board yet.
Yeah, rook h1 was not yet played. Even though it does seem to be.
Maybe there are some other options like knight f4 here, with idea to bishop g6 once again. Yeah.
Just to take on g6, and same thing here. Yeah, knight b6.
Yeah, I don't think
queen goes. Yeah, if black takes.
Can even take
should
on
be something.
c8 maybe.
Maybe take on c8 this moment. If queen takes, however, we still have bishop g6 because there will be knight ups. Just random,
it's not that
random clicking.
I mean, you can take,
check,
king e8.
King e8 takes. That's material equal.
Yeah. That's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, that's not how.
Yeah, I was hoping to get some extra material with this, but yeah.
Okay, maybe you should keep the rooks on the board. I mean,
yeah, honestly, rook h1 seems to be logical, right? After all, we're attacking on the king side, and then black has difficulties bringing this rook to h file. So we move our rook and then go queen d1.
The question is how to proceed after king g7. I mean, you can play queen d1, but as you said, queen e7 is a move, and
queen e7. And then the question, if we have something...
I mean, you can still play something like queen g1.
Queen g1, for instance, rook h8, and knight f4.
I wanted to play knight f4, but you have bishop f2 maybe.
Tricks. Tricky tricks, yeah? Bishop f2, white can't capture. Yeah, that's tricky. White is not on time.
Yeah. No, black is fine here. So
black is fine here.
Something else.
Right, so therefore, Ding Biren is thinking right now.
Yeah, but he has some choice.
Right, let's move on. Well, board 2, somewhat better endgame for Evgeny Nair against Anish Giri.
Yeah, but I believe Anish will hold it more or less comfortably.
Yeah, it feels like Anish is in his own, well, not say favorite territory, but that's kind of, he knows what to do in such positions, like slightly worse, but good defense, always been his strong side. On board 3, the game we didn't look that much. Vashyala Graf against Kovalenko.
It's a bit important for black, but...
Because two bishops.
Two bishops, of course, yeah. But now, maybe it's not that easy anymore.
So white to move. So the tension between c4 and d5, it's like white takes on d5, which he cannot do right now, right? But at any given moment, white takes on d5, black takes with the bishop, black is sort of happy. Other way around, black takes on c4, white takes on with the bishop on c4, white is happy. So the point being, can white really force black to take?
Oh, right now,
like rook d2
is hanging as well, right?
Yeah, do we, for instance, do we care
need to defend it or
do
not?
we care about the pawn on h? Because I saw this, but then it might be getting quite, quite sharp with d4. And
but d4 you have
bishop it's like
d3.
bishop d3, knight e3. I wasn't sure about this.
And then e5.
Rook somewhere. Let's say rook b2, e5. Black gets a mass of pawns in the center. White pushes his queen side forward. That will be a mess. And normally, as the strongest side with white, you would prefer to avoid any kind of messy positions, but just like continue torturing your opponent.
I mean, you can play bishop f2 right now, but
so you're not in a hurry, right? You can play bishop f2 indeed.
And after that, you have g4. in some lines. Maybe.
Yeah, so it should be better for white. And like if we are not getting too deep into this position, it just should be better for white. So there is one really mysterious game, a game of Hikaru Nakamura that people like to discuss in the chat a lot. Because something strange has happened, and Hikaru seems to be in a very bad position right after the opening.
Yeah, something went completely wrong for Hikaru.
Yeah, so once again, it seems that rook d8 was a blunder.
I don't think so. I think it's still fine for black.
Ah, really?
Yeah, I analyzed this position for a while.
So rook d1, bishop d6.
Bishop d6 is the right move to go.
Is the
bishop f4.
Only move. Bishop f4.
And I believe you have to play queen a5 here.
Ah, okay. So e5 was a bad move.
Yes.
Queen a5.
And there is some kind of weird repetition here after bishop d2, queen b6, bishop e3.
Aha, so white can repeat moves, yeah? But if white tries to, say, to play for win, it's not the same, right? Because now black can take on f6, not get mated, and even though, how about this move? He goes e5?
Yeah, e5.
e5, rook d1, and then develops the bishop, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe white has enough compensation, maybe not. It's hard to say.
It's still playable. You can take on b7, play bishop c6. I don't think actually that black can make a lot of progress there.
Yeah, but the point being black is not outright lost compared to what has happened in our game, because e5, and it turns out...
I'm not even sure that knight d6 was the best option.
Yeah, I was told that bishop e5 was even stronger, but knight d6 seems to be good enough.
Yeah.
Knight d6, he takes...
He could have taken on f4.
Ah, really? Because
I mean, it was an option. Knight e8.
We thought knight e8 would be terribly bad for black.
Yeah, but you can take on... Play queen a5 maybe, yeah?
Queen a5, and if rook d8...
Take on f6.
Take on f6. Aha, so knight c7 doesn't win material just yet.
Yeah. But the problem is that I can
some move like rook a d1.
Slowly, yeah, and
rook a d1. Yeah, it looks like a terrible position, nevertheless.
Lost, yeah.
So what Naka did, he has taken on d6, bishop e5, queen a5, rook d6, bishop g4. So, well, what we said about this position, that the moment white stabilizes, and indeed white does stabilize, he's just like practically winning. That's the current position here. So what's the material? White has rook, bishop, and a couple of pawns for the queen. Yeah. Those 2 pawns are not running too far just yet. But it's not about the pawns, I believe. It's about the king's safety. So this king on g8 will never be safe.
And you can play it very slowly. I mean, you can play h3 and g4.
Ah, you can also try to...
You can go for an a7 pawn.
c4 pawn. Yeah,
you can
basically...
Try to grab all the pawns. Yeah.
And black's counterplay is, well, non-existent.
No counterplay for black, yeah.
So, of course, Hikaru will try to look for some chances, but...
Yeah, and the most curious thing about this game is Hikaru just blitzed out all the moves. I mean, he spent like 19 seconds on e5.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
So, because our attention was driven to this game by our production crew, and I think that was the first time we had seen the game, when e5 was already played, so we missed the timing on this move. But yeah, if e5 was played like in an instance, then it means really he was sure that he has to play this move, and the move happens to be a very bad one. So now they sped up a bit after, what was that? Rook e8, h2, h4, queen c8, a5, and a6. So, well, he hopes to hold this pawn, I believe, on rook b6, rook e6 is what he's planning to do, because otherwise white simply doubles on the 6th rank, takes a6, goes back to c6.
But what is his next move? I mean, I can
Yeah,
play
when he goes rook e6, yeah?
even here. I mean, I can play rook d4 instead of rook b6.
Oh, yeah, rook d4, for instance. Yeah, that feels terrible.
After king h7, you can play rook d7.
Rook to d7. No, it's only white who is playing in this
Yes.
position. Yeah, that's really, really tough. Well, then we have quite a few games that we did not cover at all, and we won't. So that was the decision. That today we have featured matchups, and other guys, sorry, but we can't cover all 32 games. So I'm just scrolling down to the next game that we were planning to take a look at. And
Levon's game was very interesting.
Levon's game was very interesting. Yes, we can.
I think he just
We can
outplayed
go there.
his opponent.
It's board 5, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, or board 6.
Yep.
Aronian against Masudlu with the black pieces. So Parham Masudlu, world under 20 champion, or is he ex-world champion?
He's defending. world
He's a
champion,
defending
yeah.
champion. So the next tournament was not played yet. Right, and I believe we had seen something around that point.
Yeah, at this point it looks fine.
Pretty standard,
fine
right?
for white.
Pretty
But
standard.
what happened next is
A5?
definitely wrong.
H3, bishop to d7, queen c2, knight h5, knight f1, c5 takes, and bishop takes. Interesting. And
I don't
b4?
like that he captured on c5 actually.
So he shouldn't
Yeah.
this moment, yeah?
Maybe
So
queen d2 is a move.
queen d2 after c5, yeah, so in this position. Just to
Just to play it slowly. I mean,
to defend d4 for as long as possible, yeah? But then, wait a sec. No, if I take on g3, you're planning to take with the knight, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, once again, I'm not Levon Aronian. I have no idea how do you play this position with black. But yeah, what you say certainly makes sense, because when he opened up to this bishop, yeah, and then went for this knight g4 thing, Aronian
now it's very easy to play for
kind of tricked him by taking on g4, going knight f6, and it turns out it's very awkward, if at all possible, to defend on g4, right?
So he went for this.
Because the bishop on b3 is hanging in, so you don't have a move like queen e2, for instance. So white went to trade the g4 pawn for an a6 pawn, but we are not in the endgame just yet, so the passed pawn is not of such a great value, while, losing one of the key defenders for the king.
I don't think white can survive this.
Bishop
attack,
e2?
because basically black has everything on the king side, and
g4, knight e3, that's the position.
there were some options for Levon instead of knight f6 actually. Queen f6 might
After
be.
queen e2, after bishop e2.
Yeah, queen f6.
Queen f6 was an alternative, right?
Yeah.
So hitting f2, if white takes on g4, then you just take.
Then I play king g7, rook h8, and just
But isn't white in time to do this? Knight h2, queen e2, and possibly grab the pawn on g4. Maybe that's the problem. So knight h2. I mean, if I'll be able to take the pawn, I kind of feel safer.
yeah, maybe. But still, you can give up this pawn.
Okay. So anyhow,
Right now, it's still very
that's the
dangerous.
position. Yeah.
for white.
So, question is, can black proceed immediately with some sort of g3s, or he needs to slow down and defend? In this case, defend the pawn on g4, because g3, well, a thematic move, but I don't see how it works in this position.
Yeah, you can just take on g3.
White takes. There is no knight g4. d5 is a bit too slow. No, that's not how it works. But then it might be not so easy for Levon.
Oh, he can play queen d7.
Queen to d7. And then imagine I'm speculating on the queen's exchange, like queen a4. You have the c8 square if you like it.
Of course.
You have the c8 square. Could it be that you play queen c8 immediately? Oh, okay, queen d7 is fine. Other version, I go knight f5.
But now I can play g3.
And now you, yeah, you're absolutely right. I keep forgetting. I thought I'm controlling the g3 square with all of my pieces, but keep forgetting that this pawn is pinned. That indeed g3 simply wins a piece. So knight f5 is out of question. And
well, maybe you can move your
king to h1.
To h1 or f1. I'm not sure.
Or possibly f1. Yeah, f1 might be better. One might be better, and then bishop g1. No?
Yeah, and then you play knight f5.
Maybe it's still a game. Yeah.
It is a game, but I don't really like white's position.
So it's like the game which white does not enjoy. Yeah?
Not at all.
All right, then we have some other weird stuff in the... It's actually in many games. So let me quickly see. We have some results, like Sugirov and Rajabov made a draw, as well as Abbasov and Dominguez, which was our first result for today. Then what else do we have? And then we were looking at the very bottom, like a very, very interesting game between Dubov and Firuzja. Some peculiar opening line.
Yeah, very interesting.
Which Dubov apparently was familiar with, and we were told that over here, as odd as it looks, it was played before, and Queen A5 was the first real new move in the game. Queen A5, Queen D7, then, well, people claim that B4 was better than B3, because B5 is a threat.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but even the way Daniil played it, somewhere around this point with Queen on E3, seems to be...
Yeah, I really like his position at this point.
Pretty decent for white. So, Queen to E6, Queen F4. Don't know if it was or wasn't forced. See, he's trying to get to H4 and just grab this pawn. Black went for E3. F3 takes on D2. King takes D2. D5, Queen E5, not E4 of course, but E5, yeah, D takes, exchange on E6, B takes, and castle long. That's, well, the moment in the game where white really has to be careful, it seems. Because, yes, if white manages to stabilize, to develop all the stuff, he's better, right? I mean, H3 is hanging.
Absolutely.
And then some sort of E4, develop the bishop, just two bishops, better position. But so far, with bishop on F1, it does look suspicious. King to E1, that's what Dubov plays.
Our pawn on H3 is hanging.
So. Well, this is clever, because I can tell you, I was thinking of, say, going King C2, but then it runs under some checks. King C3 is unnatural, right?
And also after let's say King C2, you have to consider some moves like Knight G4.
Knight G4, absolutely. Yeah, heading towards E3.
So you need to cover F2 square.
Yeah, King E1, covering F2. The pawn is attacked. If you protect it in an ugly way with Rook H6, then the least white can do is to take on F6 and take the pawn on H3, but might as well try Bishop C1. Which will be, you know, in ironic fashion, because that's the only developed piece. You go back to C1, so basically it's like you traded your queens and knights, and you didn't touch anything else, and you are better, it seems, because...
But you can play Rook H5 here.
Rook H5, G4...
Rook C5.
Rook C5 takes... No, that was just wrong piece. Takes on H3.
And you have G5, yeah.
Yeah, and then if Rook C4, there is G5, so even this one is better. But once again, maybe white has no reason to do so, because, yeah, Bishop C1, as I said, it is unnatural, and this one seems to be just a pawn up for white. Maybe with some chances, though, right? Because you no longer have pair of bishops, and black still might get some
Yeah,
initiative.
but the pawn is a pawn.
That's like the moment you go king f2, there will be some rook e7 moves.
I want to play
sorry,
rook
d2.
d1 maybe.
Maybe you want to play just rook d1. So it's rook d4, for instance, rook
Rook
c1,
c1.
and then something. King b7, just to get rid of this pin. So I can imagine black having some chances here. You know what happened? Firouzja doesn't want to defend passively, so what he does is knight to g4, bishop h3, puts the knight on e3, passing the ball to the white half court.
So what is his point after rook c1?
That's a good question, because king f2, he simply is going to take the pawn, right? But if white...
I mean, white is even better there. You can play bishop c3.
But if white plays rook c1...
Oh, there is rook h6.
Rook h6, an awkward moment. We need to move the bishop. Yeah, and if the bishop goes back to f1, then you just take, right?
Yeah, but you can play king f2.
Which moment? After rook h6.
Yes.
King f2, I thought so, but then there was something that concerned me. Maybe for no reason. Yeah. Because this is much better for white, right? I mean, it's an extra pawn, and opposite colored bishops are not really a factor in this position, because, like, 4 versus 2 on the king side gives the potential for 2 connected passed pawns in some distant future. And what was that? Nisipiano against Nakamura finished the game? Did he... I mean, it's like, if Nisipiano won that quickly, it's a bit of a surprise, I have to say, because I would expect Nakamura to, drag the game a bit longer. And on the other hand, if it's I'll really have to find out what the result was.
Yeah, but there is no way.
There is no way the draw happened so quickly, yeah? That's the position. Bishop b6, next move rook d8, the c-pawn is moving. Yeah, so I can imagine Nakamura just resigned here. Yes, so
but you can't basically defend against rook d8, because you just lost your queen.
Right. A queen has no moves to leave the 8th rank, yeah? So your defense not to lose the queen is to play king h7, give another pawn on f7 with a check, and with mate in view to follow.
That's too much.
Yeah, so a disaster for the US player, Hikaru. I don't know what, once again, apparently confused the opening line, but then what makes you play so fast in the opening?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do remember once in my career I had this embarrassing moment of entering the line that I thought I know very well, and I blitzed out 20 moves. It was some Queen's Gambit, and at some point I had to play c7, c6, to which my opponent was supposed to play to reply with b2, b4. And we went to play a very long line, but I forgot to include those moves. And at some point I realized that, yes, now I ran out of other moves. I have to play c6, but it's no way he's going to play b4 because he has much better moves. I'm breaking the center. I'm just like close to lost.
So such things happen sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you mix the moves order. That's possible. It's not the case here, however, because once again, you cannot confuse Queen a5 with e6, e5. So perhaps in some other line, e5 was the move. That's how you make such mistakes. It's like, you remember e5 is the move in one of the variations. You think it's here. You're unable to identify the right position. And once again, it was too hasty to play e5. So he got punished for that and lost.
Well, the good thing is that Hikaru has white tomorrow, so he'll have a chance to come back.
Yeah, he will have a chance to come back, and his opponent, Livio Dita Nisipiano, he's a very, very well-known, well-established player. But the thing is, I don't think he has anything rock solid in his repertoire. The thing with Livio Dita is that he's known to play, open tournaments, well, leagues from time to time, but mostly, like mixed fields events. So when you normally are not satisfied with a draw with black.
Yep.
So he doesn't have the habit of, playing rock solid. And even though now that I'm rethinking, I do think he has the Petrov as one of his repertoire openings.
That's true.
And then to crack the Petrov, no, there won't be any Petrov. Hikaru's going to go d4.
Most probably.
Yeah, Hikaru's going to go d4.
Or he can play c4 as well.
Hikaru can do various things. Yeah, he can play c4, he can play d4. Okay. So
what else do we have?
We have quite a lot of games, and something that we were looking at, and that, we have on board 9 Sasha Grishuk playing a weird version of Catalan against Benjamin Bok. Now it's getting more and more normal, so to speak.
The king is still on f1.
But the king is still on f1. It's move 17. Just in case, it's 10 minutes left for Alexander Grishuk. That's how you play the opening. And let's not forget, a couple of times the position was repeated after bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop to f4. So he went back, he went to f1, and yeah. So
I'm not really sure why he played bishop f4 there after bishop e7. I mean, e3 is very tempting.
e3 was the move. Yeah, that's actually a legit question. Why would you... could it be that b5 is the move here, or not really?
It could be, but I don't think I would take on c6, actually.
You just go e4.
I would just castle and play b3.
So you don't really care, yeah? So the point of b5 being, obviously protecting the c4 pawn, and if white takes on c6, there are options.
You can take on
c6.
You
can take on c6. I believe that's the main thing. Yeah. You go bishop d7, takes, and this position, might as well be better for white, who plays f3 and so on. But it's rather double-edged, right? It's clear exchange up for white, but a lot of liked square weaknesses. And as long as the center stays closed, as long as the files are not open, the bishop might prove to be kind of on par with the rook.
Bishop c6 and then g5 at some point.
Yeah, after f3, bishop c6, g5. Yeah, so that could be an interesting turn in this game. But after b5, indeed, white is not forced, and maybe a4. Maybe black just doesn't have enough good reaction to a4 because there is no ace.
But you can play knight d5.
Knight d5 here, usual thing.
There is also knight c3 move instead of a4.
Instead of a4, yeah. Knight c3, once again hitting this pawn.
Probably knight d5.
Knight d5, nevertheless, and then maybe, some knight e4s. That's how sometimes they handle this position.
I really like white's position here.
Right, so e3 was an interesting option. However, Grishuk went for this bishop f4 thing and settled for king f1 after a check.
Now it's like a standard Catalan, but with a king on f1.
Got the pawn back. I would go and say that it's a standard good for white Catalan, if not for the king on f1. I mean, swap the king and the rook. King on h1, rook on f1. I'm playing this all day, every day. White is, okay, maybe not like seriously better, but much more pleasant to play with. But with king on f1, I tend to agree it's much more complicated. Rook c1, knight to b6. White decided to take there and to preserve the bishop by going back to d2.
So he wants to play bishop f3 probably, and then king g2. So it's still very concrete because
b5.
b5.
b5. Yeah, since you've committed, you played knight b6, a b6. All those things with trying to get the center don't look that nice anymore, it seems. Because, I mean, black always gets some squares, like knight b6, knight to c4, b3 is out of question because a3 pawn is hanging. So,
I don't think you need to play d4 here.
Yeah, so you just play bishop f3, king g2, like play it normally, so to speak. And, yeah. So, but my concern is that he's left with 8 minutes. I mean, it's move 17, let's not forget. So it's more than 20 moves before he reaches the time control. And yeah, I really don't know. That's worrisome. Okay, scrolling down, because I was told that the youngest player of the World Cup, who already kind of surprised us all by making it to round 2, Nihal Sarin, has a very, very promising position again. So let me find this game. Nihal Sarin against Eltash Safarli. That will be, you know, like example game of like for some reason Korshnoy's name comes to mind, and I believe there was an exercise in Dvoretsky, one of Dvoretsky books of exercises, that some very similar position, and then you have to make use of your bishop on g2 so that you go h4. Yeah. That was bishop was in fianchetto position.
But here the bishop is even better placed on b3.
Bishop placed on b3 because he transferred it there.
Yep.
Dmitry Andreikin and Jumabayev, we are shown this table. What happened? It's a draw. So no worries here. We are not following this game, and it's a draw agreed with board full of pieces. So that's not...
It was a very interesting game. I mean, strategically, but it was neither with a4.
Mm-hmm. Right, look, bishop c2. Young gentleman knows his stuff. Bishop c2, bishop to b3, hitting f7 once again. Rook a d1, rook c8. That's incredible. So he has to leave the d file.
But he has no moves, basically.
Basically he has no moves. Yeah, and then white played knight h4. Because I'd be... In this moment, I'd be tempted to look at c5, honestly, and then put the rook on d6.
But you're not in hurry, I mean.
Maybe you're right. Maybe
I'm
black
not sure
doesn't
what to do
really...
after knight h4.
Knight h4...
Now g6 pawn is hanging. And
can I do this? Not really. Bishop c5, yeah?
Yep.
It's like bishop c5...
Bishop d6.
Ah. So
it's over here.
This knight can't move at all. But then Safarli is not holding this.
I don't know, king f8 or...
King f8.
Whatever.
King f8, yeah? But then, pardon me, but now I'm playing c5.
Yeah, c5, rook d6, no.
Because, yeah, someone with less patience might have played knight f5 here, which apparently is a very strong move, but...
But we need to wait for a rook to appear
like
on d8 square.
Takes, queen goes, and then... yeah, by the way, I'm changing my mind. I like this position, because now I'm playing my c5 with the boring chess move. And then black is, despite being a piece up, is absolutely paralyzed. The f7 is hanging. I mean, it's like...
By the way, you can even play bishop b6.
Bishop b6 was winning a queen, but
not
that
a
was,
queen, but there's rook c7.
That was my sadistic point, that I don't want to take any material. I just want to like make sure that black doesn't move. And my bishop, I needed to take on h6 in the right moment. No, but jokes aside, it's a terrible position for Safarli. Something went terribly wrong in the opening. And despite the fact that Nihal Sarin is low on the clock, I don't really see him coming. I mean, having any problems, because it's move 28. It's very close to time control. The position is so good that you have some liberty, let's say.
He's very impressive.
Yeah, so far impressive performance. Won both of his games in round 1 in the classical chess, and then once again, so 3 out of 3, he'll be on 100%. So, well, maybe last game before I'll let you go. It will be my good friend Peter Swidler, who is still in the tournament, I believe. Yeah, Peter Swidler against Andrei Yasipenko, and guess what? Swidler once again goes for e6. That's the, under different circumstances, that's the move that brought him success in his first round, in the second game of round 1. Well, we had seen the position somewhere around this point. We agreed that this normally should favor white, even though we were not looking at this particular set of moves. We were looking at bishop c2 to preserve the bishop. Peter says, well, I don't really care. So we got there. after 5 more moves, we got there. So black is trying to get some sort of counterplay on the queen side. A takes, exchange on a8, and Peter has taken the pawn on b4. Queen a4, bishop b6. Well, that's something special about the way Peter Svidler plays chess, because at some point you look at the position, you think pieces are just like randomly placed over the board, right? Because the classical way would be, you know, to prevent b4 altogether, or well, have by that time have your knight on d4 blocking the pawn and so on. It looks like moving pieces in random direction, but then it works in the end because, well, and it kind of shows how much of a calculation is done to support that particular style of play.
But bishop b6 is a very clever move.
Yeah, it's like
just a force rook versus square.
Yeah, it's like either you put your rook on d7, which is terrible in view of e6 in some moment, and also blocks your bishop's diagonal c8 h3, or you go to e8, so you no longer have d4, therefore bishop c5 and queen to e1, knight f3, bishop d4 and e6. So that's what has happened. What's all about? So if we take on d4, I believe white is very happy to take intermediate. So that one we rule out. If black captures on e6, it's the same, right? No, so my point, why I wanted to take on d4 in order to play f6 and not to be left with this bishop on g7.
Probably you have to play f6.
Probably I have to play f6 and, yeah, and just be sad, right? Question here, can white try to, you know, to crack the king side by, say, going f5, or he should...
No, probably f5 is way too much.
It's too much, yeah?
Black has bishop h3.
Bishop h6 in this case, yeah. So what do we do? It's like, we can always switch to more positional approach, like putting the bishop on c5, keeping an eye on this pawn, put the knight on d4, and say, yeah, white is dominant. Or could try for some kingside action.
But let's say bishop c5. Black.
Bishop c5, you like it, yeah?
I mean, black can play queen c4.
Queen c4, so that in case of...
Knight d4 I have
you have f5, yeah? So strangely enough, I feel that in this position, the time has come for a very good attacking move h2, h3. Like, you know, in famous Kasparov's games and so on. So just to not to worry about the back rank. h3, in some moment king h2, and then I'll think what to do next.
And what are you going to do after rook c8?
Rook c8.
Bishop c5 now.
Bishop c5 now, yeah, so that I'm hitting the e7 pawn.
Right.
Might as well at some point, like I say, after queen c4. Once again, it's very useful that I have h3, so queen f1 is not not the mate in all those variations, right? No, I feel like Svidler is in control. It's just that still the position is far from being clear.
So it's move 28.
Move 28.
Still 12 moves to go. To the time control.
Right. And roughly equal on the clock, less than 20 minutes for Peter. Well, he has played something. Not sure what was the move. Really not sure. But
yeah,
it was
I
something
guess you're
very
right.
aggressive.
h3 is on the board.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
h3 is played? No, I don't see it. Just, yeah, from a camera view, it does seem that the pawn left h2 square. And h4 is... h4 feels being too much, yeah?
Yep.
So my point was that I'm not, like, totally abandoning the idea of playing f5. Yeah, h3 was played, indeed. I'm not totally abandoning the idea of playing f5. Say black does something irrelevant, just to be nice to me so that I can illustrate my ideas. f5, bishop h6, and then I might as well consider sacrificing the exchange. Or maybe it's too much. Yeah, probably it's too much. No, I should forget about f5. So my idea was something like that, and then it's very useful that I have h3 so that I can hide on h2, but
you don't have any ideas,
yeah,
basically. G5,
G5, I'm
knight
not,
f3, h6.
simply not breaking through, yeah? I mean, maybe it's still playable with some tricky moves like knight e5, hope for black to take, you know, or to get to c6 to fight on
queen
e7.
e2 at some point.
There is also queen b1 collecting the f5 pawn.
Yes.
No, that's too much.
That's too much, yeah.
That's not what white has to do. But anyhow, h3 and potentially king h2 sidestepping any kind of checks on the first rank might be useful.
Well, bishop c4 is definitely a move, but I'm not sure what to do next.
So
I would like to get my rook on e8 back to
business somehow.
Back to the game, yeah, but I'm not sure how.
So it could be that. Wait a sec. Black plays bishop h6 nevertheless. How about, does he have any tactical trick after queen h4? Because I thought that's basically why you don't play bishop h6. That was my take on this one.
Maybe he wants to play king g7.
King to g7 in this position. I find it hard to believe this, but yeah, if it works. So what could be the problem with king g7? I was thinking of knight g5s, you know, knight g5, knight f7, some stuff, or knight e5 as well, yeah?
There are some moves,
but there is queen d2, yeah?
And there is queen c4.
Queen c4, yeah, so this, no, therefore we are playing knight e5. Point being, of course, yeah, black cannot take. Black doesn't have access to c4 square. And after queen d2...
Now we can play knight f7.
Knight f7...
But still...
You know, just to realize that queen h6 is nothing. Yeah, that sometimes it's so confusing. The knight next to the king does not represent such a major threat. That's confusing at times. You know those famous games where white sacrifices the knight on g7 against castle short. Yep. And it turns out, yeah, you cannot take the knight because you're getting mated, but it gives black time because the knight on g7 sort of protects the king. And same here, the knight on f7 looks nice, but yeah, king g8, and white achieved absolutely nothing.
I actually really like what Yespenko is doing here.
So bishop h6 and king g7 makes a whole lot of sense, yeah.
Because if white doesn't have anything concrete, then this h4 square is very bad for the queen.
So you don't want to put the queen on h4, yeah? So queen h4, king g7. Let me try again. Can I get my rook to c3 hoping for rook c7? Because that'd be nice. Well, I'm technically threatening to take on f6 immediately, right? But then you go bishop c4.
Yes.
But then you go bishop c4, yeah. It's quite interesting.
And it's still very hard to make any progress with white.
Oh well, so we are getting more information about the top boards. Well, we have some result. The only decisive game we have is the victory for Nisipiano, of course, against Nakamura. And I can see Dieter around the studio, so maybe there is still a chance to get him here. So I believe we'll, I'll hope that our technical stuff listening. Yep. Yeah, okay. So the plan is such. We will let you go. Thanks for popping in.
Thanks.
And yeah, we'll make a really quick break and then come back either with Alex, the usual setup, or maybe we'll have Dieter as the guest. He's around the studio here. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. We'll be back shortly.
And we're back in action with day one of second round of the World Cup from Khanty-Mansiysk. And I'm happy to have a guest in our studio, Grandmaster Livo Dieter Nisipiano. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to be here.
All right. So,
because it means that I did something good.
Yeah, otherwise, you know, we don't deal with people who don't do good. Everybody who shows up here is good, period, and particularly good today. Right. So what happened?
I have no idea, because I checked this line 1 year ago, but obviously 1 year is too much for my poor memory, so I couldn't really remember if this sacrifice is good or not. Well, I felt that it is good enough for equality, but
let's lead, you know, to the sacrifice. Yeah. So the first question was, it's of rather theoretical nature. Is there a real difference between the move knight c6 in this position with the white knight on c3 instead of castle?
It's considered to be slightly more promising, but I don't think that it's going to break any rules or any records. Yeah.
Were you
bishop takes c6 and
yeah, right. Were you relying on that game between Caruana and Nakamura?
Of course.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for revealing that little secret, and promise we will not pry any deeper with that. All right. There is no way you would expect that, would you?
Queen d6, yeah, I didn't expect, especially since I played and I came to the conclusion, I played it as black and I came to the conclusion that it's kind of dubious, but maybe it holds because I do not have the best engines in the world, so I don't know.
Okay.
Nowadays, how can you come to a conclusion? I mean, you have to click around, it's very annoying, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, probably some players enjoy that.
Yeah, I definitely do not enjoy that.
Yeah. You have the reputation of a man who does not enjoy over-preparing for your games.
This time it's correct. Yeah, I do not like it, especially these computer lines. Yeah.
All right. So, next mystery to reveal. Why is that white delays the capture of the pawn on c4?
Because queen a6 comes with tempo, then he wants to go rook d8. And in these lines, I think the black has two problems. The queen on d8 normally, and the bishop on c8. And all these are solved by the queen on a6 more or less, because the bishop can now come to d7, c6 maybe. But rook d8, c5 is coming quickly, so...
Okay, so...
I think this is, okay for black.
So all right, and there isn't a really comfortable way for white to keep the knight on c4. All right, mystery revealed, so castles. And you have no worry in the world that the pawn still remains?
No, but I knew, okay, it's not like I improvised yet. So a4, I knew that this is... And I myself played rook d8, which is bad, I think. I mean, it's a bad move.
So the
Against Meyer, and I lost. He played a good game and won.
And you were black in that game?
I was black, yeah.
Okay, so this is where you draw from negative experience and turn it. Is that about like when the life gives you a lemon, you make lemonade? Or something like this?
Yeah, it can be.
Oh, that's the way to do it. Well, I'll share with you that I knew this line up to move a4, and after that, complete blank. What should black do here?
No, knight c6 I think is the best move.
Knight c6 again.
Yeah. It looks... Okay, knight b5 has to be critical. I mean, with a4, all this taking on c6 doesn't look promising to me.
All right, okay.
So,
we should...
Because the b file is open and we have the backward pawn on b2. Yeah, I don't think that it's...
So basically those triple pawns, obvious weakness, but double pawns create open files.
Yeah, exactly.
And triple pawns create two open files.
Yeah, two open files, and c5 is coming, then there will be double pawns, and... Yeah, no, I don't think that white has anything better than knight b5.
But you of course remember Tony Miles. Nobody would ever forget Tony. Yeah. And you know how he called the pawn formations.
What was it? Irish.
An Irish pawn center. Exactly. Right. An Irish pawn center. Okay, well, it's forgivable for the Englishman. And well, my personal apology to all Irish players. It's just a joke. All right. So you say that has to be knight b5. And then what?
Yeah, then knight takes e5 is correct. Yeah, okay, there are not many, because if I get knight takes e4, then, I mean, just black is stuck with his queen on a6. So knight e5, d5. Rook d8 is again, I think, forced.
Ah, sister line.
Yeah, he wants to go now knight d5, I think, after
that
queen c2. Or
Yeah,
think
in a similar
knight-
set. But
maybe even knight e8, I don't know.
yeah, knight.
Yeah.
But the evaluation of this position, is that clear in your mind?
Yeah, I think, with this rook on f8, it looks like, how can black free himself? This is the question. If he goes f6, this usually is positionally unsound. So, and otherwise, it's not clear how he can bring his pieces to life.
Well, generally speaking, for you as well, you play the Catalan for both sides. Have you noticed that there's more and more variations in which white accepts this pawn structure with knight a5 and takes with the pawn,
Yes,
leaving
yes.
black with this gigantic advantage on the queen side?
Yes.
Well, how does it work?
Well, I think it's about the remaining pieces. Yeah, because, okay, if you exchange two more pieces, white is lost, clearly. I mean, the pawn majority will queen. But for the moment, black has bishop e7, knight e8, bishop c8, so it will take a lot of time. And it's not easy for black to develop. When you look at this, okay, what is this bishop on c8 going to do anytime soon? Yes.
Well, great, this is a great lesson for all of us. I mean, when people say, how do I learn positional chess? And usually the answer is, well, positional chess is about pawn structures. Do you completely agree with that?
No, I do not agree. It's also about pieces. I think actually it's more about pieces and their activity, because pawn structure, towards the end game, of course, pawn structure becomes more relevant, but in the middle game, also position of pieces is extremely important, in my opinion, the activity.
Good lesson to learn, pieces are stronger than pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
All
This
right.
is not very
Okay, no. Well, by the way, jokes aside, I mean, this is really a very insightful comment about the pieces. So, are you able to make any bad pawn structure work for you as long as you have active pieces?
Not any, but yeah, I try to have harmony between pieces. I don't like it when I have a bad piece. I feel it's very stressful to me. I try to improve it the quickest way, possibly ruining my position in the process.
Or by sacrificing
By
that
doing
piece?
something, doing something.
Okay,
impulsive.
so rook d8 has to be played, had to be played.
Yeah, now I took a long time, but I still couldn't remember, so I tried to calculate, and I thought, okay, if I spend so much time, I already spent it like 20 or 25 minutes here. I said, okay, now I have to take on f6. You cannot play queen c2 after you spend all this time.
Oh, another interesting comment. So you have to
Like
justify expenditure.
Exactly, yeah.
All
You
right,
cannot play
great.
queen c2 and then what? I mean, why did you spend this 20 minutes? Then you will curse it after the game. So, okay, you go ef6. I
Right.
calculated and I thought it's fine for white. So,
Okay.
yeah, here unfortunately fe7 I think doesn't work because rook takes f1, king takes, bishop d7. Obviously.
And then you get to take
Knight c7, but queen d6 is annoying now. It's a mate on d1. I have to be careful. So bishop f4
All right.
and e5. And I think white is just busted because I'm losing too many pieces.
So in the end, you may retain like a rook and minor piece, but you're going to lose e7.
Yeah, exactly. If you lose e7, all of the rest is this c4 pawn will queen very quickly.
Is your I suppose that your bishop is instrumental in your attack, and you cannot take with the bishop.
No, of course I thought about bishop takes f1 as well.
And?
But, what was it here? If I thought that he has this extra queen c6 move.
That certainly is there.
Yeah, but
So
who
he's
knows,
just
maybe.
crawling toward the pawn
but
with
knight
queen
takes
d7.
c7 still works. Yeah, okay.
Works.
Yeah. Okay, bishop d7 and knight takes 8. So maybe it's better. No, queen c6 doesn't make any sense. It means because you
Okay,
can
that's
play bishop d7 and then
Correct.
choose a better square for the queen. Yeah.
Which has to be
Queen d6 as usual.
Queen d6. Now, okay, so now let's run this down.
Yeah.
What do you go after now? Is that the pawn or the knight?
The pawn. My feeling says the pawn has to be killed as soon as possible.
But isn't white? Okay, white isn't much ahead to begin with. So it's rook and two pieces, but black has queen and pawn.
Yeah. No, white, of course, if I bring the knight, let's say if the white knight is on c3, I think it's close to winning it's actually winning for white.
Yeah.
But the knight is quite far, so...
So you do
Exactly,
this.
yeah. So, I mean, I might have some troubles getting this knight.
You know, it's interesting. So you had to do a lot of calculation work
Exactly.
during this. Were you in any way affected by the speed of Nakamura's play?
Of course, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. I mean, if you see that your opponent, whatever you do, he plays, you sacrifice material, and your opponent keeps playing quickly, it's kind of unpleasant, I have to say.
So that's
Because you think that you are playing a computer, which you actually want to avoid once you made these committal decisions.
Right. No, so yeah, computer. So basically, for you, it's not important if, in such cases, if your opponent is a 2750 or a 2300 guy.
No, it's the 3,500 or how much they have.
That's what you're talking about. 3,500. I roll
3,900.
Okay, all right. So we get to this bishop d6, which is a forced move, and your reply was forced. Now
here it's a first critical moment, I think.
All right.
Sorry. At queen a5.
Queen a5 was recommended by our previous guest here.
No, queen a5 is actually what I thought. But here knight takes, how is this position? Knight d6,
right.
c d6, rook d6.
Good
to
enough.
me it looked promising, I don't know. Yes,
G takes?
G takes f or what? And I double or I play bishop h6.
That's what I was thinking. We actually looked at bishop h6, but...
Isn't it working? Because it looks, okay, from the, yeah, bishop h6, queen 8, no, what does he do here? Has to sacrifice this bishop, I guess.
I suppose it goes e5.
E5, right.
E5, and then you play that,
yeah,
and then
d1
the bishop...
and bishop e6, or bishop f5 or something.
Yeah.
And then I take on b7. I still don't think that white should lose this. Because black king is so hopelessly weak. What is black going to do? I mean, in the next 200 moves.
All right. And basically, you don't need any particular calculation at this moment.
Exactly.
Right?
No,
because she's not
here
threatening.
you have to evaluate. And okay, white can, in my opinion, white can never lose this. But
is that one of those rare positions when even computers can be slightly wrong?
Yeah, they can
because
be.
of the
I guess
massive
exactly.
material.
I don't think it's even so massive. It's rook and bishop against queen, but yeah, because they do not see how white is proceeding, and then they think that black is better. But I'm not convinced. Let's say I don't think that white is going to lose this one.
No, you
might be wrong. It's true.
It's not the first time that you say talk about losing. No, obviously, no. We all have our fears, but
no.
I think I have a feeling that you've been slightly modest, which is all right, of course.
No, it's like this. I was playing this sequence, and he was playing extremely fast. So then I had to adjust, at least mentally, to adjust my ambitions that probably he's not playing a losing line. This is what I thought. So if he's playing that fast, it means that black is probably holding. So, I play normal moves, and it will probably be a draw. This is what I thought.
That's very, very, very insightful. Know this. All right. So queen a5 was the best move, and we concur. I don't know computer evaluations, but I suppose
I have no idea, but I think it should be about equal. Yeah. No, e5, and I wasn't sure about bishop takes e5. It took me a long time, and still I didn't see a refutation. I was afraid of bishop h3.
Well, yeah, that's the only move.
Bishop takes d6. Bishop takes g2. Knight c7. Queen c6, I thought, knight a8, and bishop h3, f3, and now he doesn't have a check. If he has a check, he wins, because queen f2 is just crashing.
Correct.
My knight is still there, so I didn't see how
So g takes.
Yeah, probably g takes f. And
so you're looking at this position, once again, that's another one of those peculiar ones, where white is ahead of in material, and people take a casual look at the engines running, and don't forget
winning,
it's a casual look, because it's not like everybody runs Alpha Zero for half an hour.
I know.
Okay, and then it's white's winning. Oh, okay. Nisipiano blundered.
Yeah,
He
I know.
had a win. Okay, fine. But come to think of that, I totally agree with you. I would be not sure. I cannot mate this king anymore.
No, but if he takes the knight, then black is probably fine. I don't. Yeah, some c3 is in the air, and you know that.
And you cannot go knight c7 as you pointed out
queen
on account
b6
of check.
It's
Oh well, now you answered that question. That was a burning question, because nobody criticized any moves of yours except for the
of
for
course
that
I understood,
one.
but
And now we realize, it's important. Excellent.
It might have been the best, because what I did allow this e takes f4. This was knight takes d6, e takes f4. This was a huge mess. Knight e8, I thought.
Okay.
And queen b6, I think it's the only move.
No, enter
and
the
rook d8, g takes f6, and this was the position I wasn't sure.
So the point is, which of course many people saw, that you can't really get that. Your rook is hanging. All right. So you need to hold your horses a bit here and play
rook d1.
Rook d1.
Okay. And queen takes b2, and this was the position I cannot say much because it's so wild that it's just impossible to.
Yeah, the c pawn is the factor, and once again, there is no mate.
So in the end, I decided that after queen b6, a5 is the most precise move, but I don't know. Instead of all this.
No, I understand. A5. Well, the reason, I cannot contribute in this, because even with our limited time, we totally missed queen b6. We did look at queen a5 instead,
but then b2 is
bad.
not hanging. B2 is not
perfect.
Hanging,
Okay, a5
but
and now...
a5, a5, and now if queen takes b2, knight takes c7, and it's... I don't know.
That's essentially
or
important.
a6. White has so many moves. It's just
How about a6?
We can stay here for another day for sure analyzing this one.
I don't want to tire you out, because we have an important game tomorrow. But this position is so spectacular. A6, everything is working. Is this how you see a perfect position in chess?
Yes, of course. If all your pieces are working somehow together, I love solving studies. So this one with the pieces so randomly, but they still work together, appeals to me.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. All right. Anyways, so after this, your thoughts?
I thought that I'm much better here. For the first time in the game, I couldn't see how black is solving this position. First, I thought that his best chance is bishop h3 from afar, but it's just losing because rook takes d5, queen a5, rook d6 and rook d5, and I'm winning a piece. Rook d5, it's important.
You have to go rook d5, not bishop c3.
Bishop c3, he attacks my rook, and he gets the same position with... he has a better structure. Okay, he has more pawns than in the game. b7 is still on the board.
But this is the killing shot, because now you protect everything.
He cannot keep attacking this rook. He would need something like queen e6, but it's not legal.
It's hard to get inside your opponent's head. But what do you think he missed?
I don't know exactly, no.
Going through the game, what did he miss? Hikaru is a great player. We have utmost respect for him.
I could see on him that he missed something, but I don't really know what it was. Because this position is just hopeless after, I guess.
Okay, we understand, that.
No, I don't really know what he missed. Okay, e5 was probably, he made it, but he made it very quickly. I think I don't remember, but it looked like immediately. So
I don't remember, but
it was a fast move. And then after knight takes d6, he thought for the first time longer. So
okay,
that also influenced my decision to take on d6 and not bishop takes e5, because he played so fast. I thought it's still prepared. So
all right. It's interesting. It's not just calculating variations and remembering your lines. It's trying to get into your opponent's head and figure out why he's playing this instead of that.
Of course, it's part of the game. You are not playing alone. You have an opponent there.
Great comments. No, well, if I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh,
You know,
come
it's
on.
really great stuff. You know, well, thanks a lot. That
Thank
was
you.
Grandmaster Livy Dieter Nisipiano taking the lead in his important match against Hikaru Nakamura. Well, back in action tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Welcome back, everyone. So we continue with game one of round two. But there are quite a few results already. Nihal Sarin, for instance, he has converted his game against Eltar Safarli. So youngest player in the tournament, happens to be the most successful one so far. 3 out of 3.
Incredible, incredible. Well, I mean, I'm particularly impressed with the quality of his opening preparation. I know there is many more to it, and a lot of people can boast that. But I mean, for a youngster to consistently get better positions out of the opening at this level.
Yeah, that's impressive. So, well, I was told that the end of this game was particularly spectacular. So if we could check it just quickly, because I believe it's not a lot of time troubles left. I mean, most of the players already kind of surpassed the time trouble stage. So if we could, if we could see.
I mean, I'm getting there. All right, so we need to backtrack to the moment when, after the excellent move Queen A2, for the first time the world realized that, well, white was much better.
Yeah, so King G8, Bishop C2, that one we had seen. So the bishop is getting to B3. That's very impressive, in fact. So bishop to B3. Queen E7 to guard the F7 pawn. A to D1. And this is the move that, okay, perhaps it was kind of sad necessity, but if you play Rook D8 to C8 in this position, it's the only open file, and Rook on D8, about the only decent piece you have, and you have to play Rook C8. That's so terrible. I can't imagine what was running through Safarli's head in this moment.
I actually can, because I suggested it with very heavy heart.
So knight H4, King F8, C5. Such a pain.
So this is the answer to the question you, Evgeny, posed when we first time look at this. I remember you asked, is there any chance that white plays C5 and gets a dominating position?
Yes,
Is that
the answer is yes. Yeah.
Okay, well.
Knight to B8. And this is a typical, well, we like to say, right, preparing pieces for the next game. Knight goes back to B8.
All right. Rook D6?
Yeah. Rook E to D8.
Well, there is a minor point there that, indeed, you know, the knight has to stay on F6. There are possibilities, even if Rook takes G6, if you move the knight away.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Rook D8, and then finally, it had to happen. Knight F5. Knight takes F5, then after Queen 7, he takes on G7. No, that's really, really well played.
Amazing. So, indeed, no time to take on D6, so you're not even recapturing back because of Bishop C5.
And we were shown it was a draw for Rachmanov, so let me put it on my score sheet.
Yeah, to take, and then Bishop takes. No, well, Black is up a piece, but look at the pieces.
King g5, rook f5, and queen e2. Yeah, it's like black is up a piece on the board, but on the significant part of the board, which king side is, white is up a whole bunch of, like a whole army. The queen is getting to h5, rook to g5, so
Yeah.
black
One
simply
last
resigns.
question about this position. Take off the white rook on e1. Is white winning?
Yes.
Thank you.
The answer is yes. No, well, I didn't check, but I believe the answer is yes. Because I don't, well, for white not be winning, black has to be able to give the queen for the rook, let's say, not get mated. I don't see it happening. Queen h5, rook f7 just finishes the game.
How about that? Okay, where to? Where are we going? We gotta go to some game.
We gotta go to board one, because people claim that Ding Liren misplayed the position, and now he's not doing all that great. Can this be right? No. That's people kidding, perhaps?
Well, I notice, of course, that black has an extra pawn. At what moment black took the pawn?
He has sacrificed the pawn,
H4.
went h4, yes. It was a long time ago, and it
Yeah.
was his decision to sacrifice the pawn. Yeah,
So-
but now it's a time trouble already, so I suggest we just look at what is happening on the board. Last move being knight to a5, knight is getting to c4. Yeah,
Oh,
knight a5.
and a counter-attacking attempt.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
somehow black is solid enough on the king side.
So basically, how do you checkmate? Checkmating on g7 is not possible yet, and sacrifice on g6, you just run out of wood.
Yeah, you don't have enough pieces.
F4, f5 seems quite slow. Well, it's very difficult for us to analyze now, besides we have games, live games to follow, but maybe indeed in the future somebody has to take a look how white's...
And you know what? I was told that knight a5 is not the best move, because right in this moment, instead of knight a5, queen e2 would almost win for Movsesian. Queen e2, and then rook h2 is a threat. That's the point. It's like you attack the bishop, and like white doesn't have comfortable way to defend, right?
Yeah, because if he pulls back
There is
this
also
way,
knight d4.
gives up d4.
All the various stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So queen e2. Now let's check the situation on the clock. So no, there's a couple of minutes, 3-4 minutes left, and they're not that far away from the time control. So break for Ding Liren. Indeed, queen e2. Well, they look terrifying. Sometimes, sometimes even strong players miss simple moves because it's hard to believe that I can win so easily, particularly against
And Ding
opponent like
Liren, yeah.
that. Yeah. But after knight a5, okay, the
Still,
attack
knight c4 is the idea.
and knight c4 will also hit a3. We shouldn't forget about that. Ding is thinking, and he's got 3.5 minutes.
So, well, what he has to do, maybe move the bishop to d2?
I say moves.
He has taken on g6 this moment, so is it just a draw attempt, or there is more? Bishop to g6 was played.
No, right. Well, this bishop has to be taken.
Yeah, you take the bishop, that's
With the
sure.
pawn.
Yeah, pawn takes.
The follow-up is what?
Rook takes, I assume. I mean, why would you...
Otherwise, queen d3 check and whatever. What is going on? So, takes, they take.
Yeah, and it's a perpetual, it seems. Knight takes, queen takes, yes.
Rook g7.
Rook g7 and
Queen
takes on
e6.
and check on e6.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's a draw, it seems, for Peter Svidla and Alexander Grishuk, yeah. So Grishuk had a promising position, but perhaps was
short of time.
Yeah,
a little
very
bit,
short of time. So it's a draw, right?
So I'm trying to get this, but okay, this is what we got, and two more moves were played. Were they?
No,
they
not really. No, I'm just
yet.
thinking.
Okay, let's leave it like this. So, yeah, I also seem to agree with you that just one piece, the queen,
White is
save
not
it,
winning. White is not winning.
No, white
That's
absolutely
clear.
isn't winning. But white makes a draw. Well, quick reflexes by Dingler and to escape. All right. So, all right. So let's look at Giri, and this continues and still remains.
Nair Giri,
draw.
no, that this is
Drawish.
drawish.
Now we
Board
have
3, Vashiela Graf against Kovalenko, still 2 bishops, still material equal.
white has made some strides. Now a great pass pawn, but the bishop on d5 controls
Bishop on
the
d5
promotion
is strong, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I believe that you mentioned that if the bishop stays on d5, then black is in the game.
Yeah, there was this tension between c4 pawn for white, d5 pawn for
Right,
black,
right,
and then
right,
yeah, it was really tough for white to force black to take, so that white would take on c4.
Okay, anyway, this one is going distance. Now, is this the real time for Kovalenko? He'll spend already half of his time on 2 moves.
Half of his increment, yes.
Now, what is going on here? Attack, counter-attack. Who's winning and why?
Maksutlu against Aronian. Aronian was winning. I can tell you when it was.
On move 40 or no, on move 30 or something.
I'm not sure what move it was. They mentioned something, but no, later on.
So
Of
he
course.
did this, Well, I was thinking about it. I wasn't sure if it would
The
work.
moment he played knight d6, there was no. Queen c6 after moves number 36.
Oh, I didn't.
Queen c6, and then they say knight f4, and black was winning.
Knight f4.
Knight f4
Hitting
would win for
G2.
black, yeah, in Aronian's game, but he missed it. They both were in a time trouble.
And now, what?
Now Aronian has to make his last move. What's the material? He's down a piece, by the way.
He's down a piece. Well,
Can
he can
take on
capture
E3 though,
on
yeah?
e3. And that leads to something. The question is to what? Now, if I take, then
Got to take on f2, yes.
queen takes, threatening mate.
Threatening mate. That's correct. How do you guard the first ring? Interesting.
No, you don't guard it. You probably give it up, and,
but then black
and
black
try
is
to push-
material up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, black is going to be up material, I believe, but white is hoping to push the a-pawn forward. Is black in time to bring more pieces into attack in this situation? A6. Interesting. If they reach this position, is that totally?
So-
I think we got the result on
Yeah,
board
the
one.
draw. It's a draw.
Okay,
Yeah,
good,
the
good.
draw was agreed. Maksutlu just blundered with queen d6. That's what they say. On move 39 in our game after rook f2. So indeed now black is much better. So queen d6 is a huge mistake. He had to take on f2. That's what.
Or that way.
That's
the
what
other way
people
around.
claim, yeah.
The other way around, because
And
possibly
that would be,
he
that
would have
be
gotten
playable,
a repetition of moves out of this.
At least, yeah. Maybe he takes, goes queen f3, and maybe he's even better.
All right. Okay. It remains to be seen how lost he is. Although if it happens, it's going to be after the time control. I have a feeling that the a-pawn is only reasonably dangerous, and Aronian should be able to win. And I'm searching, and cannot find any better defense in this position.
No.
All right. Okay. So that was Masudlu. Another technical exercise.
Artemiev, but those guys at least they've reached the time control. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's
But
a
it's up a piece.
known position.
Known position, well, it's supposed to be winning.
Yeah, for not
Although-
being easy to win. Yeah, it's
Right.
known for not being easy to win. The factor for that, I mean, you have to advance your pawns in order to create something,
Yeah.
and a danger thing is that your h-pawn and the bishop doesn't win.
Well, all right, but I'm sure Artemiev's aware of that, and he's going to take his time, and we will follow his efforts. Now, this is interesting. Well, I know we didn't talk much about this game. Now we have a position where white is partying with his extra pawn, but trying to make an important run with the king to the king side. Well, once again, we'll have chances to look at that deeper. I believe white has excellent winning chances in this position.
Yeah. Well, endgames in many games. Hare Krishna against Fedoseev. Hare Krishna's up a piece. No, this is...
This has to be winning because
has to
the
be
A
over.
pawn cannot be eliminated.
Yeah, you can try to trade the d4 pawn, and I mean,
But-
you can trade the d4 pawn.
All right. Well, I'm just... Okay, this one.
Svitla against Yasipenko.
They reached the time control.
For some reason, I thought they agreed to draw, but maybe I'm mistaken. No, our scoreboard doesn't show that the game is finished. Nepo made the draw. Yeah.
Oh, Nepo made the draw. So
Nepo
that's
made
why,
the draw. And
that's
this
why I'm
one-
not showing this game. I'm just going over the running games. Okay, so the game between two lucky guys.
Anton Guijaro and VI just reached the time control. White's to move.
Queen H1.
White would pretty much like to, just like give this rook, just take it away from the board. The rook on e5.
Yeah. Well,
If
then
there
you
is no
might
rook on
G7.
e5, then
Yeah.
White is
So-
down the rook but winning.
So White doesn't really have to play Queen D5, which he may play if there is nothing better. There is still some moves such as Rook D5 or Rook E4 that in this situation will keep the game going.
Oh no, wait, is it correct though? Yes. Yeah, I was afraid of Queen A6, but then you have C4.
Yeah, and
you
A1 is covered.
Yeah, maybe
A1
we
is
can
covered.
even show this
So
one.
suppose this move. We're
Rook
not saying
D5.
that this is the best reply, but
Check,
importantly,
and then C4.
there is no mate.
And A1 square is covered, yeah.
Well, so I mean, they just reached the time control. It's going to be a long thing for Wei because that's a very tactical position, and one move can decide the outcome. Now, a long positional battle between Anton Korobov and Lek Wang Liem. I like black.
Yeah, you're right, perhaps.
Well, there is some concern about the safety of the white king in this. And going down, we have Daniel Yufa versus white pieces against Luke McShane. No, right. Well, it's
Timif Chiparinov, we are shown our Timif Chiparinov. What was the position here?
no.
We
Timothy
looked at
Chiparinov
it,
was
yeah.
from.
So those are some new games that we never looked today at.
Yeah, so we're just making a little round over there. Okay, this is all very complicated. Well, we will have time to check it out. Let's see if some games are about to end. Maybe this is one of them.
Matlakov Gelfand.
Yeah, well, I expected a long game. I knew that Matlakov was making an effort. It didn't seem much, but I looked a little bit at this whole variation and the result in endgame. And I knew that white was slightly better. So he managed to get this much. Now, is that winning chances or...
Well, I'd say so.
Some. The
King
B
G3?
Yeah, we don't want to go to the back rank. King G3 and then...
So point being, like, if you go G5, then King G4, and I'm trying to sneak into F5, yeah?
Which is advisable considering that under the mating threat on G2. Well,
Yes.
So do this, and then perhaps black will come to regret the move G5
Yeah,
because
that's why,
the king
well,
is-
actually, King G3 was played, and Boris doesn't go G5, he gives a check on H5 with the knight.
Okay, well, that is true. Now, I don't expect this endgame to end in 2 moves, so we will return.
Yes, it's not the game that will finish soon. More and more endgames, this time with queens on the board.
Yeah, queen endgame. White is up a pawn, but it's not the quantity, it's the quality of the pawns. I think this advanced passer makes black's position completely safe, and it's actually white who will be delivering the perpetual check.
Yeah, but he will, of course, deliver the perpetual. I mean,
no way of
he
stopping
has
it.
it,
No way
I
of
mean, more or
stopping
less immediately when he is given a right to move.
Right. So, Evgeny, I think that we might not be able to return to this game. I expect it to end soon, peacefully.
Yeah, this one is very, very likely a draw. You know what? The game,
this
precisely
one.
this game, the game that we were looking at from the very beginning, it drastically changed, and now Alireza Firouzja seems to be in a very good spot against Dubov. An exchange up, yes, the position is still rather tricky, right? White has two bishops, black's king is awkwardly placed, but yeah, black's not material.
Well, hard to tell. Okay, importantly, this isn't mate. But suppose, well, thing is, there's the opinion that the two bishops can compensate for lack of exchange, well, down the exchange, particularly against rook and knight.
But
sometimes it works strangely.
Look, strangely here, after rook e6, I don't know where are two bishops. I think it's only one left.
No, that's the problem with this capture. So White doesn't have bishop f5 because he loses the bishop on e3 with check. So therefore he has to play a different move, and I think it's going to be bishop d3 first.
Bishop d3, threatening the
knight.
Threatening the knight, yeah.
So now black has a possibility of sacrifice on d3, but then I don't know how large his advantage is. Because that
might still be very close to winning for black, because then those pawns will... no, there won't be pawns, it will be only one pawn. I keep forgetting that the e pawn moves to d3, so it stops the c pawn from black.
So
if we sacrifice on d3, it of course simplifies the situation. So it's kind of easier to play for black, but the objective value of this move is not clear.
But if Firouzja doesn't give back the exchange, well then... Say he plays king a5, right? Then he doesn't win the bishops. And this is the situation where, who knows? I mean, I'm sure, I wouldn't mind being black here, but probably I wouldn't say that black is just so clearly winning. The bishops have... No, they can do things.
Right, and actually, this particular position, it looks awkward for black. Because b4 is the move you kind of want to play, but then bishop c2 you lose the knight.
Yeah.
So that's why I
and
actually
c5 you don't want to do because
c5 bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Yes,
king b4 leads you nowhere because of rook b1. I already went over some moves in my head and I'm baffled.
Well, maybe you still take d3, go b4, try to promote the b pawn. Maybe that's what you do.
No, well, I actually have a feeling, Evgeny, that this is what's going to happen. I think Firouzja, in one line or another, is going to sacrifice his exchange back. But no, we'll see. No more games, live games.
Boards 1, 2, both finished in a draw. Vashialagraf is still playing.
It's the highest.
The highest rated player who is still in action. Maxim Vashialagraf against Kovalenko. Interestingly enough, Kovalenko's clock is down to 5 minutes. So the big question here...
Take on b6.
Take or not to take on b6.
All right, so takes. Now another big question. White takes with...
Pawn takes. Pawn takes, I'm almost sure.
All right. Now,
Bishop b7
I suggest bishop b7.
And rook a1. I thought that was the whole point. The tactical point
because of the pin. So probably the in between king e7 is advised. King e7. I don't see any other way of continuing.
And then once again, it's like strangely enough, it's very forced sequence, right?
Right.
I believe White has to go rook a7
because bishop b5 he attacks from b2, and you always get a better rook endgame. But the better rook endgame means nothing. It has to be either 1-0 or half point. And I just don't know. Well, black cannot go to c6. We can see this far.
Because of rook c7 check.
So he does this, and now it's the extra pawn, and they get behind this. And
b7.
b7. And this is the situation. It's favorable for White, no doubt about that. But is that a win or not? There are two plans. Either White tries to make another passer with g4, because black cannot possibly stop both. Or, failing that, he may try to bring his king to c1. I think Maxim would be very happy to arrive to this position.
Wait, I think White is just winning here.
Maybe
It's
White is-
if he just if he pushes this G4,
No,
if
that-
still goes G4.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think he's winning on the spot just yet.
Takes. But how do you stop the pawns then? H5. The rook is not getting to the 8th rank.
Or the rook is not getting to the 8th rank. So basically on this H6, if I go king f6, you can move your rook along the 7th rank. And then there is no counter
You can go H7 as well, and then king G3, take on G. You mean king f6.
You move along.
Yeah,
Yeah,
C7
okay.
and H7.
So then this is a bad outcome. So that puts the question to this move king e7 and to the entire line with the capture on b6. I mean, I don't see anything else, to be honest. Well, just to illustrate, this is the problem.
That's the tactical idea behind White's play.
Yeah.
So Black can't stop the pawn, and he decided he cannot take on b6. Therefore,
Good thinking, because our express analysis proved, that White was simply winning.
Yeah, but once again, there is a problem with that because you're down to 5 minutes on your clock.
Right.
And you keep more pieces on the board, and perhaps objectively it is it's kind of better move knight d6, but it doesn't really increase your chances. I mean, with 5 minutes in a tough endgame, doesn't really increase your chances of surviving. And yes, it will be hard to get this a pawn to a8, right? It gets to a7, and that's what Maxim Boshielograph shows. He went a6.
That is true. Yeah.
Gets to a7. Black will set up something like rook on a2, bishop on d5, preventing the pawn from making the last decisive step.
And the knight somewhere on the safe square, yeah.
Maybe to f5, just to bother White a little bit.
Well, I think in such situations, Kovalenko is, it just makes his decisions by elimination. So he looks at one line, sees that it loses on the spot, and he plays the other move. Because what else to do? All right. Well, did he play already? Oh, no, we have a result over there. I believe White won that
Hare Krishna won against Fedoseev, that's correct.
Having extra knight helps.
Hare Krishna has won against Fedoseev.
No.
Levon is winning, right?
No, he's not winning because he has extra material. He's probably winning because he is planning to checkmate his opponent.
But I don't really understand, because remember we were looking at some line that White had to trade.
Because I missed queen a6. I was looking, and I just couldn't. I didn't see this move. The square was just taken as was outside
a6.
Yes, everything else was lost. Yeah, and this keeps it going somehow.
E6, check here, rook to g1.
Yeah.
But the feeling is like it's not going to last long. There should be some.
For now, the bishop's under
attack. How
attack.
about bishop f4? Just out of curiosity, what's the move of the bishop f4?
Well, I don't like rook h3 because I think you got something prepared.
Yes, queen takes h3.
Yeah, I think you got something prepared.
On the other hand, are there any moves apart from rook h3?
Well, I don't like g3 either because
it's mate in one.
It's mated, So
correct. And bishop f4 played, and I believe this will be the last move in the game. Or maybe, it's like depending on the player, because some people like to play moves rook h3, obviously understanding what's going to happen.
No, the
like
public deserves to see queen takes h3 because they would say that Aronian won with the queen sacrifice.
Yeah.
Well, Aronian won with good play, possibly with one glitch, as it was pointed out at some moment. But all in all, he played an impressive game. I absolutely love, when Black can attack like this with G and H pawns. All right, so okay.
So, how about my friend Peter? Is he still playing? Yeah, I was wondering at some point if the game... Yeah, the game is on. Swidler against
Oh
Yosipenko.
yeah, now we can take our time.
Chart says Yosipenko is thinking for 13 minutes. Swidler has no more games to look at. I mean, he is known for walking in the playing hall all the time.
Yeah, of course. And it's not just looking at other games. He figures them all out. So he has answers not only to his own game and to another 63.
Right. So,
Well, does Swidler's strength decrease as less games are played around him?
don't know.
No, it doesn't.
So,
Okay.
okay. So what's
He has some kind of
what's
a
that?
bind over there.
Now, what's that?
I don't know how Black can resolve this situation unless he tries to remove the e6 pawn.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, does he have to? It's like, what's if Black says pass, and I don't know, Bishop e5, for instance. What's the big, the big threat?
Yeah, Bishop e5 is all right.
What's the big threat?
Well, there isn't really a big threat, but you don't want to take on d4. You just play moves. So if I bring my rook over to a1, you're gonna go rook
No,
a8.
there is rook c8.
You wanna
Because
go rook c8.
now my e7 pawn is no longer hanging, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Aronian wins. Yeah, that's correct. Aronian wins. Rook h3 was not played.
Was not played. Okay. So all right. So White needs to bring the king over. It's understandable now. Bring the king over to give more protection to the knight before he tries to activate his rook.
And then we are coming to a question: what it's going to be if Black takes on d4? Is it
Perhaps you could also consider f5, to
F5
first
and-
bring your king over and then take and eliminate that unknown pawn. I don't know. It's a choice.
It's a tricky endgame, yeah, because at first it looked like Peter is in control and looked like a better position. Not really. It's quite tricky. Bishop to, not sure where he went. Was
He
it
went somewhere with the
e5
bishop
or f4?
or g3.
G3 does make
No.
sense. Yeah, it's not on G3 though.
No, we see that much.
Yeah, we don't see the whole board, or couldn't see the whole
Oh,
board.
no, it's
but
on e5.
It's on e5. Yeah, Bishop e5.
All right, bishop e5. Okay. Now, coming back to the tactical game between Wei Yi and Anton Guhara. So rook e4 was the choice. Now, I could not possibly tell if it was better or worse than rook d5. I just felt one of this was going to be played. What do we do now?
Make a move, preferably not blundering mate in one on g7. Yes. How do we do it? It's not a huge array of options. Rook f7, queen g6, or something involving a check first.
Which doesn't seem to improve much because
Like queen b5 to g5. That's as much as I can be. I mean, like tricky in this position. Yeah, queen to g5 while keeping an option of queen c1 and
Right.
protect g7 at the same time.
well, yeah, in all those situations, no, white can always trade queens. But no, then black stays up a pawn, and it's not entirely clear if white can
But
make
wait,
it
not in this position, because queen d5, now we trade go rook a8, and I don't see how white stops the f pawn.
No, yeah. Well, of course. No, this possibility exists. So he has to probably cover the c1 square.
But yeah, but black is healthy pawn up, which is on f2. So something tells me that Wei Yi, once again in this tournament, is in really
trouble.
big trouble.
By the way, the move knight f4 is possible here, but I think black can take on g4. So now a different move was played. Black played queen g6.
Queen g6, fair enough. With,
He gave a
so
check
he gave
from
a check
a6.
first.
Well, yeah, I would say different move was played a move ago. So now the queen goes to g6, and it's less of a threat. But
Queens cannot be exchanged at the same time. Still very, very annoying.
it's hard to come up with any moves. Knight f4 still runs into queen g4. Even if...
You don't even... Yeah, because knight f4, I thought first you take and you play some... No, you don't take anything. You just take on g4.
Yeah,
right?
so you won't let him put the rook on f4, which would make the f2 pawn available. But after this, what did white accomplish? Not much.
Nothing.
He still cannot take anything. Without
but that's just
eliminating
lost.
this knight from h3...
That's just lost, and then you can't
And it's
really
probably
eliminate
lost.
the knight.
Okay, all other games, they're moving so slow. Perhaps we should go to Gelfand's game.
Gelfand's
Because
game,
it needs
2 pawns
something.
versus 1?
Yeah, no, just... I mean, everywhere else... Oh, no, okay, let's go to the queen endgame and see how it plays out.
Well, at least there are queens on the board. And
No, well, yeah, the queen's
by
on
the way, here, for the first time in this game, okay, not the first time in the game, but first time since we've seen this game, I do believe that white has some winning chances. It will be 2 versus 1, technically, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Unless, can white somehow... No,
Bring
it will be
the king
2
over.
versus 1. No, it will be 2 versus 1, yeah. So white will take on e3, lose on a5, and then...
And then make us happy by playing,
I mean, you can
playing
push,
until king
can push forever.
Yeah,
The funny
alright.
thing is, though, that you probably know this from the table base, that 2 pawns are not enough. Like G and H pawn in Queen's Endgame.
I have studied that, yeah. Well, but it takes some intricate maneuvering to defend, even if your king is in front of them on h8. And often, about half the time, mistakes are made. It is difficult to follow the table base.
Yeah, of course.
Moves. But the idea now is becoming known. It's actually an answer to a popular trivia question about the most recent contribution to endgame theory. And, well, you don't really have to go to like weird stuff like 2 bishops versus knight. You say this one. It's that the J and H pawns in the queen endgame do not win. And it's totally, it's shocking for people who hear it for the first time. But black does have the pawn on h6. And, all right, let's go to our tactical battle here.
Yeah, well, this is the game I would love to look at.
Okay, so a different move was played. Not rook check, as well, we analyzed briefly, but the aggressive move f5.
F5 makes sense. You have the passed pawn, you push it forward.
Right.
Knight d5.
Now this subtle play. First pin, forcing c6.
Yes, okay.
And then check from there, king b7. So point being that
White has a draw.
white has a draw because there is no way of escaping.
Rook a7, king c8, rook to
Check.
a8, king c7. Rook
Check.
a7, you try to sneak to d8, but then there is no e7 square.
Yeah. So I mean, so this is all forced after the move knight d5.
The question is, however, will he take this draw, Dubov? I understand
yeah.
he's down material and everything, but
Well, you can never
how
tell.
much of a gambler he is, so
Well,
that
well,
he can,
it's-
you know.
Indeed, but no. On the other hand,
Yeah,
well-
what move do you play? I
well,
mean,
you take the pawn on g4 and whatever, you know.
Rook
and then,
g7,
No,
king
it's not.
f3,
King
right?
f3, yeah,
king
there's
f3,
no
you're
mate.
not getting
Yeah.
mated.
so maybe he just says, okay, fine, I got you all tied up over there. Your b pawn means nothing. My bishops are beautiful. Let me take this pawn and queen my h pawn. Well, removing the rook from d7 makes rook a7 even more problematic eventually. So I don't know if he can. He's sitting there. So body English. What happened? Nothing.
Rook a7
Rook
happened.
a7. Okay.
And perhaps if you go Rook a7, you just continue checking, right? Because then black can kind of force you to go for a perpetual by going
By
king b7
B7,
back.
yeah, that's
King
what I
b7
thought.
back, yeah.
That's what I
because
thought.
you either lose time, which you don't like in such a sharp, complicated position,
Of
or
course.
you are forced to go Rook a7, Rook a8.
No, well, I don't want to criticize this decision because first off, I didn't look deep enough and probably make mistakes. And the player who plays the game knows best. And besides, it's been a roller coaster kind of a game, almost from the outset. So taking a draw, not too bad, they'll fight tomorrow.
Yeah, that's very likely going to be a draw. Yeah. So we do have quite a lot of games still, right?
So we were looking at this position, after queen c3, what's the right way of dealing with this?
I don't really understand what the deal is. Yeah, I think anyway you slice it, you just take on e3 sooner or later. And you try to play this 2 versus 1, but even you yourself, you don't hope much to win it.
No, well, yeah, but nevertheless. Okay, draw was agreed in that exciting
Draw for
game.
Dubov and Firouzja, indeed.
Good. So anyway, Jeffrey is trying, Jeffrey Shang, but okay, we will see.
Jeffrey Shion is trying, but...
And Matvakov versus Gelfand.
Matlakov Gelfand, yes.
The battle continues, so black is able to keep the white king out of play.
Can I play 2 moves in a row, Alex? It's black to move. Can I play 2 moves in a row in this position? I want to go knight f4 and g5 mate. This will never happen.
Why?
Even though
knight
knight f4 is a
will
decent move.
But probably white was going to play knight f4.
Knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, and then there is no mate and there is no perpetual. I mean, that's what I
There
was
is a
going to say.
perpetual. No, it comes with a check. G5, because G5 would be a beautiful perpetual if the king would not be under check, with knight G6 and knight back to f4. That would be an embarrassing thing to blunder. You go G5, he takes, you go knight G6, and the guy says, I'm sorry, but your king is attacked.
Well, you need to have your king on G7 to set up this little beauty.
And then knight G6, knight f4, like on empty board, you have a perpetual.
No, but I don't think it can be set up. No, all right, a constructive
why
idea.
not? Yeah, king G7.
Well, yeah, a constructive idea. We bring in this guy over. Now, what's the plan?
Yeah, maybe it's just a draw, because, okay, it's a limited material. White king is not that nicely placed.
Well, that is true. But the white rook could go elsewhere.
To b5, you mean?
It could go to b5 or even to b4. So knight f4 was played.
Knight f4
was played. And we assume that the answer is going to be knight e4. Because we're slightly worried about g5. Okay. So, and then the good move is king g7. Need some improvement here. Rook b5 can be played, but then black, of course, can play king to h6.
King to h6.
Yeah.
It's one of those positions where, yes, white is up a pawn, and maybe there is no straightforward draw, but still...
But maybe...
And you can put the knight on g5.
Yeah, after king h6, you can play
give a check.
You can even play knight h3, but no, well, that is
knight
not...
h3, yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't win because that's rook endgame. Even if black could probably move the knight away.
Yeah, but just go knight d3.
Yeah, but even the rook endgame,
knight d3 or knight d5.
Or knight d3, knight d5.
It's a very likely a draw in this one as well. A lot of draws. Unlike in the first round, there will be a lot of draws, and yet we have 2 draws on boards 1 and 2.
Yeah, right. Things tighten up. And by the way, Vashila Graf hasn't won yet. Although it's worth taking a look.
Out of first 5 boards, Vashila Graf is the only man playing. All the rest finished, and all 4 draws. So if he wins, he'll be the highest. I mean, the only from the top 5 to win the game.
Yeah. One regret that I have personally as a fan and lover of the game, that I missed what happened in Mamedyarov Kasimzhanov.
Yeah, there was such a sharp game, I believe. Yeah, and Mamedyarov has sacrificed the piece at some point. I was told it was all unclear, and then Kasimzhanov misplayed it and lost. So what's happening here?
We get this far, you know. Look, black plays every pawn forward except for the pawn on e6, and we know why.
Yeah, because it stabilizes the whole thing.
Stability, the bishop on d5. Now, how do you queen your pawn? For that, are you supposed to trade bishops? But it's even difficult to do. And now suddenly we're having a bit of an issue with the king.
White king, you mean?
White king, yeah. Kings in the endgame are active pieces, beautiful pieces, but when they boxed in, surrounded by opponents and your own and opponents' pawns, then suddenly there could be problems.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, black, it might seem that black is threatening g3, and maybe he does, but it's double-edged move. Of course, it's like it surrounds the white king, but it lets white to play bishop f3 later on and exchange the bishop.
Right.
So let's say I'm playing with white, I just go a7 and hope that one day this pawn will promote.
No, well, that's reasonable, reasonable hope. So, okay, let's just prove the point that g3 is a mistake. So the white bishop goes along the diagonal to what?
Say c5 to cover ball. I mean, to restrict the knight quite a bit.
Okay, and then say he plays this move.
Rook c8.
Is this the moment where you play bishop
f3?
Okay,
yes.
well, that's what I thought. This is the moment when you play this move. And now we have this situation where the bishops are traded, no time to take the bishop on c5. And white simply wants to bring this rook over to b8.
Mm-hmm. So in a nutshell, that's the idea.
Well, yeah. So rook a8, and then you play rook b1 and rook b8. Well, black is absolutely not in time to help out with the knight, and even if he did, he would be in a bad situation because the g3 pawn is lost. Therefore, black is not going to play g3.
For now, right?
He's just going to play a move, a random move.
Yeah, a7. Would be nice to get the knight closer, right? Okay, rook c8, fair enough. I know, but then it drops the pawn, yeah? Then it drops the pawn.
Yeah, it drops the pawn on g4. Oh,
interesting, not so many moves for black.
No, that's the issue. So I suppose he makes a nothing move with the king. Okay,
then still rook b1. I'm hoping to install my rook on b8.
No, that's the plan, of course. Once the rook goes to b8, you know, then there are problems with the g pawn, and possibly more.
To add to that, Kovalenko is down to his last 3 minutes.
Well, he's done a good job playing on 5 minutes, but as you pointed out, his position did not improve. All he was able to do is to avoid immediate loss or losses, and probably in multiple variations. Now, it doesn't get any easier.
Yeah, that's a very typical scenario. Like you accept some, right from the opening, you accept some position that you are supposed to defend for ages. And if you're against a dangerous opponent, he will somehow put those little problems in front of you. And yeah, that's how you lose. You run out of time.
No,
and
absolutely.
you don't even blunder. You just run out of time at some point. Make one worse move, then another.
This question is often asked, what do I do against a higher rated player? So you answer in it. So maybe you can hang in there for some time, but no, this is how you lose. And the higher you go, in the sense that both players say, if it's a 2400 player playing against a 2300 player or whatnot, then there are all different ways. But when you see games between, in this situation, a guy who close to 2800 and a guy like 2650, then this is indeed the most common way.
Okay, so g3 in
No,
fact was
He
played.
pushed, yeah, and then
a7, g3, and bishop went to e1.
yep.
To keep an eye on g3 pawn, I assume. Bishop to e1.
Yeah.
But what I don't like about this move is that a7 pawn is not defended right
So
now.
it does not allow this.
For rook b1, rook b8.
So suppose he just goes to a8, you know, to.
He actually went knight h4, Igor.
Oh, well,
That's
aggressive.
curious. Yeah, that's quite
aren't we?
aggressive.
Yeah.
Knight h4. Okay.
So if anything, it stops bishop f3.
Yeah, it does. But I have a feeling that it should not work.
I mean, bishop e1. I'm still trying to understand what was wrong with the move bishop c5 that you
That
suggested.
would be still knight h4, but in this case, at least we would be able to play rook b1. Yeah?
No, rook b1 still possible, but the bishop also comes under attack. So we're losing time.
Maybe can it be that he's planning? Rook b1 now. Let's try. I mean, that's some funny line. Yeah. Bishop. Yeah. I'm not on time. I thought rook b8.
And bishop check.
Rook b8, knight takes, no, and bishop b3. And it would have been brilliant. Deflection, if
But
the bishop goes away, it's bishop takes e6.
Yeah, but it's
first of all not winning if bishop goes, and second of all, like if black gives a check on f3,
Yeah.
it's, I'm lucky to have a draw. So,
no, well,
all those
well,
funny
indeed,
lines,
the
they never
idea
work.
of deflecting it. Well, it's attractive, but it's giving up too much. So I don't know, knight h4.
Well, actually, it might have worked with my bishop being safe on c5. So
Well,
still, I'm a bit puzzled with this bishop e1 thing.
yeah, so
Maybe
so
Maxim's
same-
going to show us what was the idea behind bishop e1.
And it's taking his time showing us what the idea was. Is it possible that he simply overlooked knight h4? Sometimes people overlook things. Wow, if he doesn't win, then we will have 5 draws.
On the top boards, yeah?
So,
Akimyev against
still,
Cheparinov. Yeah,
well,
that's-
he hasn't even started yet. I mean, converting his advantage. So he sat there, he played a few moves, repeated the position, but he hasn't even started yet. And he's thinking, it's not going to be that easy. We knew it was not going to be easy.
Artemiev, Cheparinov. That's the game we were not looking at all that much. It was on board 11, and was and still is on board 11.
All right. Extra pawn for Sergei
This one
versus
is
Sam.
Karyakin versus
Yeah.
Sam Sevian. Yeah, we promised to check this one from time to time, but never really got back to this one.
Well, because that's what, in this case, time to time meant.
Yeah.
Well, however, to the fans of the players, as we finally getting some free time because all the tactical games and that Aronian won, whatever, this and that, we're probably going to be looking very deeply into this. Now, the question is, of course, how to remove the blockade from e5.
Ideally, I would like to trade the pair of knights, I believe.
For what?
Like knight on f4 with knight on e5.
Yeah, that would be great because the knight from a5 is having a hard time getting back to e5 because of squares taken away. Well, that knight can come back into play via b3, but... Okay, so let's just say... Let's say he plays knight b3. What's the strategy here?
Knight d3, for instance?
Yeah, let's look at this. Capture.
Yeah, like some position like
Capture.
that. How realistic White's chances
and then
are.
This.
This first, yeah.
And now, if bishop c2, then the black king arrives on e5, ahead of the white king to d4, which could make the difference between a win and a draw. Well, there are there are other moves, better moves, such as bishop c4, but at least black is winning that pawn back on a4. So this endgame deserves... By the way, knight b3 was played, I believe. Okay. Another rook endgame I was really curious about.
This Alexeyenko against Christiansen.
Christiansen, he follows the right plan. He had many chances to take the pawn on c4, but his main objective was not to let the white king to g6. And he accomplished that. He's keeping the white king out. There are still possibilities at some moment. White lets go of the c4 pawn and goes to the 7 for, something like this.
H4.
Or he can possibly try to
that's what I was
here.
thinking. Like, if white gets both... I mean, I'm not sure of black's reaction to h4, but if white gets both h4 and g4, goes g5, could be winning.
Yeah, that's true. But possibly the reply to this is h5 to try to get the rook to g4 and kind of anchor it together with pawns.
Rook g6 to g4 and then g7, g6.
And then sit. It's funny, how you sit in rook endgames. We don't expect, this type of strategy ever work because rook endgames, action, checks, passed pawns, but sometimes there could be positions like this. So I'm not sure. Let them work on this. Yesipenko and Svidor, some trade has happened. Now let's try to make heads or tails out of this.
That's the position.
I mean, that's the position.
That's the position
they're not showing
on.
That's the position on the
board
real
19.
board. Yeah, real
Svidler
board.
versus Yesipenko, and Peters to move, and I think it's going to be a draw.
I suppose he's going to take on d5, but he loses c6 and e6.
Gives a check, takes on e7, loses e6, 2 pawns each. Just a draw. Check.
I don't see any better than this.
No, nothing. Takes, rook e6, draw agreed. So I don't know if there were real chances for Peters, but doesn't seem to have anymore.
The move rook c1 was played.
We've overlooked this one. Yeah, Peter is not that easy.
Certainly.
Peter is not that easy. Yeah, of course, rook takes c6, it's bishop e7 check.
Yeah, and this was... no, right, this was the kind of thing that people ask me, well, you look old, so you must have played in the old days when they had adjournments.
Yes.
And I go, yes. What was it like? Tell us. This is what it was like. Sometimes you spend a lot of time analyzing positions like this.
Can you save it or not?
Right. Okay. And and if oftentimes you don't have the time to analyze other moves. No, I mean you look a little bit so you don't blunder. So your main effort. So your main effort is on. So your main effort is on this because maybe that's the way to save the game. And if it doesn't work, then that's the Vasheva Graf story. Then you let the game continue knowing that you're worse. There is no easy answer to this. If it's a win or draw, I cannot answer it right off the bat.
So it will be what? 2 pawns each, right? King e3, you take e6, king d4, black runs out of moves, gives d5. But maybe the moment he runs out of moves, maybe it's not possible to win. F5, I just wait. I shuffle on six rank.
Yeah, of course, that's
B6,
the thing, Maybe that's the answer, because the g6 is too weak. So anyway...
but it looks like black has no real need yet
to do this. So rook b8 was played, and how to improve in this situation? The c-pawn is not going there yet. Swinging the rook to the 7th rank, look out, a1 square.
Yeah, a1, so rook b8 precisely to kind of cover both files, A and B file.
That was very wise. Now, on the other hand, white might think, well, good time for me to think of improving on the king side, make another passed pawn. Can he do this? Because I kind of doubt that black rook can easily go after the kingside pawns. There's issues with stopping the c pawn.
It's like, I know, you're not on time to guarantee you have the passed pawn, because g4, black plays g5, h4, black
Right.
plays f5.
Right. So I'm thinking about this. Okay, in this situation, black is safe in the sense that there will be no passed pawn on the h file. On the other hand, you don't get to play f5, so the king remains on f8 for foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Well, if the black pawn goes to d4, that would increase white's winning chances because the king will be able to go
Peter
for
has played
Something.
something.
and probably something good.
Not sure. H4?
He played
was it?
rook c2.
Oh, rook c2. Yeah, just
course.
pass.
Of course he played
Rook
something good.
c2 and just wait. Okay, Alex, I don't know how to improve Peter's position, but I know how to improve our quality of life. Let's go for a break, because people need it from time to time. The time troubles are over, but we're about to reach the new time trouble. So if we don't make it right now, and
then
we
indeed.
won't have a second chance, right? I suspect there'll be at least one more hour before all
I
the games are
completely
finished.
concur, but we cannot make it more than 10 minutes, can we?
Yeah, so well, just
So
a
big.
quick one, and we are coming back. A lot of games are still in progress, so stay with us, guys, not to miss all the action.
Indeed.
We have an interview with Hare Krishna Pentala from India. He won the first game of his match with Vladimir Fedoseev from Russia. Actually, you won 3 games here already, so please tell us about them.
Okay, the first match was more or less smooth. I think in the second round I played a bit passive actually. I think it was more or less equal, but he played, he had to win, so he took some risk, and he didn't understand the danger, and in fact he offered draw, but by this time I was without any risk, so I played and I won. And today, a very tough opponent. In fact, in round 2, I just saw that his rating was above 2700 at the start of this year, and of course, very interesting player to play against. And today it was. I thought my position was slightly pleasant. Of course, he missed, I think, e4, my move e4, and I think e6 was the critical moment in the game, because this whole combination of knight c7 and knight e6 works only because of e6. Of course, his rook is passive on g5. I think I had quite good compensation for the pawn, probably. At least it's quite easy from white side to play. So yeah, it's good to start with a nice victory.
Yes, and who is your support here? Who is your second, if it's not a secret?
Yeah, it's a long way, so let's. I should focus tomorrow's game, and we will speak about it later.
Yes, and you are one of the strongest grandmasters in the world, but you have never played in the candidates yet. So, is it your ambition and goal here to qualify?
Okay, for me, knockout tournaments I didn't have such a great results so far, but this time I feel good, so we will see. I just take each game because it's so many rounds, it's hard to make long plans and stuff like that. Of course, every chess player would like to play candidates and stuff like that, but of course it's important to play good, and also you need to be a bit lucky.
And also we know that you don't live in India, so you live in Europe. So how do you feel there?
Well, I feel normal. I felt normal in India, I felt normal in Europe. So it's more like for practice and other. It's quite easy for me to stay in Europe and also traveling. But yeah, I enjoy every place actually. I mean any country I go, I like it, so it's fine.
Thank you very much and good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
So back to round 2, game 1, straight from the break, refreshed, and we are ready to stay on air for as long as it takes to conclude the games today.
Oh, we sure will.
Right, quite a few of them left. I believe we left on the game of Peter Swidler and Andrei Yesipenko. The chat is screaming that's a very interesting endgame for MVL, and they compare this one to the game of Magnus Carlsen against Vallejo, the one that Magnus Carlsen won recently. Rook and bishop against knight and bishop with bishops of opposite color. However, it's not precisely the same. But first, let's look at this one, because as far as I understand, there are chances for Peter, and I'm not sure why doesn't he go c7 in this position?
Okay.
He has played king f3, that was his last move. But why not c7?
All right, let's look at c7. So I suppose
Rook c8 is what you have to do, and bishop b6.
Sticking the bishop to b6. Well, the only resolution to this for black, as far as I can see, is to somehow eliminate the pawn on e6. I may have said it before. Well, it still remains absolutely obvious.
White puts the rook on c6, and then you have bishop d6.
Yeah, but
f5, and king tries to run. Yeah.
I'm thinking that f5 is absolutely necessary, because if you start with this, then after g4, the door is going to be shut.
Ah, well, that's a nice point. Yes, and then black plays without his rook, without his king.
And with the free bishop, which is rather useless, and I don't believe that that bishop can get around to capture g5 or h4 when white plays it. It's absolutely no relief in sight in such situations. So probably in this case f5 would have been played. Now, well, the thing is, ideally, in a perfect world, we somehow stop the king from coming to f6, but our pieces, white pieces, are also tied down. I was thinking that with a better position of the white king, it's not working. I don't know.
So that's what he's trying to achieve, I believe. He didn't play c7. Instead, he went for king f3, where black replied with rook c8, for the time being stopping c7, and then g2, g4 was played.
Yeah. So, come to think of that, white does have the possibility of returning with playing just bishop b6 followed by...
Right.
Well, so he's probably just biding his time.
And g4 is already played, so this idea of f5 and bringing the king to g6 will no longer be available for black.
Now, if obviously bringing the king to d8 and king c7, it's going to be met by bishop b6 check anyhow, at any moment. Well, I'm seriously concerned for black's position, and I don't want to bother our viewers with going back what could have happened a few moves ago, once again with that exchange sacrifice and whatnot. That's for post-game analysis, perhaps. So let's work this out, what to do.
Could it be d4 for black? Just
or g5, because you still have to worry about the h-passer.
Yeah, there is another motive, of course, in the position, so that if white is given time, he goes h4, h5, and creates a second passed pawn, and this will be too much for black to handle.
Too much to handle, yeah. So I don't know, it's a tough decision. Positionally speaking, g5, what if the pawn from d5 disappears and the white king gets through? It won't be pleasant, but for as long as the pawn stays on d5, if it can, maybe the damage done by the move g5 is not so unbearable. Don't know.
Yeah, still feels like very good chance for Peter Swidler to win.
I think so.
So let's leave this as it is and go back all the way to board 1, where Vyshyagraf managed to win an exchange against Kovalenko. Now that's the current position.
Well, the first question we need to answer: does white win if the minor pieces are exchanged? Does he win with
move the rook, knight takes, king takes? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we need to figure this out.
Say go to e7.
Whatever. Yeah, we don't want to allow the black bishop to come to e4. It does not feel right.
So rook e7, for instance, if black captures on d2.
Okay.
Takes. I
And,
can't think of any other result, because king e3, rook g7, king f4, win the pawn, win the game.
Well, I completely agree with you. I think the critical is the fact that the black king cannot come to f4. If it could, then who knows?
Yeah, it could be some
Could
problem.
be some unexpected things, you know. Now, what's Kovalenko's time situation?
1 minute for Kovalenko.
Okay,
I mean, he's already, for quite a while, he's low on time. Rook d5 instead of rook e7, that's what Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has played, because there is no bishop e4 for black, as white has rook d4, the pin.
That is true.
So rook d5,
And he's trying to force
he
the
threatens
issue.
rook d4.
Yeah, trying to force the issue. He doesn't want the position with the black knight on c4 because it's harder for him to move the king closer. But right now, well,
Yeah, I
black has
think
to
white
do-
is just winning, because the threat is, I mean, first of all, obviously threat to the knight, but
Yeah.
the other threat is to go rook d4, force the king back, and then we play bishop e1 and capture the pawn on g3.
So well, I think that might be just the end of the game. All right, once again, we run this through again. What hope can possibly be there? Zero, zilch. Rook d4, king f3, anything.
Or once again, switch back to this rook d7, rook g7 idea, rook d4, king f3. Yeah, winning.
Well, yeah, that's what top players do to their opponents. Now, Artemiev, no, I don't know if he made progress, but he eventually we knew that he had to do it. He traded pawns. Good thing for him that one of the pawns he traded was the h pawn, which
Well,
always.
Artemiev is, I believe, now we can say this, he is completely winning.
So his plan is rather simple. I think he wants to play the rook to f4, bishop to c2, and then just keep black completely out of moves. Well, can he just start with this?
That's Artemiev's game, yeah? Rook
Yeah,
f4.
rook f4. I
Yeah,
believe the
that's-
king has to go to e5 because there is no other way.
King f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you need the rook on f4? Because you
I
could also
probably don't.
play king f3. Could play king f3 and then, like, I
No,
mean,
this is going to be played anyway.
check on a6, the king has to go back. Because king e5 all of a
Well,
sudden
it's
yeah, makes the game a bit shorter. If rook
That's
e6 is
true.
mate in 1.
So check, and then the king comes to f4, and
Yeah,
well,
takes the pawn.
yeah, the pawn's
Yeah,
gone. So king
that's-
f6 is not good, but what is good? He made a different choice. He went to h4.
Same thing, though.
Well, yeah, so he can always run the
Tie
spin.
black down, and then round. It's like king goes around the corner, e2, d3, d4. Yeah, that's winning.
Yeah, all right. Now, well, what I mentioned happened in this game. For Sergei Karyakin, in order to make progress with his extra pawn against Sam Sevian, he had to give up a pawn on a4.
Yeah, so now it is official, and Artemiev has won his game.
All right.
Just seen the resignation. So top 11 boards have finished. Maybe more.
Yeah,
Not so many games left. So for Karyakin against Sam Savian, it's equal material, but White improved his position by
dramatically.
quite a lot.
well,
So e-pawn
dramatically.
became threatening. That was very important to break this blockade on e5 so that the pawn is advanced.
Okay, block gets broken.
King g7 was played, and Karyakin, king g7, and he went for king d5. So the king is getting in, going in there to, well, not sure where it goes.
No, it eventually goes to c6, but I suppose. But before that, White has to pull back with the bishop to avoid the check. Then he could conceivably make this track via c6, c7, b8 to the pawn on a7.
All right, yeah.
It's conceivable. I don't know if it's going to work out. You know, that's what the game is about.
So the next stop for the e-pawn is the e7 square, or next, let's say, next obstacle to
Right.
to go through, because e6 you could have played right now, but
yeah, of course.
but black will try to keep a blockade on e7 somehow.
But the blockade on e7, it cannot be accomplished with the king. That is
Because you
otherwise
lose the
occupied.
other dude on h7.
H7. So an attempt to play h6.
Maybe this is the moment you go e6.
Maybe e6, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's the moment you go e6, because black
then you
can't
go
take because of
e7.
e7.
Yeah. It might be critical, because if black was able to get rid of the trade h-pawns, then the king could come back and stop the e-pawn. But I don't see this happening, and I don't see any moves, honestly, for Sevian, who is not enjoying his clock situation either. Below 1 minute. Okay.
And right next after that, it's this rook endgame for Aleksenko Christiansen. The rook endgame where white had an extra pawn on c-file for quite a lot of moves. And now the material's equal, but white is first to... Well, first of all, white's king is much better placed.
Course.
And white is first to attack the pawns.
Yeah, so I don't see much aside of rook h3.
He gave a check first. So he gave a check on e3.
Okay, all right, that's all, of course, a possibility.
Kind of the same thing, right?
So?
I'm not sure where the king is going. Is it just a draw? No?
No, it remains to be
wait
seen.
a sec. King f6. What do you play after king f6? Yes, and white goes g5. That's the problem.
That's the point.
And white wins, I guess.
That's the point.
Because
It's
h4
pure.
cannot be taken.
So, therefore, in reply to king f6, must go king b5. Use a tempo, which may be critical in this
What
setup.
happened? I'm sorry.
Svidler?
Svidler finished his game, and a draw was agreed. I mean, that's something I don't quite understand.
Should I look up that game and figure out?
Yeah, I mean, that's weird.
Okay, well, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I have to satisfy my curiosity. I need to know why a draw was agreed here.
Because black somehow made his way with the king all the way to e8. So
And kept the bishop on c7.
Yeah, he should have taken the opportunity to go c7, Peter. I'm sure.
So g5 was played in this position, and bishop c5 was played. There was still a possibility to play this. Why wasn't
That's
that played?
mysterious. Yeah, bishop b6.
Why wasn't bishop b6 played? Because, well, of course, we're not the highest authority, but nonetheless, pawn comes to c7. I don't believe in that rook endgame after bishop c7.
Bishop c7
The white
is
king
just straight up
comes
lost.
through. Yeah. So then what? Then the pawn gets to c7 and the dance begins. Whatever it is, maybe rook to c5, maybe the king around. Okay, let's just imagine nothing happens here, and nothing happens at all. And well, let's get that king around on some roundabout journey to a4, b5, a6.
And I can tell you more, because maybe, possibly, white can, in this particular position, maybe with king on e2, has the idea to go rook c5 or rook d2 at some point?
Yeah, that's another
Just
plan.
attack the d7, d5 pawn, and when black takes on c7, just to go back. Let's say.
Yeah, and so suppose a nothing move, and then there's this. Well, suppose you take, and then here we go. And unlike some other positions where maybe drawing chances, here black is absolutely, totally lost. So,
yeah, it looks like so. That's puzzling. Why?
Rather shocking. This bishop c5. Maybe he thought he had all the time in the world, but did he really? Okay.
So not so many games left.
Well, we need to visit this
Chef
one.
Rixion against Tabatabai still there. One of the games that we thought would be very interesting, because those two, they played each other on many occasions, right?
Well,
so
we suppose coming.
And you're switching to the other one.
I'm switching to the other one because the queen endgame. This is much sharper, and no, the two bishops. Surprisingly, White's been playing for a win while pawn down situation for a long time. Ufa did because of the strength of the bishop pair, of course. And now, knight c3 is a threat. Now it's White's
As well as
turn.
knight g3, right?
Knight g3 is also is there,
No, but what you do with white is you go king c6, I believe.
No,
right?
yeah, but
that's
that's
what he did. King c6,
yeah.
knight takes g3,
And then he played check.
d7.
D7.
Ah, he's winning. He's winning. King d8, a5. King d8, a5.
But so you don't even care about the bishop?
No, a5. And knight e4, and the knight will be, again, like the illustration of stupidity. Remember, we were looking at this. Like, knight on
boy.
e4 has to make 3 moves in order to give a check to this king on c6.
No, well, all right. So, after d7 check, we're coming back to this. There any merit in moving the king to e7?
But then, wait, then king c7, you want to go king king c7. Yeah, king c7 wins. Threatening d8 queen, obviously, and then bishop g5. Once again, promoting the pawn.
Yeah, this whole thing is too quick. No, right, if it holds up, then it's a great game, which we unfortunately couldn't give the deserved attention to as it was developing. To play a long endgame down a pawn for a win.
And Ufa is impressive. I met the guy when as my co-host for Moscow Grand Prix this year. So that's one of the commentators playing in the event. Right, and Daniel, well, he's a student at the same time, but he said that this year he's trying to devote to chess and work to see how it goes, and so far it goes very well. He knocked out Navarra, and now he's about to take the lead. What is this? Can you tell me, please?
There are knights.
What is this? 5 knights on the board in the game between Korobov and Lech van Gliem. Alex, turn down all the other games. I'm watching at this one.
Well, yeah, of course. Now,
I want to see this one. What's
I will
going
make
on?
an important contribution to this by stating that I know that 3 knights win against 1 knight.
Right.
But in order to get this far, White needs to capture 3 pawns and 1 of the knights.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that Korobov has many winning chances.
Why is the knight on d8?
Because in this position,
The pawn was hanging, and d8 queen would run into knight e6 check.
well,
So he thought, at least I'm having the knight. So effectively, it's a knight versus 3 pawns with some other stuff on the board.
Well, yeah, that's true. Well, however, the presence of extra pieces increases White's drawing chances. I can almost guarantee that in this position, if you only leave 1 white knight and get rid of 4 knights, then White can never save the game.
Right.
But with more knights, you have more knights to give away for pawns.
Let's rephrase White's task. So we agreed White cannot win. In order to save the game, he has a knight for each pawn to be eliminated. So
That's true.
You trade, a knight for a pawn 3 times, and it's a draw.
Right. So you need more knights. Having 3
For
knights.
black. Or for white. Yeah, for white to win. He needs
to
more.
make a draw, you need. I suppose that you need 3 knights because you have to give every and each of them for a pawn. And White probably wouldn't mind having a 4th knight, but he's not getting one. No more pawns.
Right, but seriously, what's going on?
Seriously, you gotta play some move.
He did actually. So the position has changed completely.
Check. He gave check.
He gave a check on b7, you think?
I suppose.
Because the knight is on a5. So he gave a check.
How did he?
He gave a check on b7.
Well, I'm losing it. Yeah, a little bit. So finally, it's updated.
Check. King
check,
b4
and knight ba5.
Knight
now
b2
look
a5.
at these knights. They extend. They remind me of the mountain climbers.
But they protect each other.
That's what they do,
you can't argue with that.
Of
They
course.
protect each other.
So there is an invisible thread, that holds these knights together.
King to c5.
Yeah. Okay, well, is that an invitation to repeat position once or
I think
twice?
he's going to go to d4.
But he didn't go to d4 a move ago.
The king was on c5, you mean?
No, well, that
yeah,
was
right,
happened
because
a move ago.
that's why
I'm
knight b7
asking.
was a check. Yeah, you're right.
So I'm asking, well, I'm not saying that to me king d4 looks as good as king b4, and you'll probably try it next time around, but...
Maybe, yeah, maybe he just changed his mind. King to
No.
f7 played by Anton Korobov. So he insists on this being some kind of a weird fortress. King c5 and then king f7.
Yeah, king c5. Well, despite White's reluctance to repeat the position with knight b7 check, I still don't think that Korobov's playing for a win. All right. Now, let's go back to the position that we declared winning for White, and it went as follows. First, the king went to d8 by McShane against Ufa. The recommended move a5 was played. Pawn was taken. Now you take on a7, ready to win the game in one move. And then this.
King e7. So he's trying to say that it won't be possible to promote the pawn. Yeah, bishop d5.
Bishop d5, I thought. The threat now is bishop c5 and then bishop b6.
And bishop b6. King f8, yeah, that was played. King f8, bishop e3.
Aiming to play
and
bishop
he's
g5.
Still winning because, yes, he wants to play bishop g5, and if bishop h4, then bishop f2. Bishop f2 winning the knight. I mean, it's still like not 100% certain because black has a bunch of pawns, but they're not running too far.
Yeah, besides, well, I don't know, the pawns to help against the two extra bishops, it's a tall order. So, probably it's a win. No, right. An attempt to make a draw would involve keeping the bishop because only the bishop can stop the pawn. So now
bishop d8 takes.
And okay, for good measure, I don't know what to do. h4, h3, but the pawn will die on h3.
Yeah,
there is no constructive way for
winning.
black.
Yeah.
And the a-pawn, send the a-pawn forward. Rather useless.
White just gets the king to c8, wins the other bishop.
And the pawns cannot do anything.
So McShane didn't take on h4, but this is hopeless, I believe.
What did he do?
Bishop to d8 to be able to play f6. Bishop to d8.
Mm-hmm.
But then what? Then check from c5? That's a bit weird.
He almost gets mated after bishop g5, f6, bishop h6, but he's got the e7
But Ufa played bishop c5. Bishop c5, driving the king to g7. So what's now? That's still tricky, though.
No, yeah, because how do you...
I mean, you can win the bishop, that's clear, right? Bishop b6 and then just promote and
yeah, but then the knight is alive and you only have one pawn left. I mean, do you feel like us sitting through the endgame of two knights, two bishops versus knight?
Two bishops versus knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, according to modern theory, it is a winning position.
But it's tremendously difficult because at some moment you have to play absolutely counterintuitive computer moves. I mean, I've seen it won, and actually more than once, but nonetheless.
Well, I believe it's kind of tough for both sides because like the absolutely correct play requires efforts from both sides.
At some moments. Well, yeah, but okay.
Wait a second, can we stay with this position instead of bishop c5? Instead of bishop c5 check, there was a beautiful winning maneuver. Bishop g5 first, f6, bishop check to e3. Sorry, bishop check to h6, king e7, and then bishop e3.
Well, yeah, to force the pawn. I was actually thinking about this a little bit.
King back to f8.
You better do, because bishop c5
c5 is threatening mate. Yeah, king back to f8.
And
bishop
then,
to b6, and after bishop e7, white wins with bishop c5. But that was
Yeah.
not easy to find on those seconds. Korobov makes a draw. He's knight down. Alex, he had 3 knights. His opponent had 2.
so he found a way. Okay. No, right.
Okay, so a draw for Korobov and Liek Wangliam.
Right. Okay, so another transformation in the game between Sergei Karyakin and Sam Savian. White traded his bishop for one of the black knights, and now he regained his material advantage. At the cost of putting his knight in a bit of an offside position.
Doesn't he win on a spot?
Or you want to push pawns?
Well, h5 could be winning. Knight f5 I thought could be winning.
Okay, on h5 that's probably knight c5.
Yeah, but then I thought I'm just taking on g6. Knight e6, check on f5, and then g7. Because, yeah, black has to go to d7 to keep the knight alive, and then g7.
Yeah, that's a straight-up win. There is also... Okay, that's probably what he's going to play, h5.
But back to Ufa,
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
wins the... Yeah, we will see. We will see bishop and... Yeah, Karyakin's game is finished. He has won.
Win by Karyakin. Exactly the position, the end of our operation. So, okay, we're going back to this.
To Ufa.
Ufa.
Right.
Ufa did play d8.
So now we have... Yeah, we will have knight versus 2 bishops.
Well, not so fast.
f6,
Because,
king f7, king d7, f6 played,
yeah.
king d7, knight h4, and what's the problem with king e6?
It's not a problem, but, well, it doesn't mean that this whole thing will last 50 moves. White can play around, for 30 or 40 moves, then take the last pawn, and then get into that exercise.
Okay, king e6.
No, of course king e6. It goes without saying. Well, not too many moves for the black knight. You better not lose it right away.
And honestly, those pawns, they might be obstacles for... because now I'm thinking...
They often are nothing but trouble.
Like check, king to h6, and what with some bishop e4 maybe?
Either that or king f5, I don't know.
Yeah, and because...
No, we're going to see that, but I'm curious about this position, what the best move is. So you got to look for mates if the knight leaves, or isolate the knight from the black king and try... So now...
Yeah, that's actually...
McShane is thinking now.
That's going to be hilarious. I mean, that's...
Oh, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
We're up to it.
Right, but this can last for quite a long time indeed.
Well,
Any other games?
not
queen-
really, except for the queen endgame.
Why would you play when it's an equal number of pawns? That would be my question. And a lot of time as well. I'm referring to this game between Xiong and Tabatabai.
Yeah,
right, I think it's just a draw. Yeah,
Well-
and it was agreed, by the way.
Of course.
So
Well,
that seems to be officially the last game, right?
well, I'm staying with this game because there is nothing else for me to do. This one with the bishops. Ufa versus McShane.
Uh-huh. Right, so just double checking the
your-
results. Yeah, looks like my
got-
set of results is not yet full. Few things missing, but yeah, catching up on those.
So King H6 has been played.
That's a fascinating endgame.
All right. How are we going to do this? Now, from theory of this endgame, once again, no King F5 was the answer. It's known that the only defensive position for the knight that doesn't lose immediately, but
Is the
immediately,
fianchetto.
Fianchetto, G7,
On
B7,
G7,
G2,
yeah.
B2. Obviously, now the situation is aggravated by the presence of the pawns. But let's just suppose that white doesn't have a forced win and simply collects the pawns. Or black, being in Zugzwang, just pushes them, gives them away. What matter? Doesn't matter. Then the black knight is not ideally positioned. All right, so what to do with the knight? You can only go to f8 or f4. or you can push push your pawns. H4.
H4, for instance.
No,
yeah.
So what can we do? We can go after the knight by attacking it immediately.
But then he plays
He goes
H3.
H3, of course.
He plays H3.
Now, the bishops are super powerful, but they cannot stop the pawn.
Yeah. White is not on time, but one tempo. Is he bishop e7, king g7? I mean, it's like by a really tiny margin, right? Because bishop e7 threatens mate in one, but there is king g7 back.
Well, that's unfortunately that's how it is. So, all right. That means that bishop f7 is not the most effective way of playing this position. Well, I would say that you can play your king to g4, but it doesn't quite stop h3,
right?
because of the position of the white bishop.
Yufa went with bishop g5 check first. King back to g7.
Yeah. So
bishop g5 check first.
No, we're not going to h5. It will be too soon to end this game.
Yeah.
And now what? I mean, king g4 can still be answered with h3. It's not like it makes a whole lot of difference. I'm sure white can round up that pawn.
I believe that's why I wanted to put the bishop on e4, like, you know, one square diagonal from the knight, so won't be any forks there.
You know, when I know it's kind of exercise I do not recommend for all of you guys to do in your spare time, but you know, you have this Lomonosov, whatever, table basis, and you don't really need a 7-piece. Bishop e4 was played. When you watch it played, you put it like in automatic play, you will see how it's done, but you won't be able to remember or learn anything from it. It's just computers, they do it all the time, but there's no underlying pattern for us to put our fingers on.
Yeah, well, but even six-man table base is terrible, because I remember finding out that rook and bishop apparently win against a pair of knights, which is logical. The bishop is superior piece, the rook is even stronger. And then I randomly put the pieces on the board and went through the, through the main line, which would say mate in 110. And after like 30, 40 moves of hovering around, I thought I'm getting the algorithm, because black pieces were pushed back all the way to 7th rank. But then all of a sudden you let them go back. And they go back to the center. And to a human eye, nothing changes.
Exactly.
So
I had issues like this, and often working, commentating, and I say, well, there was this move. Okay, king... He's going to push the pawn forward.
Yeah, bishop e4 played some McShaney thinking now.
Yeah. So anyway, and I suggest a move, and they say, oh, this is no good. And I ask my audience why. It's mate in 37. I go, look, you got to do better than that. Well, I am unable to comprehend it, right? I need to see how it's done. Yeah, so that's another thing.
Well, interestingly enough, it might be challenging to win those pawns. Now that I'm thinking, if somehow he puts the pawn on h3, how do we attack it? Because king g4, he goes to f4 with the knight, yeah?
Well, how?
Now you can play... No, but then he keeps the king on, keeps the king on g7, and then we go king h5. You're right.
So I'm thinking, but right now we get it, right? The king goes to h5, and that attacks the knight. So suppose this and that.
Yeah, king h5, and now it's all good. Yeah,
all
now
good,
white
because I'm returning to e4. I'm good.
Takes h2 and bishop e4. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. I don't think the h pawn will survive for a long time. All right. So let me go back to what they're having now. Bishop e4. Or the bishop f6.
King f7, bishop f6. Which is a clever move, because now black has to move the knight? Question mark. Now you take not the bishop, not the knight, I mean.
Well, no, the knight will take only when there is no recapture.
Yeah. We want to take it for free. Yeah, so king e5 makes perfect sense.
They're getting over there
Back.
pretty fast, good job.
King f5.
Only move, knight e7
Yes.
back, I suppose.
Another check. Right.
And now king g5
And now
only.
king g5 to avoid the perpetual, yeah.
Now, I don't believe that the h-pawn is going to be there for a long time. It's going to be rounded up.
Not really. King e6, yes.
All
Move
right, so we need to pull that bishop back.
all the way to a1.
Well, b2 probably enough, but I really don't want to hover anywhere near that knight. So, I don't know, I know bishop d4 for control, but somehow
Bishop d4 for
he
control.
prefers control.
That's a brave decision. I have to tell you.
I would be scared to play
Even
this
though
one.
with bishop being installed on e4 on a long diagonal, there is not a slight chance that this pawn ever sneaks into promotion square. So white is like, even if at some point, if he cannot take because of a fork, like for instance, he
Right.
cannot take it now if he's the move.
All right, but
And
I'm afraid we come into a critical moment when one of us is going to have to make a note of the move number on which the pawn is captured.
We will
Because otherwise-
check on this. Yeah,
That's going to be critical.
H3. So now
Don't go king h4, inaccurate.
Yes.
King g4, accurate. Bishop,
Bishop
g1,
G1,
accurate.
yes. Go further away from the knight.
Then the next king g4.
King
should-
e5, well, we hide the other bishop on h1. I suppose.
h1, a8, choices,
well,
choices.
a8 is fine, yeah.
b7, choices, but... Well, since they play some moves fast, with the 30-second increment, no, I don't think time travel is going to be a permanent issue, although that will come to critical moments when precise handling of the position would be required. And at that moment, I wouldn't be surprised if a player spent 3 minutes on one move, if he has it.
And that's one of those endgames that I'm not entirely sure, because since
B1.
we have 50 moves rule in chess, right? Because there are positions where, yes, stronger side is able to win, but in order to do so, this long time maneuvering drags game more than 50 moves without a single capture or a pawn move.
As a matter of fact, I'm not sure it's theoretically possible against perfect defense to win most positions with two bishops
No,
against
they're
them.
winning. Recently, they've been.
They
yeah,
proved that it's under 50
proved it's
moves?
winning. No, it's more than 50 moves
Well,
sometimes.
That's the whole point.
That's what
That's
I
the
mean.
whole
yeah.
point. What's the percentage of positions that are like this, that sort of contradict our rules? Now, that issue was raised some 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, and an attempt was made to increase
The number of moves before.
Exactly. But it was deemed to be impractical because most positions were like rook and bishop versus rook, and they were just dragging them longer.
Well, Daniil is playing it in a really weird fashion because.
No,
it's
he's
like
playing it great. He's
Bishop
getting
f5. Yeah, well, okay, he's getting the pawn. I
He's
agree.
getting the pawn. Well, bishop b1 was indeed a bit weird, but well, he figured out that he needed a f5 square. Great job. All right, so no knight f6 and
No
no knight
nothing.
f4.
No,
well,
nothing.
No, this is the situation that he's going to face. Luke is going to face it many times. Then, like it or not, no, you have to go back. You have to cede ground. He will look, and probably play king d6.
Yeah.
I see nothing better.
Honestly, well, UFO doesn't seem to be a coward guy, but yeah, that's what I wanted to, that's the argument I wanted to make. Since you're losing this pawn, make sure you lose it on this move. So your opponent has precisely 50 moves and not more, because otherwise white could have think of blocking the pawn, trying to win with pawn on h3 alive, failing, let's say, after 40 moves, grabbing the pawn and giving himself another 50
Which
moves
is
to go.
a questionable strategy because you also tire yourself out. Anyway, let's make a mark. Move 81.
81 says, by
Mental or otherwise.
Yeah, by move 131, it's one out of three things. Black is mated, black knight is gone, or it's a draw.
Yeah, and either way, players go home, and so are we. All right, so bishop h7 now.
Yeah, people in chat claim it's move in 70 after bishop, mate in 70 after bishop f5. But mate in 70 means, yeah, computer is a clever thing, so it gives the knight at some point to avoid being mated.
That is true. So mate in 70 doesn't mean...
It's kind of a borderline, because you might be winning a knight on move 53 and then mating the king in 17 moves.
Well,
right?
then it's a draw, according to our tournament rules. But if the knight is captured on move 50 exactly, then it doesn't matter how long it takes you. Now, the two bishops for mate, it takes probably 15 move stops. More likely less.
Yeah, but well, the thing is, we keep saying with the perfect play from both players. And with all the credit, I don't see it happening. Because, yeah, we are not computers, or rather, they are not computers, and they have like 2 minutes each.
Knight d3. All right, just hanging in there.
Yeah, but then...
No, logical move would be bishop check, because
bishop g1, yeah, you just give those checks from fr, so making sure that you're not blundering anything.
One move for black here I don't like is king d5, because it creates separation. Maybe that's not a deadly separation after bishop g8, but it is separation. So, king d5, bishop g8, and you have to move the king away from the knight.
Yeah, but he goes to c6 next move,
that
knight
is
c5.
true.
Yeah.
Well, in some ways, well, he does it.
Because I believe he knows that, yeah, the kind of the defense is to put the knight on b7 and then hover around this knight. Yeah.
And then the winning plan is to somehow get your king around from the backside and force black to break up the defensive formation. And then comes the critical moment, Evgeny. Then they make a run for the other fianchetto square.
And then you have to stop it, yeah.
Absolutely precise play. And even if I looked at this thing, how computers do it a few times, I still didn't get it.
Okay, he went to d6 to my surprise, but
well,
it doesn't change much.
Knight c5.
Doesn't change much. So still knight c5 is going to be next move.
All right. The pressure on white, pressure on you for now, is that he knows about the 50-move rule. So obviously he wants his moves to be precise, maybe not the most precise, but the moves that don't waste time.
Yeah, it's like you allow yourself just to like hover around for 10 moves to accumulate some time, which is like a viable strategy in some other endgames with the pawns. You know your position is winning in, let's say, rook endgame pawn up, and your opponent has no counter play. So you just play 10 moves, like safe moves, just to get some time on your clock to figure out the winning plan. It's not the case here.
Not quite, indeed. So he's moving the king to c4. Now, another thing about those pawnless endgames is that you feel more comfortable when you push the opponent king back. So people naturally gravitate to this, not always the shortest way to your first goal, which is to push the opponent's king to the edge of the board. But he is not accomplishing it yet.
So far he cannot really force this king away from the center.
No, he can play now the move bishop h7.
Or check on h2? No.
Which stops knight f4. That's one of those tricky things, that we should remember. You don't need anything else if this happens.
So he's trying to do it
to
other
get
way
to the
around,
same position,
check.
but it's somewhat more obvious.
Now it's obvious. Nobody's going to play knight f4.
Well, yeah,
self-pinning is never a good idea.
Okay. So, but of course, we expect a king move. Maybe king f5. That's why I thought maybe bishop h7 was more accurate, but it's still a lot of moves left. But king f5, yeah, king f5. Now bishop h7 check seems okay, because it pushes the black king from supporting the move knight f4.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, I have to say. Check
Nobody
from-
ever said it would be.
Check from h7.
I thought the check from h7. He needs to also play a little bit faster, because at some moment he's going to need more time on the clock. This is all fun and games, but the real test will come later. How do you rate your chances of doing this in a practical game?
Winning this?
Yeah.
Not very high, to be honest. For some reason, yeah, I can do other stuff, like mate with knight and bishop. I would be favorite with 1 minute on the clock with no increment, I would say.
Well,
But
I agree. No, this is
tough.
too much. Yeah, the best I can do, I can win the Philidor position of the rook and bishop versus rook
Ah, yeah.
with no
This
time on
one.
the clock. Yeah, that's it. Nothing else I can do with no time on the clock. I mean, nothing harder. Well, we have the king advancing to d5. Now, are we going to see the beautiful move knight g7? I'm sure Luke is aware of that. Most people are aware of that. They don't know how, but they're aware, because it is
So it's
near the only thing that we can memorize about this.
of putting the knight on g7, not
Yeah.
g5.
Well,
Let's
yeah.
see. Knight to g7, yes.
Well, that's the thing, you know. And now,
Knight to g7. Now you have to try to surround this thing somehow.
no, well, the plan, you can start with bishop e5 to make sure that the knight cannot easily leave g7. Bishop e5 check, and he goes to f7.
Push the king back, yeah.
And then it's either you pull that bishop back from e5 or you don't, and then you start going around with your king, trying to work out some kind of zugzwang things. That is, bishop e5 check was played. Black's answer is not difficult. Now 3 minutes on the clock, 9 moves passed. No, I miscounted. 10 moves or 11 moves passed.
So once again, what was it? Bishop takes h2 on move 81. Now it's move
Right.
91. Yeah, 10 moves only. So
Well, he
14
already
more
played
moves.
the 11th move. He played it
Check
on the board,
on e5.
and the reply was made quickly. Now, need to work out, what are we doing here? I know that it's not how it's done, because you need to get to the e7 square with the king, and eventually to f8.
But you can do the same
He's-
by a g5, h6. It's like the symmetry.
No, well, yeah, but the king is closer over there, so he's allowing the black king to take the g8 square. Besides, you know, as I said, it's human nature, or chess player's nature, to push forward like you do in most of your games.
Bishop to c2 was played, and McShane goes knight e8. Okay, so let's see. Now we go king e4.
That's a question.
Hoping for black to play. No, I'm not even sure.
I think in this position. All right. Well, look, you also have to win the battle on the clock, you know. Well, so I'll play bishop b3 on general grounds because it's confusing. It's more confusing. I mean, all right, maybe there is some objective computer, whatever, but in this situation, it seemed like, look at the clock.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, could it be that he needs e5 square for the kings?
Well, that's why.
As
yeah.
nice as the bishop
Right,
is standing
right,
there,
right.
yeah, it's like you probably move it back so that
I
you
thought so. I
have-
wasn't sure.
You have king e5, king f5 potentially.
Well, you want to put this position on the. I have it on my phone. On the Lomonosov?
The Lomonosov table basis.
Yeah, it's right there, you know.
It say white is winning, and it won't be very helpful.
No, it will be showing you moves. There are options over there in the app. You can have the next move shown and the whole thing shown. You can play against Lomonosov, which is one of the, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, arguing with your refrigerator. All right, so what do
knight
we have?
g7, king e5. Knight
Okay.
to g7, king to e5, yeah.
All right. Perhaps king e7. No, knight e8 he goes. So your plan is to move the king to h6, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but Daniel really, like you were saying, he cannot play two moves in a row, and that's the problem in such positions. So you want to play like in series of moves.
I don't know. I was watching once, you know, the late Mr. Six-time U.S. champion Walter Brown, and he won it. And well, he won it.
Oh, really?
There was, yeah. And I also saw it another time won, but it was the night was far away, and it was quickly concluded. But Walter Brown won it with long play. Bishop c1. Okay.
Not much happening there.
Well, he didn't. He wanted to keep the king in the center. That I like your suggestion. I liked your suggestion of bringing that king over, because this seemed to be king g6.
King g6, yeah. He's not pushing this king away. Bishop a4, for some reason he decided he wants the bishop on a4.
No, you have to use the king. You're not doing anything with the king on e5. The king on e5 is just an intermediate stopover, but the king has to get to f8 somehow. To force black to break up the formation, and then the critical moment begins from there. King back to f7.
Yeah, so far he didn't reach the critical moment, right? Or
No, well,
critical position.
Critical position begins, I don't know where the white
So just go
bishop
king
is.
f4, I assume, right? And his concern might be like black comes with a check, check, check. Yeah, king f5, knight g7, king g5, knight
No,
e6, king h6.
Well, let the knight come to d6. So even if the bishop is on c2, well, he plays bishop
Bishop to
d7.
d7. Could it be, Alex, that he knows how to win and we are criticizing him for no reason? I mean, because I have no clue. I mean, I know what we agreed we both know, that it has to be winning. That's sort of the best setup for black. You have to push the knight away and somehow not let black to place the same thing in the other
but
corner.
it can only be accomplished with the king. So the criticism, first of all, we understand how enormous the task is. And as I said, you know, I mean, I would rate my chances of accomplishing it, I don't know, certainly below 20%. Certainly. I don't think I can win it more than once out of 5 tries. I think it's just impossible.
Bishop g4. So having the same position from the other side.
I don't know what it does.
Yeah, king on e5 doesn't help much.
Yeah. Well, the king arrived in e5, which I thought would be just an intermediate stopover. Just about 5-6 moves ago, yeah, move 95.
Right, now I understand how you make him leave the corner, right? You put the bishop on long diagonal, namely a1, h8 diagonal, and then you have to take both king squares, like one with the king, one with the bishop. So basically king on g5 and bishop covering f7. and the knight attacked, and then black has to take some action.
Yeah, no, that's. I don't think it's really a problem, how to extract the knight. But now, the real question is, what Yufa knows about it. Maybe he thinks that there may be win somewhere here, and that we know that there is no way you can win the game as long as the knight is on g7. It has to be extracted from this position.
We'll see. King g6, yeah.
Yeah, McShane appears to be more and more confident.
Well, the good news for black is his defensive method is just to sit and wait. You don't have to invent anything.
Well, that is true, but it's only until the knight is forced to leave g7. Then every move had to be precise for both sides. Right now, it's a huge advantage on the clock. And no progress whatsoever. Bishop d1.
Bishop d1. So 20 moves gone, right? It's move number 21 out of 50 to win the knight.
That is true.
Yeah, the game will be concluded draw.
I don't know how long it takes theoretically to win from this position on, but it is getting very close.
To 50 moves, yeah.
Yeah, because 20 gone already, it may take another 30 moves to actually win a knight, not to checkmate. There is a distinction. But
winning the knight is enough, right? I mean, you take the knight, so it is a capture, and that means it nullifies the countdown of 50 moves.
That is true.
So 102 out of possible 131 moves.
Which would set a record for this tournament
for the classical game, right? Or for any time controls?
I guess for any time controls.
There was one pretty long game in the Rapid, but I don't quite remember.
I don't think that went this far. Now, the question then would be, it's the record-setting game, but I think records are meant to be broken in this tournament. We'll see. I don't know, my guess that we'll see a longer game than this one. Time is the issue.
Good question about Luke McShane, by the way. It was once said that Luke McShane that he was the strongest amateur player in the world, meaning that he has a full-time job. As far as I know, that was correct at the time when he defeated Magnus Carlsen in one of Vikings tournaments, because it was not sure. It was not certain if he will participate in the tournament because he's working at the bank clerk, and it was not clear if he can get 2 weeks free to play a tournament.
No, well, yeah, I'm familiar with this situation. I had regular jobs and tried to play in tournaments at the same time. Well, obviously, nowhere near that level, but played some tournaments.
Finally, king went to d6 with bishop being on c1 and d1.
So I'm trying
King d6.
King d6, yeah. Well,
but why would you need your bishop to? That's weird, yeah.
Okay, get it. Go forward. King d7. Never mind knight f6. That's exactly what you need. I'm not sure the bishops are ideal to fight against a knight on f6, but that's the only way. You can't go back.
So Yufa is down to his last 1 minute. Okay, so now what happens?
We'll see. Well,
I know the bishops are not where you have them, Alex. Update the game, yeah. The bishops are. It's even longer, and the bishops are on c2 and d2.
All right, okay, but
which
c2
kind of makes more sense now.
Yeah, indeed,
because there was no knight f5 check.
I mean, just memorizing, They keep shuffling around and it's all the same. So I don't know. Is it going to be knight f6 or knight g7? Big question.
Knight back to g7, and then what we do is we play bishop c3, right? And
Well, he has to...
knight f6
no?
check. Okay.
No, right, king d8 has to
So
be
king
played.
has to go to d8.
Yeah, now comes the... This is difficult. Well, this is the difficult part. It's difficult for both players. So now you have to somehow... King d8, absolutely, no hesitation.
Yeah,
It's not like you have losing chances.
yeah,
right?
you've been on d6 anyway.
Well, yeah, indeed. And if it comes out king e6, oh,
King
that's
C6.
complex.
King c6.
Alright.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's... the king has to get from behind, you know, that's...
So knight e8 back, for instance. What's the big plan?
Nothing. You have to go king d7 and king d8. I don't see anything else. It's not like I can see far beyond that. Absolutely not.
Yeah, to remind you guys, Yufa was winning some mere 50 moves ago.
Well, with a beautiful
Winning by
way.
force, yeah.
Beautiful
In a
way.
beautiful way.
Yeah.
Well, possibly, I was told, I mean, during the broadcast, I was constantly hinted that he is playing a very nice game. He was winning, and so on. So, well, maybe that was the last clear moment when he was winning. The one
Yeah,
that we
because
had
this
seen.
is murky, you know. So never mind computer evaluations. There's just limits to human capability.
So knight e8.
No, you can
20.
check him, I suppose.
23 moves left.
Yeah, you can
Before.
check him, of course, because it's part of it. Check king g6, king d7, knight g7, king e7.
Back to d5.
Back to d5. Yeah,
No, but then knight goes back to g7.
first look at the score sheet for McShane. There's going to be more looks at the score sheet.
You know, he's got seven minutes.
Well, it's not about time trouble. He just checks how far along is he. He is
Yeah.
almost half
Yeah,
the...
I mean,
more
but-
than half, no. Half the way. 81, yeah. More than half the way through. Indeed.
Yeah, Rick, what I'm trying to say, I mean, when you have 7 minutes in this position, you might spend some time just to figure out, like, okay, 23 moves left. Not that you are able to calculate 23 moves ahead.
Nobody needs to
yeah.
calculate anything.
But just to
in
think,
this
I mean, what
situation.
are the possible dangers? Like,
Yeah.
does my knight survive for now 23 moves?
Well,
Because that's interesting. Like, nobody cares if you're getting mated on move 51 because it is a draw, right? I mean,
Alright.
your objective as black now is not to lose your knight. I mean, this is much more
This is true.
important.
This is true. No, right now we're gonna make a run after king g6, king e6, and
Check, king g6,
you've got to go forward.
bishop a5.
Unexpected. So, and black returns with the knight, and again the white king remains on e5, which is very unfortunate position.
according to what we thought, that's not the best square for the king.
No, well, yeah. The king already sat there for how many moves? No, I mean, first time visited that square. Move 95. Yeah. 17 moves of sitting with the king on e5.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I understand it's going to finish in a draw. It's 18 moves left.
That's impossible. Well, as I said, I'm not even sure that a person can learn how to win.
The winning method.
Yeah, because the winning method, it consists of some things you can understand, like getting the knight out of g7, but then the way they prevent the setting up of the same thing in the other corner, it's tremendously difficult. And as I said, I looked a few times how computer does it, and I learned nothing.
Well, and the other thing is, it's like when you say it's not possible to learn. You know, it's like it could be possible, but people interested in this, in such things, they have much more other stuff to learn. It's like you have to learn your Nida variation, you have to learn your group
that is true.
another thing. And this, it occurs once in a lifetime and
exactly.
not very...
It's low percentage, I understand. Well, it doesn't mean that all endgame theory is low percentage. Some endgames, they occur very often, and also they help you to improve as a chess player, because the winning methods consist of important patterns that help you elsewhere. This one is unique, and I understand all that, but...
So another round of hovering around with the bishop, knight to g7. What was the big task he was trying to accomplish? Check over there, king to f7.
Yeah.
Move one...
In this position, you'd like to play king h6.
King d6 now.
Okay, now. All right, so check, he had a chance to go to d8 a few moves ago. That's the way, that's what he had to do.
Knight e8. So now that he has the f6 square under control, yeah, king d7.
Knight f6, king d8, anyway.
And king e6. And...
Knight f6, king d8, king e6, yeah. No, all right, so, this is where this whole thing goes. And now, I suppose the move has to be bishop g6, not to let him to come back. And then you play extremely precisely from that point on, not to let the bishop...
Not in our situation, because it's like 15 situation. Moves left or something.
Not in any situation. I suppose, that maybe there was no way to prevent the black knight of getting to
g7 at first place,
yeah. Even with the best play.
But really, now that I think of it, this position, immediately when it happened, with a lot of pawns for black and black knight being on g6, maybe it was crucial, because white could have... He had no time left, that was the problem, but maybe white could have extracted a bit more than this.
It's tough, because the pawns make you nervous, you're afraid of allowing some kind of a forced draw, some fork, something.
King to e5, yeah, so despite how it looks, white does make progress.
No, but it should have been done 25
ages ago.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, I guess, I don't know how... I don't know if it's possible even, as I said, to memorize how to win such positions. I don't know. I didn't really make a serious effort. I was just... watching computers. So back in the middle, and what do we got left? 12 moves?
Yep.
Impossible.
It is very likely impossible, yeah. Knight e4.
So Yufa is probably going to play it out to the end, but it's not
10 moves.
Working.
10 moves left.
Yep. When was the last time in this game Max Shane had 10 minutes on his clock? Move 15?
Quite a long time ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Now it depends on your personality, because some people, and me included, would play knight c5 in this position. Just to tease white a little bit, because bishop g1 seems to win a knight, but then it's knight, then it's king c3.
I'm showing this on the board, but
but why would you need this?
No.
Yeah, and then we so knight e4, bishop h2.
No, he played king e7. What am I doing? The board's behind. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, so
it'll catch up, you know.
digital board, it's always few moves behind for whatever reason. So we are
Computer's supposed to be faster.
94. Yeah, bishop to h2, knight d2.
Was some move, bishop went somewhere.
Can you mate with only two bishops? Yes. Bishop d1. So there was a question in the chat if two bishops win. Of course they do.
Yeah. 8 moves to go.
94. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it happening.
Oh. Well, once again, I want to apologize. You know, I'm not really critical because, first of all, the task is enormous. But I think, you know, now, well, Yufa has a long career ahead of him. It's also learning experience. I think he would look up a little bit what's going on in the Sun game. So next time around, you know, he won't be wasting time. And it's not a fact that he will win next time around, but he'll be following that plan, for sure. He might have to wait. No. He might have to wait for the next opportunity. But
Check. Move number 123. And McShane is playing pretty fast.
well, he likes having 10 minutes on the clock.
King d6. Knight,
Probably check
knight
back.
e4. Yeah, you do give a check on e4.
Yeah, white can play king c6. Well, okay. Once again, I'm a little behind. Oh, knight e4 has not been played yet. Okay. No, knight d3.
Move number 124. No? That was a clever idea, how to avoid, in the chat, I mean, how to avoid the 50 moves rule. You go for repetition with white. And then the guy doesn't get the chance to claim 50 moves. No, but seriously, if there were any chances,
They
you're
have to be
not winning,
taken
yeah.
much earlier, and well,
And now, one of the things white can do, black can do, is to go to c3 and then put the knight on b2.
yeah, and then but yeah, you can do it even with the bishop e5 available, because
You attack the bishop.
king d2 would attack the bishop on d1.
Ah, that's a good question in a Twitch chat. Do you get okay? I mean, maybe that wasn't exactly the question, but as far as I get it, do you get a penalty for a wrong claim on all 50 moves? Well, could be that your opponent is getting a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes, yeah. I don't think it.
Which is irrelevant, right? In this case,
I was always wondering, you know, what happens if your opponent, for whatever reason, maybe forgetfulness or whatnot, maybe malicious intent, keeps on making claims. So he claims it's a 50 move on on every move. Now, so you get more and more time, but I mean, what's the use? Once I was a witness, but let the game finish. And now that's incredible story. When I tell these people, don't believe me, don't believe the nerve of the player involved. So anyway, this is how it was. So I was coming across. Okay, stopping bishop e5. That's important.
King d4.
Yeah, I was coming across this game by accident because my game was over already. And there was a complicated position with, I believe, a few moves before the time control, and there was no increment. I think the time control was at move 60, it was second time control. But there are a lot of pieces on the board. Suddenly one guy says, I claim insufficient losing chances. You know how you claim when you remember this, right? When there's really nothing, the opponent just trying to win on the clock. Playing rook against rook, for example.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're allowed to claim it nowadays with increment, but before that, indeed. It's like my opponent is playing on time. I remember this way to
but
say.
The position had like, I don't know, half the pieces were on the board. So his opponent is totally shy. Said, I'm claiming that I have no losing chances. So the arbiters game and the guy got up from the board, and he was winning on the board. And then after 5 minutes of rest, he came back and they say we penalize you for wrong claim. He gave
so your
the
opponent gets a couple of minutes.
And then he played a couple of good moves, and then I left because I was afraid that I didn't want to see how it's going to end because the tempers. Just, I don't know. Difficult to come up with the set of rules that completely eliminates such ridiculous abuse of them. So, 4 moves to go, 2 moves to go.
Yeah, I believe they should be reaching this magical 131.
And the king did make it there, the knight, I meant to say, made it there
to B2.
The knight was never on B7. He never went to B7.
No, it's G7 and B2. G7 and B2.
So now, this makes an argument that the attempt to increase the number of moves was counterproductive, and eventually it was repealed. Simply because that even if it takes 71 moves to make, people don't know how. So suppose if we had more, another 50 moves, then nothing would happen. It would be another series of.
It's not the position. Once again, it's not the position we have on the board, but it's
close enough.
Close enough.
I think it's close enough.
No, it's like,
I'm trying.
The game is re-uploading, and I believe it's move number 131. And honestly, if I'm Daniel Ufi and if I see it's move 50, I'm taking on B2.
Yeah, that would put a nice a cherry on the top of this.
Yeah. So I'm
game.
not.
Yeah.
Well, in this way, by the way, I'm not allowing my opponent to, to make a claim because it's move 50. I'm taking a piece. So it is a draw. I agree, but not by your stupid 50 moves rule.
Yeah, I had to claim fairly recently that 50. Oh, I don't know what they have over there. No, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what they have, but this works once again close enough. Maybe I got it this time. So I had a position where he tried to beat me with 2 knights, my opponent against a pawn, but my pawn was advanced to the 3rd rank. I was black and my pawn was on b3. No, well, yet there were 50 moves of this exercise. Bishop h5. Was king b3 the last move?
I don't know.
I suppose.
Bishop on g6.
One
and now he's claiming, and rightfully so. It's move number 132, and arbiters will not have to check it as Daniel Ufa.
A round of applause for the players anyway. It's the last pair of players finishing the day. Well, that's all right.
Yeah, so that finishes the day and it concludes game 1 of round 2. Well, if I got everything correctly, it's roughly 33% of decisive games. So it's 11 out of 32, not 33. So
well, no, but that's
not the precise figure, but you get the idea. 1/3 of all the games finished in a decisive manner. So Maxim Vachier-Lagrave won against Igor Kovalenko. Aronian won against Masudlu. Mamedyarov beat Kasimdzhanov. Artemyev, remember this endgame, extra bishop against Ivan Chiparinov. Who, by the way, representing Georgia. Chaparina. There was
I need to remember that because I know he changed federation, but
right. Karyakin won in an instructive manner against Sam Savian. Not a good day for US chess because Hikaru lost to Livio Di Nisipiano.
And Wesley had a draw.
Wesley made a draw,
And Jeffrey Chong also had a draw. And I think that's about
Hari Krishna won against Fedoseev. Duda wins against Nabati. We never checked this game. Anton Guijarro win against Wei with black. Remember this pawn on F2?
Yes, I remember that. Well, Wei is shaky. Well, he's lucky to even make it here, and now he's facing a must-win with the black pieces.
Then Tomaszewski won against your favorite player of the tournament, against Aravind.
Oh.
That's what you said yourself after the tiebreak with Michael Adams. And last but not least, Nihal Sarin has so far impeccable record of 3 out of 3 today, winning against Safali.
And arguably, he had the cleanest game today. Obviously, Nisipiano win was nice, but I liked. If I were to cast my vote for game of the day, that would be Nihal Sarin's game.
Yeah. That was really impressive. So those who were not mentioned finished in the draw. You can see the results on those screens. I believe, the number of screens reduced. We have less players, so it's not 8 screens, but 4 screens this time. Yeah, a lot of draws. Out of those draws, perhaps this one was the most entertaining, the one that kept us busy for such a long time. And I believe that will be it. We call it a day. And please come back tomorrow for more action in round 2 in the World Cup, of course, Hunty 2019.
So, indeed. We leave a little earlier today, by the way. That's good. That's good.
Good for us. But we'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. local time, the second round of the second game of the second round.
All right.
Thanks very much, guys. And please make sure to tune in tomorrow.
Good day.